YouTube, have you ever considered the fact that you are wonderful little towels? Yes, it is great to see you today. I have my hat on backwards because I am some kind of a towel. You don't understand. I don't know why my hat is on backwards. I am just utterly baffled by the whole situation. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am a backwards hat wearing towel. You don't understand. I am a towel. Let me get your comments set up on the screen here. For some reason, this live chat is now becoming a lot easier to see, but it throws off my whole presentation. So I must do some work to get your comments up on the screen. It is great to see you all this morning. Hello, Maggie. Hello, Diana Natale. Hello, Dewdrops and Claudia and Mass Mama. Hello, JJ. And yes, justice for John O'Keefe. Absolutely, dear friends. So let me just make your comments a little bit larger on the screen. We have another day of nervous anticipation as we get ready for Verdict Watch. Hello, it is great to see you. We welcome you here, dear towel friend. I enjoy your username and I like your little towel emoji. It is very nice to have you with us. I will add you to the blue wall of towels. And I am pleased to have you with us. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, by the way. We are starting up Verdict Watch Day 3. We are 9 hours or something, ladies and gentlemen, into the Verdict Watch. Yes, let me take a look at my clock. Let me bring up the stopwatch for you. I think it should be paused exactly where we left it. Why this clock functions this way, I do not know. I am a towel. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Our verdict clock is at 9 hours, 12 minutes, 4 seconds, and 0.51. Ladies and gentlemen, that is almost exactly how long the jury has been deliberating. I have a very specific procedure for monitoring the deliberations. I started that clock the second Judge Cannoni sent the jurors, basically the second. We gave a little bit of time for them to get up and walk, but basically the second they were sent to the room to deliberate. That clock started. The clock only stops for the end of the day when Judge Cannoni finishes her discharge instructions and the jurors are formally told to go home. So it's done. We've done that twice, once on Friday, once on Monday. It does not stop for lunch because jurors deliberate through lunch, ladies and gentlemen. They cannot render a verdict during 1:30 to 2:30, but they are permitted to continue deliberating during that time. So that is basically as precise as we're going to get. Law and Crime has a little bit less deliberation. They're at like 9:08 or 9:09, but I think this is the most accurate verdict clock you're going to get. We are 9 hours and 12 minutes and 4 seconds roughly into deliberations in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Now, the thing I want to start with today is a lot of you have had questions about the verdict forms. I have gotten like 47 different DMs about the verdict forms. People asked, what happened yesterday? Why was Karen so apoplectic that she lost an attempt to change the verdict form? Well, two reasons. One, because I think the defense is worried that Karen's going to be convicted on at least a few charges. And two, because I'm going to show you the overview of the verdict form. I have this nice video I put together. It was actually for Super Towel spouse Mandy Strong, and I am excited that we're going to get to watch it. It kind of goes into the nuance of each individual verdict form. The first and the third one aren't that complicated. And then I explain to you a little bit about my prediction, and I talk it through about if I were a four towel, like Ange Whitaker, Def Otter, how on our mock juries, which by the way both voted not guilty, both voted guilty on every charge across the board for Karen, our 24 mock jurors. But I explain a little bit about how I would approach this, how I would explicate the second form, how I would explain it to my fellow jurors, and how I would try to guide and bind, not guide and bind, that's a legal term, but how I would try to guide deliberations. And the reason why that's so relevant, in my opinion, well, it's relevant for a few reasons. One, it's very important because it kind of speaks to the way in which, what are you doing over there? Oh, that was my 50K Twitter celebration. It kind of speaks to the way in which all of this stuff plays out. So if you look at the actual verdict form and think about it as if you were a deliberating juror, it very much gives you some insight because they're going to be very methodical. No matter what's happening, you can tell this is a very methodical jury. I've been in the courtroom. I've seen them. I think there were only two older jurors. One of them got excluded. or not selected as a deliberating juror. And I'll tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a young, intelligent, erudite, patient jury who doesn't like Karen and really likes Hank Brennan. I was literally in the jury room. I was there for John Znee's testimony. I can tell you, and that was a few weeks ago, that jury already hated Karen, and it only got worse from there. But in any event, I want to show you this interesting video that I put together because I do think it's important. I think it's helpful. I think it goes over the verdict forms, and what the jury is probably doing right now is they have to go through all of their verdict forms. By the way, did you know Fortowel and Dwittick wrote out our verdict forms for the mock jury by hand? How much dedication does that show, ladies and gentlemen? Fortowel and Dwittick is dedicated to the cause, and ladies and gentlemen, all the jurors on our mock jury served their Towel Commonwealth with honor and dignity. You can see Towel and Dwittick actually wrote out the verdict slips by hand, ladies and gentlemen. That is an incredibly, incredibly impressive accomplishment. That's the kind of thing where you look and say, wow, that is an impressive accomplishment. Now, I messed up my own comments again because I changed the formatting of my screen. You don't understand. I am a one-man towel production studio. I don't know how I do this. I still find myself hilarious. Oh my goodness, it's Harvard Yard and Funkarella. Hello again, Claudia Montano, and it's Super Towelette Dewdrops. We have the best towels here, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, the best fluffy towels of all time. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we even have a handwritten jury form from yesterday from our mock jury. So, Andrew Dwittick, the second form. This is what we're going to go over during the video we're going to watch, but that was no small effort, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Fortowel and Dwittick. God bless you, and we appreciate you, Ann Dwittick, and Deaf Otter, Super Towel Deaf Otter. And now, Ann Dwittick wrote the forms out by hand, which is incredibly impressive. And we had guilties on all three counts there for our mock jury. And then I want to show you Deaf Otter, the Super Towel commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe, ladies and gentlemen. Deaf Otter also filled out the verdict slips, and you can see that we had 12 mock jurors on each jury. They deliberated publicly. Their votes were indeed thus recorded, and you can see Deaf Otter also returned verdict slips of guilty across all three counts for their mock jury. Now, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am about ready. First of all, let's start the day with Hank Brennan walking into court yesterday. Let's do it. Hank deserves it. There's Hank, ladies and gentlemen. We love Hank. Hello, Val. Hello, Irene Villo. It's great to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, hello again, Harvard Yard. We are watching Hank Brennan walk into court because Hank Brennan is a boss. Cool, calm, collected. The man with a plan who is a towel, Hank Brennan. So the defense put up their motion to amend the verdict slips yesterday. They lost very quickly, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. So what I'm going to show you is this 17-minute video I put together, and I hope this is helpful because this goes over the verdict slips, and this is probably what the jury is literally talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, I have excellent news. We have a request from the Dr. Marie Russell parody account, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Dr. Marie Russell parody account would like to watch Dr. Marie Russell's Cross. Now, here's the deal. I will permit and I will accept a request on a towel motion on the floor. Hello, Caroline. I will accept a towel motion on the floor from the Dr. Marie Russell parody account that we watch Dr. Marie Russell's Cross from Hank Brennan. We can't do the direct. I will lose my mind. I think it was Bob Alessi, but we can watch the Cross. Okay, even if it was Alan Jackson, we're watching only the Cross. So let me put up a towel poll for you right now. Dr. Marie Russell, this is your moment. Would you like to rewatch Hank's Cross of Dr. Marie Russell this morning? I am a towel. I don't think that's actually part of the poll. I'm just saying I am a towel. Yes, of course, I am a towel. No, I hate I hate Santa Claus. There you go. Which one of you out there hates Santa Claus? Also, do you spell Santa Claus with an E or no E? I think we're going to go with just an S. Okay, good luck. I have put up a towel poll. Dr. Marie Russell, your motion is on the towel floor. If you win the poll, then yes, we can rewatch Hank's Cross of Dr. Marie Russell. And I don't know how to spell Santa Claus. I think it's with an S and not with an E. You don't understand. I have a lot of words in my lexicon. That doesn't mean I know how to spell them all. It's very difficult for me. I get frustrated easily. Okay, very high voting percentage. Dr. Marie Russell, you are going to be thrilled. Dr. Marie Russell parody account. It is a overwhelming 83-17% vote. We need to get to 30 votes, though. All towel polls have a quorum of 30 votes, ladies and gentlemen. We are at 22 votes right now, 23, 24. Oh, it's flying up, ladies and gentlemen. But as a reminder, we have a towel quorum of 30 votes. Yes, 26 votes, just a few more votes. Dr. Marie Russell now. Oh, goodness, I'm getting into horse racing announcer towel mode. 2 more votes, ladies and gentlemen. Is Dr. Marie Russell's cross going to be played during the pre-show? Oh, these are exciting moments. Oh my goodness. Jury resumes deliberation 9 a.m. just 1 hour and 25 minutes from now on the East Coast, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm here in a cloudy Boston, Massachusetts. It's about 61 degrees as the sun rises over Towel's little corner of the world, my dear friends. Now, I'm thrilled to announce that Dr. Marie Russell has won her poll. The parody account, yes, ladies and gentlemen, the motion has carried. I do doth declare the motion carries 72% to 27%. 27% of you hate Santa Claus. I'm a little bit concerned. 72% of you want to rewatch Dr. Marie Russell's cross. You have requested it, and Towel shall thus deliver. But first, you must sit through this video and learn about the verdict slips. Welcome to Towel class. There will be a quiz later. Please take notes. I'm a towel. First one, let me zoom in on it so you can actually see it. Mandy Tell, I don't think you have any questions about this one. It is not very hard to understand. It simply says, in the above entitled case, we the jury say the defendant is not guilty or guilty of the offense as charged, murder in the second degree. I think we are mostly all on the same page about that one. Now, you might be saying to yourself, okay, what about the next one? Well, I have the next one. The next one is read bottom to top. I think that's why there was a lot of confusion on this. You read it bottom to top, okay? So I want all the mock jurors or just people who want to learn about this, you read this verdict form bottom to top, okay? Does that make sense to everyone? So the first question you ask, okay, now the reason you read it bottom to top is you have to decide, first of all, whether she's guilty of any of the lesser included offenses, okay? You got to go all the way to the bottom, okay? So it's a ladder. You climb up the ladders. You start at 5, 4, 3, 2, and then you get to the top. So because 2 is the offenses charged, we have to go through each lesser included, okay? These are the real forms as submitted to the jurors for this case. Yes, that's correct. So it's a ladder. So let's start at the bottom. Is Karen guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor? This is the lowest charge, okay? So you got to decide, is she guilty of that? You check the box. It's perfectly okay for you to find you're guilty of all these things, but you got to start at the lowest one. So the jury starts at the bottom. Is she guilty of OUI? Okay, yes. Then you got to decide, is she guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor? You got to decide. Okay, check the box. If she's not guilty, you just don't check the box. Now, the reason why you have to check 2 boxes is, do you see how there's 2 different ways you can be found guilty? Either your blood alcohol level is over 0.08, or you were operating in a way that you shouldn't have been, even if they didn't have a blood result. Here we have a blood result and Karen's own words that she shouldn't have been driving. So I don't think it matters which check box they do for the sub box here, which one she was guilty of in terms of the OUI, whether it was BAC or her actions. But either way, or state of mind, I should say, her clarity of mind. But either way, so say you check the box. There's no way to check a not guilty box here. If she's not guilty of one of these offenses, you just don't check the box. So if you think she's guilty of OUI, you check the box. If you think she's guilty of motor vehicle homicide with felony OUI liquor and negligence, you check the box. If you think she's guilty of involuntary manslaughter, you check the box. Now, we get up to the very top. If you, on top of all of that, think she's guilty of the top offense, which is motor manslaughter or OUI under the influence of liquor, you check the box. You also have to do the blood level or state of mind box for that, but you check the box. Now, if you don't check any of these boxes, if you don't check 5, if you don't check 4, if you don't check 3, if you don't check 2, then you check not guilty on any of on the offense charge or any lesser included offense. Does that make sense? Yes. Don't get me wrong. You read that top to bottom, it is incredibly confusing. But if you read it bottom to top, it makes sense. Well, you have a job to do as the jury. You must go through number 5, number 4, number 3, and number 2. If you don't check any of those boxes, then you may check box 1. All right, so it makes sense when you read it that way. I can understand why I said there was some confusion. It's very important to read it top to bottom. Okay, what is it? Voluntary versus involuntary? She's charged with she's only charged with manslaughter versus involuntary manslaughter. There's no word voluntary on there. Do you see the word voluntary on there? We're doing a Socratic exercise, Mandy Strong. There's no word voluntary. It's just involuntary versus manslaughter. So the jury's thinking manslaughter while OUI requires elements of you doing an underlying reckless act. Involuntary manslaughter is even lower. It's like negligence. And the jury, remember, the jury has all these instructions. We don't have the instructions yet for this trial because Judge Canoni had to edit them and she didn't finish. However, this is the jury's not asking. There's no voluntary word there. It's manslaughter while OUI under the influence. Okay. Now, if you don't want that one, now strangely, you'd think motor vehicle homicide felony OUI is more intense. It's not. Involuntary manslaughter is more serious than motor vehicle homicide while felony OUI. So the jury may not realize it, but these charges from top to bottom are in order of seriousness. OUI is the lowest possible offense she's getting. Motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI is a higher level offense. The penalties are like 5 to 10 or something, 2.5 to 10. Involuntary manslaughter is like 2.5 to 20. Manslaughter while OUI is 10 to 20 or 5 to 20. And then, so you see what I'm saying? It just goes up. They don't realize it, but the most serious offense on this charge sheet is with the most penalties is manslaughter OUI under the influence of liquor. The next most serious charge, although it doesn't sound it, is involuntary manslaughter. The next most serious charge is motor vehicle homicide. And then the least serious charge in this indictment is OUI. Does that make sense, everyone? So yes, to me, what the jury's going to do, what any reasonable jury would do, is realize, like, okay, wait a minute. They're asking us if she was drunk and driving. Oh, she said she was. She's definitely drunk driving, guilty. But okay, now they're asking us if she was like drunk driving and was negligent for motor vehicle homicide or OUI. Yeah, she said she wasn't reckless, but she backed up to 24 miles an hour. That's pretty negligent. I wouldn't back down my driveway at 24 miles an hour. I bet the jury's probably drove their cars backwards. The jurors probably drove their car backwards 24 miles an hour. It's scary to do that. I think they were like, oh, that's negligent. Definitely negligent. I wouldn't do that even if I were sober. So you check that. Involuntary manslaughter is a little more complex. It's like, was she reckless? That's what they'll be thinking about. The foreperson will hopefully ask them, like, because of the elements of the offense. Like, so now, like, we were saying she was drunk, she was negligent. Was she reckless? Like, is that, like, the damage to the taillight, the snowy conditions, the time of day, that's all the stuff you think about for recklessness. It's what a reasonably prudent person know, or should that reasonably prudent person should have known in those circumstances that their act was reckless. Like, would it cause potential danger or threat to someone's physical well-being or life? That's involuntary manslaughter. I think they get there. And then to get to the top one, I don't know if the foreperson's going to be able to tell the jury this, if they're going to figure it out. But then you're telling the jury under this one, the jury has to decide, okay, so we think she was reckless, like it was very dangerous to do that. A reasonable person wouldn't have done it. Do we have a theory of why she did it? Okay, that's what makes manslaughter or OUI a little bit different than involuntary manslaughter. For involuntary manslaughter, you just need the recklessness, which is more than negligence, okay? It's a mens rea standard. You just need recklessness. For manslaughter or OUI, you need a little bit more. It's like recklessness, but a little bit of an act. Like, you need kind of like her to have done the backing up to intentionally, not like as intentionally as the second-degree murder charge, but you need like some act for manslaughter or OUI. It's not as much as second-degree murder, but to get from involuntary manslaughter to motor vehicle homicide while manslaughter or OUI, you need recklessness plus the backing up plus the drinking. Okay? If you think she wasn't drunk and it was just reckless, then it's involuntary manslaughter. Do you see what I mean? And the difference with murder 2, obviously, is if they go with murder 2, then they're finding that she was reckless and that she backed up intentionally. She doesn't have to have backed up intentionally to hurt John. It could have been just to scare him. But if they think she backed that car up intentionally and it was reckless, then it's murder 2. If they just think that she backed up recklessly, they don't really even need like the theory of why she did it. They can get to involuntary manslaughter, and if they think she was drunk, when she backed up the car, or when this happened, then it can be manslaughter or OUI. So do you see here the difference between Karen getting a murder 2 conviction and any of the lesser included is the distinction between whether the jury thinks Karen intentionally backed the car up. And it's got to have an element of like to scare John or because she was angry. If they think she backed that car up in anger versus like just backed it up because she was like just trying to get out of there, whatever they come to feel, then she's going down on murder 2, because that's what the jury instructions basically say for murder 2. If they think Karen backed up this car not intending to do an act that could cause a strong and plain likelihood of death, like if she was backing up to leave or whatever, then they have to ask, do they think she was drunk? If they think she was drunk, and they think she didn't do the act backing up intentionally but did kill John, then it's manslaughter or OUI. If they think she wasn't drunk and she just backed up, wasn't drunk driving and just backed up and was responsible, then it's involuntary manslaughter. If they think that she was drunk but was negligent, which is a much lower standard, not reckless when she backed up, negligent in backing up, then they'll do motor vehicle homicide, OUI, or involuntary manslaughter. And if they think that she didn't kill John but was just drunk driving, they'll do OUI. Okay? Does that make sense? Yes, of course, Ange Wittick, or I can explain it again, but that's my analysis roughly. All right, that's my general analysis of the bifurcation of the charges. So to me, it's very natural. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a towel. I'm a law student. None of this is legal advice. But I'm like, oh, yeah, you just got to flow from recklessness plus a theory of the act for murder 2 to recklessness for manslaughter, well, OUI, to then involuntary manslaughter is recklessness with no drunkenness, and then you just go down to negligence for motor vehicle homicide, negligence plus drunk, and then if there's no liability for John's death, it's OUI. But they're never going to find her guilty of just OUI. That would shock me, because I see it's really a question of her mind state. Like, was she clear-minded? Did she intend to back up to hurt John? Like, is there a theory of the act, or was it more like, did she hit John, but we don't know why she backed the car up? Like, can we put a reasonably prudent person in her mind and say that she backed up in anger or she was going to leave? If they really split on that, then she'll get probably found guilty of manslaughter or OUI or involuntary manslaughter or motor vehicle homicide. Maybe some of the lesser included, and then leaving the scene. If they think she backed up that car in anger, this is the worst possible outcome for her. If she thinks they were in an argument, if the jury thinks Karen was in an argument with John and she backed up that car, she said she like pulled forward to get his attention. If they think it was more and she was angry and backed it, maybe didn't intend to hit him, but backed it up to get his attention, murder 2. So it's a big question. To me, I would vote guilty. Do you want to know what I would vote? You want to know what I would vote? If I were on that jury, I would say she's guilty of murder in the second degree. If I were the foreperson, and they all did their deliberations, and at the very end, they were like, "Okay, Mr. Foreperson, like Mr. Foretowel, we've waited a long time. You haven't really talked. Like it's like the movie 12 Angry Men. Will you please tell us what you think?" And I would stand up and I would say this: I've heard everything you've all had to say, and I think she's guilty of murder in the second degree because she intended to back up her car to scare John and out of anger, and she did an act that in the circumstances a reasonably prudent person should have known would have posed a strong and plain likelihood of death. Okay, that is what I truly believe that the jury, that's what I believe about this case. However, I would then go on to say, but also, by doing that, by saying if we vote 12-0 on murder, guilty of murder in the second degree, we are also, based on the elements of the charges of murder in the second degree under the third prong, saying that she's guilty of every other crime in the second indictment. She is guilty of being drunk. She's guilty of driving under the influence and hitting John. She's guilty of doing it in a negligent way. She's guilty of doing it in a reckless way. So all of that would mean we'd have to convict, and I would argue for a conviction on every single count of the first indictment and the second indictment. Then I would go on, get literally every checkbox. Then I would go to the third indictment and say, Now, the one thing, and I truly believe she knew John was on the lawn when she left, the one thing we have to consider is picking the glass out of John's nose. The doctor told us, like her own defense expert, you have to be alive for blood to spurt out of you like that. So for her to pick the glass out of his nose, I think that occurred at like 12:30 a.m. And if she did that, then she's guilty of leaving the scene too, because she knew he was dead and left. Therefore, I would convict across all three. But I'm interested to hear if any of you jurors feel that if we convict her on murder too, that it's redundant to convict her on everything else. That's, as a foreperson, what I would say. I wouldn't feel that we should do that, but I would say, do you want to just convict her on murder too, which is a very serious charge, and then not convict her on the other charges? Or do you want to convict her on murder too and everything else? Now, here's the problem. She gets convicted on everything, she's screwed. She's never getting out of prison. If she gets a jury who's like, listen, like that's a lot. Like I think murder two incorporates everything else. Can we just find her guilty of murder two? Then she might get out in 10 to 20 years. What the least likely option, although I could be surprised, is that they find her guilty on something under count two and not count one. I think it could happen. I think it's unlikely. Then her sentence could, if it's, it could range anywhere from no prison time for just OUI to 1.5 to 10 years for some of the middle offenses, motor vehicle homicide, OUI, involuntary manslaughter. It could be like 7 to 12 years, which seems to be what I think this is going to end up at if she gets involuntary manslaughter or manslaughter while OUI, 7 to 12 years. And then if you add in the leaving the scene charge, add another 1.5 to 3 years. My prediction, this case right now is going to be somewhere between involuntary manslaughter, manslaughter while OUI, felony liquor, and second-degree murder. Karen's sentence will, depending on the number of guilty charges the verdict comes down with, Karen could face anywhere from 7 to life, but I think the most likely range for her, based on the Turek case, 7 to 20, more likely 7 to 12. If you add the third count, 7 to 15. Judge Cannoni will probably come down around 12. The best Karen can hope for right now is out in 5 with good behavior, more likely out in 7 to 10 with good behavior. If she gets murder too, it's all up. If she gets found guilty on murder too, she's going to jail for life, I'm pretty sure. Because I don't think that maybe Judge Cannoni will give her like a possible parole term, obviously. But, you know, like she's not going to get out before 2050, 2060. She's not getting out of jail. She'll die in jail if she gets found convicted on murder too. If she gets convicted on murder too, she will die in jail. It's not life, it's 20 to life. Yeah, minimum parole eligibility is 15, but yeah, it's not going to be life. It won't be a hard life sentence. It will be such a long sentence that she will die in jail. She might be able to get paroled on compassionate release or something or whatever in like 20 years if she lives that long, but if she gets convicted on murder too, she's going to die in jail. If she gets convicted on, and that's something they'd be thinking about, like we're sending her to her death in prison if we convict her of murder too. If they have to really hate her to do that. If they do, if they come back guilty on murder too, she's dying in prison. If they come back guilty on something under the second offense, she might get to live like the last 10 years of her life like free, but definitely like she will never be the same person again. She's not going to. Do you know what's going to happen to that poor woman in jail? I'm saying this literally with the little compassion I have for her. She has no colon. Like if she doesn't get PC'd immediately and stay in that medical wing for the entire stay, she's not going to survive. She's not going to become like some Barrett Brown like courthouse like or jailhouse lawyer. She's going to get eaten alive. She's pretty. She's like, it's not good. I've heard 20 years. Hello, friends. I'm back. Okay, so I'm looking for Dr. Russell's cross right now so we can watch that. I am live, Z Travels. I am live right now. we were just rewatching my video from last time. You can see I'm a backwards hat towel. Someone told me to keep my hat backwards. Apparently I'm a cute towel. I didn't know I was a cute towel. I didn't know I was handsome. I don't really understand what I look like at all. I think I'm kind of ugly and I don't really understand. So I just walk around a little bit befuddled when people are like, oh, you're a handsome towel. Well, you know what? You want me to leave my hat backwards? I'm happy to do so. I don't really understand. I'm very baffled. You don't understand. I don't know what I look like. It's very hard to live this way. It's perplexing and baffling. Anyway, let's look for Dr. Marie Russell's Cross. I have it. I know I have the full thing, but I just have to find the actual day. Oh, I know what it was. It was not the mistrial motion day. It was before the mistrial motion. Let's see. Where is it? That was the defense witness. That was the mistrial motion. What day was it, little towels? That was the day Hank Brennan rested. And then was it the first day, ladies and gentlemen, of Karen's defense case? Oh, I agree. Thank you. Oh, you are all so kind. No, I'm not saying that anyone's ugly. It's just, I think towel, just as a brief aside, towel used to be 310 pounds, which is a lot of kilograms and a lot of stones. In 2007, like through high school, by the time I was 18, I was 310 pounds, which is a lot. To give you some sense, let's see, 310 pounds in kilograms. I think it's 140 kilograms if you speak kilograms, and then it's 22 stone. So I was 310 pounds, 140 kilograms, or 22 stone. Now, between September of 2007 and May of 2008, I was a freshman at Boston College, and through diet and exercise, nothing else, and I just had grilled chicken and rice, which is why I eat it all the time, and a honey Q sandwich every day at the dining hall. Same thing for lunch, same thing for dinner. And then I would run from my dorm at the top of Heartbreak Hill down Comm Ave. I'd take a left on Lake Street. I'd run past St. John's. I'd take a right, and there was a Beacon Hill Athletic Club there. And I couldn't really use the campus gym because, like, the way my time for working out was like at the very busiest time, so I never could use the equipment. So I would go down there to the Beacon Hill Athletic Club. I would go on the elliptical machine or the treadmill or the Stairmaster, and I would do like 800 flights of stairs or like 60 minutes on the elliptical, and then I would lift weights, and then I would go back to my dorm, I would do my homework, and then I would take my classes. I was doing a full course load. So I did that for 9 months, from like September 2007 through May of 2008. And I lost 11 stone naturally over that period of time. So I went from 310 to 180 or so, 175. So I'd lost about 130 pounds or whatever that is in kilograms, like 60 kilograms or something. And towards the end of that process, I had a lot of extra skin on my body. Now, I didn't get anything. I didn't get like my stomach shrunk or anything, but I did get skin cut off, an abdominoplasty from my stomach. Turned out to be a very bad decision. It's very much why I'm disabled, because it caused over time my throat and airway to collapse due to this issue with how the suturing was done. It was just terrible. Personally, I would never get that procedure. I don't know why they didn't really, maybe they did and I didn't understand, but the procedure caused a lot of complications and has basically destroyed my body. But anyway, after losing that amount of weight, like in such a short time, I didn't understand what I looked like anymore. So to this day, I don't know what I look like. It's weird. I just kind of go around the world and I'm a little towel and I don't know what I look like, which is why it's easy for me to be a towel, because I don't know what I look like. So being a towel for me is wonderful. You don't understand. It's been the most helpful thing for me in the entire world, because I can be like, okay, I don't know what I look like, but I know what a towel looks like. I found Dr. Marie Russell's Cross, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just start. I think it goes over 2 days, so we're going to have to start at the end of day 1 and then pick it up on day 2. But don't worry, little towels. I am a prepared, erudite, cogent, and informed towel, and I'm ready to go. All right, so let's bring that down. Now let's bring this.
Let me zoom in on it so you can actually see it.
Mandy Tell, I don't think you have any questions about this one. It is not very hard to understand. Sorry for replaying that video. I have the Dr. Marie Russell Cross. You voted, towel shall thus deliver. You don't understand. I am excited. Oh, thank you. Oh, hello. Good morning for all the Eagles, except for David Yannetti, because David Yannetti is a towel. Not a towel, but he is an Eagle. God bless you, Harvard Yard. Fly, fly, Eagles, fly. Oh, yay, ladies and gentlemen. Also, I heard a rumor that it's very possible we may have a special towel interview today. I don't know where it's going to be from. I don't know who it's going to be with, but I heard we might have a special towel interview. I know that is incredibly vague, but towel interviews are amazing. You don't understand. We love Harvard Yard, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. The horses go down the park. We go down Harvard Yard. Got to go down the Cape. You know what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? That's what it's like to be from Boston. You got to go down Harvard Yard if you want to drive through that part of Cambridge in order to get to Storrow Drive, to get to 93, to get to Route 3, to get to the Cape. You could also technically continue going 93 south until it turns into 93 north, and then take 24 south, or continue going up and take 95. Personally, I would recommend, depending on the time of day, unless it's between like 8:30, if it's between 8:30 and 11:30 a.m. or 12 p.m. Or noon, I would not take 93 south to get to Route 3. However, especially on Friday or Saturday going to the Cape. However, if it's between like 12 and 2:30 p.m. or between like 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. the next morning, you should take 93 south to Route 3 to get to the Cape. If, however, it is during one of those hours, then it is more economically efficient with your time, not your gas, but your time, to drive Mass Pike West, get to 95, take 95 south, and then take 95 south to 24, and take 24 to 295, and then take that to the Bourne, and then be at Cape Cod. All right, are we all on the same page about how you get to Cape Cod if you want to avoid traffic? I don't exactly remember why we were talking about that. I have no idea what anything that has to do with anything related to Dr. Marie Russell's Cross. But if you've ever wondered to yourself, how should I navigate from Boston to Cape Cod, depending on the time of day and the day of the week and the traffic conditions, without looking at a Google map, I've laid it out for you. I hope Judge Cannoni is pleased. I bet she was taking notes on that if she was listening. Judge Cannoni likes going to the Cape, apparently, and navigating Boston traffic is very difficult. It's just a complex multi-factor equation where you have to take into consideration construction, which is always moving around, potential car crashes, the fact that 93 South has very specific traffic patterns based on the time of day, and then the way 90 East can be more economically efficient with your time to get certain places south of Boston than driving 93 South. This makes no sense. Our system is not very well designed. I want to redesign the highways. Someone give me some kind of grant. It will be a hilarious pun, and then I'll redesign the highway system. I understand the primary purpose is troop movement, and the highways have to be elevated 2 or 3 feet above the ground so that the tanks don't crush the road. I got it. Just let me loose. Give me a few months. I'll figure it out. Anyway, let's watch Dr. Marie Russell's Cross. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'm having quite a day. Who unleashed me on the world? I'm not really sure why I was unleashed on the world, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, I would just like to say that it is an abomination that Karen Reed, in my opinion, tried to, because John O'Keefe and her relationship was ending and Karen was losing control, Karen Reed tried to torment John emotionally and start an affair with one of his friends named Brian Higgins. And when Brian Higgins realized Karen was just trying to hurt John and that Karen had lied to Higgins to induce him into the affair about John cheating on Karen when John had really hugged a friend in Aruba on 12/31/2021, Karen did something disgraceful. Karen exposed Brian Higgins, who was an undercover ATF agent. She disgraced and undermined, in my opinion, American national security. She undermined a number of classified operations that were ongoing. She compromised sources. She put people's lives at risk. She forced people to be moved around internally within the DOJ. God help Karen Reed. You don't do that. Come on. You want a PR campaign about some of the witnesses. It's wrong. It's terrible. It was disgusting. But you compromise national security by exposing Brian Higgins as an undercover ATF agent. I have one thing to say to you, Karen. You're a terrible person. You are not a towel. You may not be a communist, but that action is so far afield from protecting the sanctity of this republic that it basically makes you a communist. Not saying that you're a communist, but that kind of action, you may as well go join the Chinese Communist Party. get out of America. I don't want you here. If you're going to do that, Karen, I'm sorry to be so harsh. We need to deport Karen Reed. Okay? I've thought about it. I've come to a decision. We need to start a movement. I don't know exactly how you go about doing this. We need to deport Karen Reed. We're focusing our efforts in the wrong places. We need to all just come together and unify. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a single solitary principle that all Americans, all people of the world, except for where we're going to send Karen Reed, I'm sorry we have to do this to you. We'll pick a country where there's mostly penguins. No, I don't want to do that to the penguins. We'll pick a country where there's mostly turtles. Karen will feel right at home. Okay, so I think that's going to be the Galapagos Islands. So, listen, we are deporting Karen to the Galapagos Islands with turtles. She's going to go live there alone. We'll send her with 20 years worth of prepared MRE rations, and we'll say, good luck, Karen. This is like when Napoleon got sent to Corsica. We're sending you to the Galapagos Island, and you can't come back. Deport Karen Reed to the Galapagos Island. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. I must write a poll here. I don't even know how to spell Galapagos Island. Well, I think I know about this from the show Rocco's Modern Life. Yes, I'm in quite a mood today, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on, I must run this towel poll. Should we, the United States of America, deport Karen Reed to the Galapagos Islands? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of our absolutely most important polls. I don't know how to spell Galapagos. It turns out there's only one L, and I did not spell it right at all. Yes, 100% send the turtles to. Okay, this option needs to be very good. The second option, I need to make it. What is something that everyone likes? What can I make people admit to disliking? No, I hate. What do you hate? No, I hate. We've done puppies. We've done koalas. We've penguins. People could potentially hate penguins. They are a little messy. Dolphins. No, no, I hate dolphins. No one hates dolphins. Dolphins are adorable. They swim around and they're friendly. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to make a motion on the floor to deport Karen Reed to the Galapagos Islands. I have formally submitted the motion to the towel chat. You don't understand. Yes, but I've decided there are islands, so we're sending Karen Reed to the Galapagos Island. Listen, there's the reason why. Yep, I figured that out. Thank you for it is one L. I appreciate that, super towel friend Benny. Listen to this though. I am utterly baffled, ladies and gentlemen, that some people don't want to send Karen Reed to the Galapagos Island, which might not actually be a chain of islands, but if there's any islands around it, we're going to call it that. All right. I'm having a good time. Everybody's having a good time. Let's do this cross. Yes, I know we're not putting I agree. Yes, H-Towel, Sheffield Flannel, if you can find me somewhere. What? No, who hates dolphins? Oh, no. Listen, H-Towel, if you can find me somewhere that is only inhabited by slugs and some kind of ecosystem related to slugs, then yes, we can send Karen Reed there. I am not opposed to that. If anyone objects, by the way, you hate dolphins, and apparently Deaf Otter doesn't like dolphins. I don't know what happened. I'm a little bit scared to ask. It sounds like it may have involved some kind of dolphin-based catastrophe in Deaf Otter's life. I don't want to pry too much. I just want to let you know that might have just been a rogue dolphin. Let's just come up with a nickname for that dolphin, and let's say it's like Brian Tully dolphin. Okay, so you can have rogue dolphins. That doesn't mean the whole institution is bad, ladies and gentlemen. You can have one or two rogue dolphins, and that doesn't mean you have to hate all dolphins. Dolphins just swim around in the ocean trying to protect their fellow sea creatures. It's a very noble existence to be a dolphin, and they're very smart. So yes, I understand. I understand, Deaf Otter. You are very concerned about exposing the animals on the Galapagos Island, which might not actually be islands. It might be one island. You are concerned about exposing them to the Karen Reed. Listen, I have thought about this extensively. We will create special protective Galapagos Island animal bunkers so they can hide from the Karen Reed while she is marauding around because she can't find any Tito's. Now, second of all. I also have thought about this extensively, and I think just like when Napoleon went to Corsica, this is the way that we can finally get through to Karen Reed. She has a bit of a Karen Reed complex, so if you just send her to an island, ladies and gentlemen, there will be no problems. Now, also, to get back to the rogue dolphins, I understand some of you have had bad experiences with dolphins. Listen, I'm behind you 100%. If you've had a bad experience with a dolphin or people who protect that dolphin or moles working for people who protect the dolphins, I'm on your side, all right? I know who the moles are. I know the kind of people that become bad apple dolphins and then weaponize moles to feed information back to their dolphin headquarters. Now, you might be saying to yourself, sir, I am pretty sure dolphins do not have headquarters. They live in pods and they swim around. Nope. They have dolphin headquarters. That's why they are telepathic. They coordinate operations in the form of rudimentary intelligence community tactics in the as to state level criminal trials, and they run moles to feed information back to their dolphin headquarters. And there are some bad dolphin apples, but overall dolphins are okay. Does everyone understand what we are talking about? I think, yes, and there are some alpha dolphins, there are some independent dolphins, there are some institutional dolphins, there are some money-interested dolphins. Ladies and gentlemen, the insight of this story is that one bad dolphin doesn't ruin the whole bunch or the whole pod. If you take anything from this soliloquy, let it be that there are some bad dolphins out there, but we still have faith in the ability of dolphins and towels and humans to be redeemed, despite the fact that sometimes they act as moles in a very nefarious way because they don't care about the people involved, but look at this as some kind of operation where humans are pieces on a chessboard. And if you're the kind of person who's been doing that, maybe you should take a very long, hard look in an introspective manner into your soul as to whether you've ever been put into someone's life as a way to extract information from them rather than actually caring about them. And I hope that when you either lay your head to sleep at night or, God forbid, when you meet your maker, one of the questions that will be asked to you from within your soul or from without is, why would you ever have looked at a precious human life as a source of information and a proxy by which to fight some larger war? It's disgraceful. It's disgraceful. And I'm not talking to most of you, but it's disgraceful. Have some compassion. Have some integrity. Do what's right. You know who you are. We're going to watch this cross now, because if I continue on this line, you are absolutely not going to like where I go next. So you're welcome that we're going to go back to this cross. Hello, Alana Towell. Hello, my dear friend. This analysis of dolphins needs to be in every science textbook. Karen can discover new species with Darwin. There is also a desolation island and a disappointment island. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so we can do another towel poll. I think we'll have the choice between the Galapagos Islands, Desolation Island, Disappointment Island, or Corsica. I feel a little bit bad for the Corsicans, but you know what? You chose to live on the island where Napoleon got exiled. I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what to tell you. That's just how it is, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so yeah, anyway, let's watch Dr. Marie Russell's cross, because otherwise I'm just going to become an incredulous towel. Hello, Lisa Towel. It is so good to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, look at all the towel friends here. It is Alana Towel. We have so many wonderful friends. I am saying hello to Alana Towel and her wonderful service dog. I am saying hello to Dewdrops, the super towelette, and Kiki and Riri. Did you know, Kiki and Riri, your super towel mom is a super towel mom? Have you gone over and given her a doggy hug today? I think you should do that. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I think I am communicating with dogs now. We've lost the plot. That's what 45 days of trial coverage will do. Save the animals from Karen. Yes, we must send Karen to an animal. If we deport Karen, she must go to a place with no animals, maybe turtles, so she can't hurt the animals. We will not expose animals to Karen in her natural habitat. All right, let's go. Hold on one second.
Standalone desktop tab. Wall Street.
We're just waiting for Hank. Hold on. I think this is when Hank's cross starts. In fact, I'm pretty sure I know it is.
Friends are.
Hi, Elizabeth Little.
Hank. You can take it away, Hank.
Oh, by the way, I just want to reiterate. I know we don't. Hold on one second. I know we don't all necessarily like Elizabeth Little, but can we please not insult or mock Elizabeth Little, like, based on her hairstyle? Like, she authentically, I think, likes skateboarding. She's very, like, West Coast skater chic. So, I don't know. Please, saw some people, like, relentlessly mocking her hair for days on end. Why would you do that? I'm not talking to any of you, but, like, why would you do that? She literally barely was involved in this trial. She looks like she's just along for the ride to help Alan. I'm sure she, like, did participate in some of the insidious stuff. But her hair, like, come on. Like, I'm not talking to any of you, but, like, it's a skater style. She's a skater chick. Rock on, Elizabeth Little. You can be a towel. Take it away, Hank.
May I?
Yes, please.
Dr. Russell, I read to you the measurements that were in Dr. Scorti-Bello's report. Are you aware that she testified that these superficial abrasions did not have any depth or any puncture?
I don't recall that.
Well, would you agree if Dr. Scorti-Bello testified in this court that those superficial abrasions did not have any puncture or depth? Would you agree with that assessment?
Objection, Your Honor.
In that form, it's sustained.
Would you agree that the superficial abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm had no punctures?
I agree.
Would you agree that the abrasions, the superficial abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm had no depth?
No measurable depth, yes.
Between the last time you testified and then you testified here today, have you spoken to the attorneys at all regarding the issue of punctures?
No.
Because you are agreeing today that those superficial abrasions did not have any punctures, right?
They don't appear to have any punctures.
But you, in the past, have testified very, very differently than that, haven't you?
No.
Now, we've spoken many times. I'm going to go through many of those examples later, but we'll do that a little bit later, Dr. Russell. Over the course of your many testimonies under oath, would it be fair to say that you have changed your opinions about the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm many times?
I don't believe that's fair to say.
In the past, when you were describing Mr. O'Keefe's superficial abrasions on his arm, did you give varying and different opinions about the cause of each individual wound, area of wound?
I don't believe so.
When you first gave opinions, that was before the last proceeding. You came in and you were questioned before you testified in that initial proceeding, right? I'm trying to be as specific as I can. You testified last year?
Yes.
And please.
There was a hearing and then there was a proceeding.
Okay. That prior hearing, can we call the first event the prior hearing and the next one the prior proceeding?
I'm confused.
I don't want to confuse you. I'm just trying to follow the rules. You testified twice last year, didn't you?
3 times.
3 times. Okay. The first time you testified was just before the judge?
Yes.
Okay. When you first testified before the judge, do you remember that you had uncertainty about how each and every one of those wounds was caused?
I don't remember that.
And do you remember when you then testified a couple days later at the proceeding that some of your opinions changed from the first time you testified?
I don't believe that.
And then when you later met me and we had a chance to talk over the last 2 events, December and January, would it be fair to say that your opinions regarding the individual areas of wound changed?
I don't believe so.
Okay. at some point before or during our conversations in December and January, you wrote a report, didn't you?
Yes.
When you wrote that report, you hadn't written a report before the first time you came in and testified, had you?
That's correct.
And it was between those hearings in December and in January where you wrote your first report.
Sounds correct.
You dated that report December 9th, 2024. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
When you wrote that report, you did not write that report alone, did you?
I did.
You had some help, didn't you?
Not in the content of the report.
Well, you sent the report back a number of times for review and revisions, didn't you?
In terms of organization.
And some of the language in this report is really not your language. It's the language of somebody who helped you write some of this, isn't it?
You know, if somebody helped me write it, it would have been much better written than that.
Didn't you agree that you had some assistance with the report? Haven't you testified to that before?
And no, and in terms of organization, there was some comments, though, this sentence belongs, you know, with this paragraph or the, you know, whatever. But in terms of content, that was my work.
Well, it was your report, correct?
It's my report.
And when you write a report, it's your words, not somebody else's. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
But nevertheless, you had somebody assisting you. True?
In terms of organization, yes.
Who was helping you with the report?
It was somebody from the law office.
Well, it was this gentleman right here, Attorney Alisi, who just asked you questions. He helped
No,
you, didn't he?
actually it wasn't.
Oh, was it from his law firm that somebody helped you?
I believe so, but it was in terms of organization.
Do you remember who was helping you with your report?
I don't remember her name.
Would you agree that after that report was written, many of your opinions changed?
No.
In your report, you provide your background. Yes?
Yes.
And you've been licensed to practice medicine since 1988
Yes.
as a physician?
Yes.
And you've been licensed to practice medicine as a surgeon?
It's called, in California, it's called physician and surgeon license.
Do you have a physician and surgeon's license?
I do.
Okay. Have you ever practiced as a surgeon?
Well, in the emergency department, we do surgery. We have to do some surgery sometimes. We have to open up people's chests and, you know, and compress the heart sometimes when they have gunshot wounds to the chest. I've had to put chest tubes in. I've had to debride dog bite wounds and other wounds. So yes, there is a component of surgery.
If you do stitches, that's considered surgery, isn't it?
Maybe.
Well, medically speaking, stitches is surgery.
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay. Do you have a surgeon's license?
I have a physician and surgeon's license in California.
Now, when you first looked at this case and testified, do you remember when you were looking at Mr. O'Keefe's superficial wounds, you said that you thought they appeared to be consistent with an animal attack?
I do remember that.
And when you were describing animal attack, you were a lot less specific than you were today, weren't you?
Yes.
You were less sure about your opinion when you first testified about this case than you provided to this jury today.
I was certain that it was a dog attack. However, as I mentioned before to you, in medicine, we're taught never, nothing is 100%, and therefore never say, anything's 100%. So that's why I gave that generalization. However, I have reviewed the case. I personally was certain that those were dog marks. Now, I have reviewed this case over and over and over again. Plus, I've read additional articles more than once, and which substantiate again my findings. So my degree of certainty perhaps increased.
So when you first testified in this case back in June of 2022, are you agreeing that your testimony was less certain than today?
believe that it was a dog attack at that time.
When you testified, you didn't say dog attack, you said animal attack at the beginning, didn't you?
Yes.
And when you were asked about the cause, you said that it could be bite or scratch wounds.
Correct.
So back in June, when you were looking at individual wounds, you, at that time anyways, were unable to differentiate between bite and scratch wounds.
They are very similar.
I understand, but today you seem pretty unequivocal. So I want to go back to the beginning and see the evolution. I'm asking a question.
All right. So the argumentative part is out. Ask the question, Mr. Booth.
I want to go back to identify the evolution of your opinions. So let's start at the beginning.
So, question, please.
At the beginning, before your opinion evolved, you started with an opinion that this could have been either bite or scratch wounds, right?
Yes.
And if there was actually a methodology where you could identify superficial abrasions and make a determination whether it was from an animal or a dog, there would be something definitive, specific, where you could identify a scratch from a bite wound, wouldn't there be?
Not unless there was a piece of tooth in the wound or a piece of nail. There would otherwise not be any specificity.
You talked about patterns when you first testified back in June of last year.
Mm-hmm.
And when you talked about the patterns, again, you had some uncertainty whether those patterns were caused by nails, claws, or could have been caused by teeth. Isn't that fair to say originally that was your position?
There is some overlap in terms of the appearances. They can appear very similar, and they can be arranged very similar in terms of parallel lines.
In fact, when you first testified, you weren't consistently even saying that it was a dog, or as you say today, dog attack. You were saying, in your opinion, that they were the result of animal bites or scratches. That was what you originally opined, isn't it?
We just went through that, yes.
And at some point, you said that it might most likely be a large dog. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach with regard to this line of questioning?
So why don't we break for today?
So we end up breaking here. So hold
We're not
on.
going to finish this
Hold
today.
on, little towels, that we don't have to wait 8 hours for this to continue. We're going to be able to see it right away. Let me just bring up the next day for you. I think someone's talking about the Benny Blanco, the music artist, by the way, from New York. I like Benny Blanco's music. Did you ever wonder, though, just as an aside here, have you ever looked very much into the domestic American hip-hop scene, in particular, like the set-affiliated hip-hop scenes that have emerged over recent years? You can tell a lot, ladies and gentlemen, about like the way the government thinks of hip-hop based on who gets taken out and who's around when they get taken out. I have this very, very serious belief that a lot of these hitters like Julio Fulio, King Von, and others, what's really going on is that the American hip-hop arena is infiltrated by the feds. And I'm not going to say specific names. There's definitely a specific producer in the orbit of those two last people that I was talking about, and like in the orbit of Quando Rondo that were 100% related to the feds. But also, I think that the feds have a lot of plants in the domestic American hip-hop arena, and I don't think anyone really realizes it. Like, the music game is like a government thing, and especially the hip-hop game. And you, like, a lot of these people seem to like get away with like doing a lot of bad stuff. It's not that. It's just that they're deep cover operatives, and you can, like, except for someone like Fulio or like King Von, like they were getting like they had a lot of bodies. It was a little bit overwhelming, and eventually like they didn't like arrest them. I think the feds like permitted them to be taken out, or maybe even took them out themselves. But the whole hip hop scene, fascinating, and I'm not going to go into like the Buffalo connection, but like if you really track down what's going on in hip hop, and then look at how the government infiltrates American hip-hop, there's some stuff there. Like, I'm not going further than that, but it's all public. You can tie together a lot of knots, especially like that no jumper guy. There is something very interesting going on. We're going to see the manifestation of it. I think they're going to do like mass raids eventually. But P. Diddy is just scratching the surface. He was definitely one of their like high level operatives, and they burned him just like Epstein and just Ghislaine Maxwell. But mark my words, like just thinking about this whole Benny Blanco thing, not the person in the chat, but the music artist. American hip-hop, there's a story there next 10, 20 years. It's going to come out in my towel bones. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, now we need to go to the very next day. So we watched, I think, what...
Russell, and that will be our recap. Oh, ladies and gentlemen,
sorry about that. So we got to go to day 27 to finish Dr. Russell's Cross. Sorry for my divergence on to American hip-hop. I was thinking about it as you were all talking in the chat, and I said to myself, that's very interesting. I would like to do an explication on this. You don't understand if you start talking about something in the chat. If you start talking about something in the chat, I just have lots of things to say sometimes. And take a look. I mean, listen, I'm not the only one who's onto this, and nor do I intend to be involved with this at all. In fact, I loathe the very notion of it, being involved in like covering that stuff for a number of reasons. But it's very interesting, and there are people who do cover it, and if you really dig deep, you'll find that there's more to that whole sort of apparatus than it seems. All right, let's watch the conclusion of the cross.
Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or should have. Dr. Russell in the back there. Mr. Brennan, you can set up if you want to.
You're still under oath. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Russell.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan.
I had asked you yesterday if your opinions regarding the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm changed between when you testified last year and then the more recent hearings that we've had over the past 4 or 5 months. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And when I asked you that question, I asked if you had help with your report, and you told us that there was a woman who helped you with your report.
I told you that there was someone who helped me or made suggestions in organizing the report, having certain sentences placed in certain categories.
When I asked you about the identity, the person who actually helped you, I asked you if it was one of the attorneys, and you had said no.
That is correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Thank you. You had testified in December 22nd, 2024 in this case?
I believe it was that date, yes.
And when you testified back in December of 2024, do you remember I asked you who it was that had assisted you with your report?
I don't remember that specifically.
Well, I'm going to show you a page from the testimony. This is from the hearing. and I asked you, line 21, page 207, did anybody help you write this report? And what did you say?
I wrote the report.
If you could finish, please.
I had some help with some minor edits, rearranging, some paragraphs or whatsoever, but putting things in the right category.
Then I said, okay. And you answered?
No, I wrote the report.
And then finally I asked, who helped you with your report? What did you tell us?
I said, Mr. Alessi.
And Mr. Alessi, is that gentleman the attorney who asked questions on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay. And so, did Mr. Alessi help you with your report?
What I recall is we discussed the report, but I recall that it was someone else that actually helped me rearrange the report. That's my memory right now.
Is your memory different now than it was last December?
Well, I don't think so, but, you have something in writing.
Do you think you would have testified to that if it was inaccurate?
Mr. Alessi did not help write the report. He may have helped organize and make a suggestion about what is training versus what is experience, but he did not help me write the report.
Did you have any help trying to describe methodology?
No.
You had any help talking about differential diagnosis?
No, I'm very familiar with differential diagnosis.
And so, after that report was written, is there any reason why some of your opinions have changed?
I don't believe my opinions have changed.
When you testified at the hearing last year, June 21st, 2024, did you express that you couldn't say with 100% certainty what type of animal, in your opinion, caused those wounds?
100% certainty? That is absolutely correct. And I'd like to see that, but yes, that's my recollection.
If it's your recollection, I'm happy to show you what
yes,
you
please.
testified to. You want to see it again?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, between last night and today, did you get any advice from anybody suggesting you should ask for a transcript when I ask you a question? Did that advice come your way?
That's my general advice from previous times.
Well, did you have any advice last night about that?
Yes.
Who told you last night that you should always ask for a transcript when I'm asking you questions?
Well, I think it was just Mr. Alessi.
So did you and Mr. Alessi, you know there's a sequestration order, don't you?
Yes.
A sequestration order that you're not supposed to discuss the case at all with anybody?
Well, we didn't discuss specifics.
Do you know that the sequestration order mandates that you not discuss anything about the case from when you start your testimony until you end your testimony? You know that, right?
I understand that there is a sequestration order.
Do you understand the sequestration order mandates that you're not supposed to speak to people, including the attorneys, about this case overnight? Did you understand that?
There were no specifics discussed.
Well, did you understand that you weren't supposed to, is what I'm asking? Did you know that's a violation of the sequestration order
I did not.
to speak to the attorneys overnight?
I did not know that that particular conversation would be a violation.
So, did you meet with Attorney Alessi last night?
No.
How was it that you had a conversation with him?
Actually, it might have been in the vehicle.
You drove together?
Yes.
So, did you commute to and from court together with Attorney Alessi?
There's a driver.
Okay. Who else is in the car when you left court yesterday?
The driver. No, I wasn't with him yesterday, no. Not in the car yesterday, no.
Well, you just said that you spoke to Attorney Alessi yesterday. And I'm trying to figure out, when was it that you were having conversations with Mr. Alessi relative to the sequestration order that you're under?
This morning, riding to court.
Okay, so you and Attorney Alessi drove to court?
With the limo driver, yes.
Well, who was in the limo with you and Attorney Leslie on the way to court today?
That was just us.
Just you two?
Yeah.
What else did you both talk about other than that you should ask for a transcript every time I ask you a question?
That's what we talked about specific to this case.
Was it a long conversation?
No, not at all.
The entire ride here, there must be more you spoke about other than just a sequestration order.
We did. We spoke about Boston, how I love Boston area. We spoke about New York. We spoke about other things. And in fact, I have to say that even on the ride back to the hotel yesterday, with others in the car, nobody spoke about the case.
But I'm talking about this morning when you did speak about the case. What else? Not about the Red Sox or the weather. What else did you talk to Attorney Alessi about this morning other than you should ask for a transcript every time I ask you a question?
We talked about what I did last night.
About this case?
No.
I'm sorry, but I'm asking about this case.
That was it.
I want to know what all the discussions were between you and this attorney today or last night about this case.
Just that I should ask for a transcript.
Well, there must have been some there must have been some context. He didn't just turn to you talking about the weather and say, hey, you should ask for a transcript. You must have been talking about something.
He also generally, not today, but generally says, be honest. Always be honest.
Fantastic. But this morning about your testimony, what did he tell you? Did he tell you this morning you should be honest?
Not this morning.
Okay. Does anybody need to remind you to be honest when you testify?
No.
Okay. What else did he talk? How did it come up? Hey, by the way, ask for transcripts.
I don't even know how it came up. I didn't put much significance to it.
Well, it was just moments ago it happened because you just got to court. You can't remember the context of the sage advice of Attorney Alessi?
No.
You have any memory issues?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
Transcript. Since you've asked for the transcript, I have it for you. Dr. Russell, this is June 21st, 2024. I had asked you whether you expressed that you couldn't say with 100% certainty. You agreed with my answer, so there's no need to try to refresh your memory, but I'm going to show it to you because you asked. Take a look at line 16. Is that now consistent with the questions I asked you and the answer that you gave, that you were less than 100%, you couldn't be 100% certain?
That looks consistent.
Okay. You want more time with the transcript?
No.
Has anybody else talked to you about your testimony today overnight, Dr. Russell?
No.
When you testified last year, same transcript that we just looked at, do you remember when you gave your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you said that you thought the wounds were from an animal, possibly a large dog?
On that same date?
Yes.
May I see the transcript?
Of course. Pursuant to Attorney Alessi's advice, let me approach.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to strike that, disregard that, Jonas.
May I approach?
Yes. What page you want us to?
23. June 21st, 2024, Doctor?
June 20th.
Page 23, line 14. Will you ask the question based on everything we've discussed today? Is it your opinion based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog? What did you say?
I said yes.
Thank you. Have that back.
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. When you gave your opinion, not this year, last year, you agreed when you were assessing the wound, you used the word or adopted the word possibly, didn't you?
Explain the context of it,
Sure.
that sentence?
Sure. Go right ahead.
No, you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Please rephrase the question.
When you were asked about your opinion last year, not this year, last year, about whether to a reasonable degree of medical certainty the injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog, you agreed with that characterization. A large animal, possibly a dog, didn't you?
Yes, an animal, possibly a large dog, last year, yes.
When you were on direct examination, there were tons of questions about this word methodology. Do you remember all those questions you were asked?
In June?
Yesterday.
Yesterday, okay, yes.
Yes. And when you were asked about methodology, was that an attempt to try to explain that you weren't just looking at an abrasion and guessing or eyeballing it? You were trying to suggest there was some type of scientific or medical process to give some type of certainty to your opinion?
That is the process I used.
When you talked about methodology yesterday, you talked about your experience in methodology with knife wounds and gunshot wounds, correct?
Yes.
But there was no methodology whatsoever regarding looking at a photograph and then identifying whether that is consistent with dog bites, is there?
I disagree.
When you described methodology, you were asked by Attorney Alessi whether or not you've engaged in that methodology regarding dog bites. Did you agree that there is really no methodology regarding dog bites?
I disagree.
When you use the word methodology regarding dog bites, there isn't something specific you're looking at as if you were looking at a fingerprint. There are points of comparison. You don't do that, do you?
There are no specific points that are published by a organization, for instance, on how to determine something is a dog bite. However, I did use different methodologies, including what we talked about, the differential diagnosis, the pattern recognition. Pattern recognition, again, is so important in medicine. It's what pathologists use to diagnose tumors.
There is no standard. There is no recognized standard anywhere for methodology on how to identify a dog bite wound, is there?
There is no published standard from an organization that I am aware of.
So there is no source, there is no recognized community, there's no certification, there is no recognized method in identifying a superficial abrasion as a dog bite. Isn't that fair to say?
As in many conditions in the medical field, there are no certifications.
How about published standards? Is there any published standards whatsoever, any, regarding claims that a superficial abrasion is a dog bite? Are there any published standards by any organization?
No, but there would have to be thousands of published standards to identify the causes of the thousands of different types of abrasions. So no, there's no published standards.
No published standards. There is nowhere you can point to where the so-called methodology that you were telling the jury yesterday is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community. You can't point to anywhere, can you?
There are peer-review articles which list recommendations on how to determine something is from some wounds are from a dog. These are peer-review articles written by esteemed physicians that have analyzed dog bites and have published these and have published an approach to identifying, particularly a forensic approach to identifying dog bites.
Let me ask you the question again, Dr. Russell. Can you point to one place where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites? One article, one journal, one book. Can you point to any?
Well, I'm going to mention the articles I mentioned earlier. The article with the lead author of Dr. Demunick and the article with the lead author of Dr. Pollack. And although they're not standards, they are recommendations.
I'm going to ask you the question one more time before I approach. Can you point to one place, where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites?
No.
And so with no readily accepted standards in the dog bite community, no defined methodology, when you look at a photo like you do of John O'Keefe's arm, you're just eyeballing it based on your personal experience with dog bites, rather than relying on some type of scientific foundation that has been published and accepted in the community.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Isn't that fair to say, Dr. Russell?
No, absolutely not. There are many, many conditions in medicine where there are no standards developed, and yet doctors make, and nurse practitioners and the like, make diagnoses all the time on these various medical conditions, and more importantly, they treat them because they require treatment. There are not published standards on every single of the 10,000 or more medical conditions that exist, including dog bites.
I'm not talking about a stuffy nose or a broken leg. We're talking about dog bites here. So let's focus on dog bites, if you would. If you can indulge me, doctor. Regarding dog bites, since there is no standard practice, there is no accepted methodology, and since there is no accepted and approved guidelines, you are essentially simply looking at a picture, a photograph, and just using your past experience with treating dog bites as the basis for your opinion. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't think so. I'm using my past experience, my strong interest in dog bites over 30 years, and the methodology and the articles that I read. The numerous articles I read, but the articles that have recommendations. I'm using all of that combined to come up with a methodology for determining that those are the result of a dog.
When you say coming up with a methodology, are you saying that you're creating your own methodology, that you're the person who has the standard and nobody else? Is that your position, Dr. Russell?
No, the phrasing was not good there. I use standard methodology of pattern recognition and differential diagnosis.
There is no standard in the medical community relative to differential diagnosis and pattern recognition as it relates to dog bites, not other areas of medicine. Dog bites. There is no accepted methodology, is there?
That's true.
You mentioned that you have this strong interest in dog bites. Let me borrow a phrase. Do you think you had any confirmation bias when you got into this case?
I don't think so.
Well, you definitely wanted to be in this case. You weren't sought out. You sought the case.
That is incorrect.
And you said you had a strong interest in dogs, and that is one of the reasons you wanted to get involved in this case. Isn't that fair to say?
No, that's actually an unfair statement. I did not want to get involved. I wanted to offer my my knowledge and experience to help clarify issues. I did not want to become an expert witness in this case. And I used, again, as I do on just about every medical condition that I look at and every wound that I look at, I do a differential diagnosis. What else could this be? What else could have caused these scratches and abrasions and wounds? What else before I come to my conclusion?
On your ride over here today, were you instructed that when I ask a question, rather than answer it, give a long explanation about something else?
No.
I would like to put up an exhibit of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, and I want to ask you some questions about it. You and I have had many conversations about Mr. O'Keefe's superficial scratches before, haven't we?
Yes.
And would you agree, looking at these, they are superficial abrasions? Do you agree with that characterization?
Yes.
When we last spoke, just for background, to remind ourselves, we broke these into separate parts so we could discuss them by number, just for the sense of clarity. And we discussed this as wound number 1. Do you remember that?
Grouping number 1, yes.
Number 2?
Yes.
Number 3?
Yes.
4?
Yes.
5?
Which did you
sorry,
call
this
4?
one.
4,
5.
5, 6, maybe.
Okay, so as we go through, I'm going to identify them by number. That wasn't done by anybody else. It was just during our discussion so we can have clarity. Is that
Okay.
fair?
Sustained.
Is it fair if I refer to this as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
I think so.
Okay. When you testified on June 18th of 2024, last year, when you came in, you were asked questions before the actual hearing. You were asked questions about this particular superficial abrasion, weren't you?
I'd have to see the transcript. I believe so, but I'd have to see the transcript.
Do you remember when you were first giving opinion testimony about this specific abrasion, wound number 1? Do you remember you saying that you thought it was either teeth or nails?
I'd have to see the transcript again.
I will give you the transcript, and as I'm doing that, let me ask you, do you remember your testimony about what you actually said?
So, do you remember your testimony?
For each specific day, no. I remember generally, but not for each specific day.
If you
I've
have
been
an
here many
opinion,
times.
I'm going to bring your transcript up to remind you, but if you have an opinion, it shouldn't change, right? It should always be the same?
Generally, yes.
Okay. So let me ask you before we talk about what you said at the beginning. What is this from? Teeth or nails?
It could be either, but I think that's from teeth.
So when you say they could be either, if you have a methodology and you have a certain standard where you can identify something based on a standard, there wouldn't be so much uncertainty, would there? You'd be able to look at this, consider the methodology, and either come to an opinion whether it was teeth, nails, or something totally different, right?
You know, Mr. Brennan, perhaps I didn't explain earlier, but the nail of a dog tends to be cone-shaped, conical in shape. And very similar to the nails that the canine teeth of dogs. So the shape and the fact that they come to a point makes some wounds
Hold on, ladies and
indistinguishable.
gentlemen. Hold on.
Are you
Towel
saying
here.
that nails of a dog
Towel here.
are so similar?
Stay
to
here for a second, ladies and gentlemen.
You can't tell the difference between them when you're looking at a wound?
I'm saying
All right, take a look at this, little towels. We have some arrivals at court. The reason I know this is I started hearing the birds chirping. Who do we got, ladies and gentlemen? We got a live look outside court. My name is Grant Smidelis. I am a towel. Take a look, ladies and gentlemen. Live look outside the courthouse. We're monitoring. We're about to start jury deliberations in just over 13 minutes in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed. Oh, no, it's the fan. Oh, no, ladies and gentlemen. Just as Towel thought we were going to see people arriving outside the court, it was the fan. All right, more of Dr. Marie Russell's Cross, please.
sometimes it's difficult because they can have similar appearing wounds. So you have to look at the overall pattern in order to make some conclusions.
Well, when you first started testifying in this case, you never suggested you had to look at everything in totality. You were giving opinions regarding individual wounds. Isn't that fair to say?
No.
It wasn't until I began asking you questions and you had inconsistent answers that you've now changed from, rather than identifying individual wounds, now you're saying I can't identify individual wounds, but I can tell you in totality.
I disagree with that. I believe that the very first time I testified, I mentioned that the overall pattern was important.
When you first testified, so today, before we get to your testimony, you're saying this could be either teeth or nails, but you think it's probably teeth.
Correct.
How probable? Do you think it's certainly teeth, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty? You're not sure? What is the value of your certainty or lack of certainty about what caused this wound?
Reasonable degree of medical certainty.
What is a reasonable degree of medical certainty? That what?
That those are caused by teeth.
Teeth. Okay. When you first testified, your position was it could have been teeth or nails. That is different than saying, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, teeth, isn't it?
No, there is a small possibility that they could be caused by nails.
When you first testified, you didn't qualify it as a small possibility, did you?
I perhaps wasn't asked.
Well, you answered. Do you remember when you were asked about it and you answered? You talked about that it was a pattern close to the shoulder with parallel marks. Do you remember?
Do I remember what?
Saying that this is a pattern close to the shoulder, right? That they're superficial. You agree with that still?
Yes.
And did you say they were consistent with teeth and nail marks?
Yes.
Okay. Nails on a dog, oftentimes or most times, are horseshoe-shaped, aren't they?
They're generally conical shape.
You don't think that nails on a dog in your studies have a horseshoe shape?
I think it depends on the grooming of the dog and if the nails were cut recently. But in general, they come to a point. They're at the, at the end of the paw. They come to a point. And by the way, the paws can open and close. So the distance between the nails can vary depending on how that claw impacts the skin. So in many ways, they resemble the overall shape of canine teeth.
And so to get back to my question here, you're saying that this could have been caused by dog nails?
It's possible.
Do you know, or do you think that the teeth in a dog are different shapes and sizes?
Oh yes, depending on the tooth, there's different shapes and sizes, absolutely.
When you testified the first time and you said that you thought it was teeth or nails, do you remember testifying a couple days later in front of a group of people and you again iterated that this could be teeth or claw marks? That was your testimony last year, teeth or claw marks, right?
You know, I'm going to object to the characterization of that prior proceeding.
So, just prior proceeding, folks, that's all that we need.
Did you testify at that prior proceeding last summer that this could have been teeth or claw marks?
I would need to see the transcript.
May I approach?
Yes.
When you first testified on June 18th, doctor, you were asked questions trying to identify what you thought that wound was. And this is your June 18, 2024 testimony. On page 37, line 7, the questions begin. And you were asked what you thought they were. You can read any part you want, but line 7 might be a starting point.
Yes, I said that which are consistent with teeth marks. They also could be possibly consistent with nail marks.
Dr. Russell, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. That was your first testimony last year, yes?
Yes.
And then did you testify a couple days later and again repeated the same opinion, teeth or nail marks?
May I see it?
I'm asking if you remember.
Yes, I remember testifying.
Do you remember after you worked on your report and submitted your report?
Yes.
After your consultations, do you remember changing that opinion regarding number one. Do you remember changing that opinion?
No.
Do you remember changing from either teeth or possibly claw marks to being very specific, claiming that it was definitely teeth marks?
No.
Are there different types of teeth in a dog?
Yes.
Okay. The pointy teeth, the big ones, those are called canines.
Correct.
And the smaller ones are incisors.
Correct.
There are 6 incisors in a healthy dog on the top and bottom between the canines.
Correct.
Okay. Did you, when you testified subsequently to the original proceedings, did you change your opinion from teeth or claw marks to specifically teeth and even more specifically canines?
Do you have a transcript?
I do, but I'm going to ask you the question. Do you remember changing your testimony from teeth or nails to being very certain that it was canines, not just teeth, canines that caused that wound?
I became more certain, yes.
You had never said that the canines caused these wounds before you filed the report, ever, did you?
I may not have, that's true.
And so after you did your report, you shifted from teeth and nails to canines. Do you remember that?
I don't think it's a shift.
No one would ever refer to a dog's nails as canines, would they?
No, I don't think so.
That would be inaccurate, wouldn't it?
Yes,
That would be a mistaken use of the word.
I believe so.
When you testified, December 2024, you didn't say nails could have caused this wound. You didn't say generally teeth. You said canines.
I believe that, and that's true, I believe that canine teeth caused that wound.
Did you have any new information about photographs that would help you change your opinion from teeth and nails to canines?
Well, I had been challenged. I had testified several times. I reviewed the case several times and challenged, and each time I reviewed the case, I became more certain that these were from canine teeth. And actually, there's other marks there, but these are from teeth.
You say more certain. You had never said canines before, ever, until that recent hearing. Isn't that true?
I said teeth.
Canines.
It doesn't matter. I said teeth. Canines are some of the teeth.
Upper or lower canines?
Upper.
And if it's upper canines, you testified previously that the point of entry would be here at the bottom and the dog would pull this way. That's what you testified to. Yes?
No, I believe you misunderstood then. The point of entry is up there. The first initial point of contact is there. And the dog pulled this way, or Mr. O'Keefe pulled his arm the opposite way.
Dr. Russell, you don't recall that you said that the bigger circles are the point of entry, the dog pulled this way, and I asked you
before the
how.
Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your presence, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
No, Karen.
This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anybody since we met yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no. So, Mr. Foreman, with that, we're going to send you back out to deliberate.
All rise for the court, please.
Jimmy?
Follow me.
Let's see if anything happens with the lawyers. We started before 9 a.m. She wants to get him going, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Karen looks devastated. She's watching the jurors walk out the door, the backs. She's nervous. She can sense her fate, ladies and gentlemen. She can sense her fate. Grant Smith Ellis here, monitoring. The towel of art. All right, let's watch.
So, I've been sending a note in at 4 o'clock, so I would like counsel here at 4 o'clock. All right, so if you just plan on being here at 4 o'clock, it would make it easier in case the jurors want to go home. So, all right, Ms. Giannetti, it wasn't until I was here that I noticed you were not in the courtroom.
They held me downstairs, Your Honor. I think the jury was being brought in, so.
Okay. No one told us otherwise either.
Understood.
All right, thank you.
All right. Let's into recess to exit quorum.
David Giannetti got held back. He wasn't allowed to go up as the jurors were going up. Oh, goodness, David Giannetti. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I think we should continue. No Karen Cam for that. That was interesting. I think we should continue watching Dr. Oh, I don't want to leave that on screen. I'm sorry about that. I think we should watch Dr. Russell's cross.
Circle, pull this way, and then I questioned, how could a dog's arc look like this if the teeth went that way?
No, I don't recall that at
Remember
all.
that conversation
No.
we had? Okay. And so,
Hold on one second. I just want to get this off the screen while I say this. Okay, so, towel friends, as you can see, the verdict clock is running. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. If you heard yesterday, Towel has been having an ongoing series of situations. I now don't have a cell phone because, although it was supposed to be next week, when my cell phone switched over, apparently my something went wrong, and the administrator of whatever didn't deal with this, so I don't have a cell phone right now. So therefore, I have to pause I'm going to play this cross for you. If we get a verdict in the next hour, don't worry. You will hear it. We'll all come back together. I will be available, but I have to go try to fix my cell phone. And so what I'd like to do is we're going to go ahead and play this cross for you while the jury continues deliberating. Don't worry if there's even a single report that the lawyers are coming back to the courtroom. Towel will then come back, and then we will watch the verdict. But I need a cell phone, and unfortunately this happened at like midnight, so I didn't know until right now, so I must go down and fix this. I cannot pay a $300 cell phone bill. I have to start a new line. I thought I had till next week. I'm sorry. I don't mean to abandon you. Just know that while you're watching Dr. Russell's cross, if there's any sidebars or anything, Towel has to go do this. I'm going to do it. We're going to make it, and I'm sorry you have to look at this image.
inevitably, when you look at this part of the wound alone, have you expressed an opinion that you're unable on its own to be able to tell whether this was caused by a dog?
Which part of the wound?
Taking any of these alone, let's start with number one. Haven't you expressed an opinion that taking this alone, you would not be able to say that was from a dog bite?
That is correct. In and of themselves, they're not that specific or characteristic. However, as a group, they are highly characteristic of a dog
So if
injury.
Mr. O'Keefe's arm only had this wound and nothing else, by virtue of what you're telling us, you would not be able to offer an opinion that this was consistent with a dog bite.
That very first wound
Yes.
up there, closest, I agree, yes.
In fact, you've testified about this very issue before. If this was the only wound on Mr. O'Keefe, number two, you would not be able to say that the injury is consistent. Dog bite.
Correct.
I'm going to go through all of these just so we're clear. Same thing with number three. You've provided opinions on this before. If you look at this wound alone, in isolation, you would not be able to say that it came from a dog bite.
Correct.
Four, pardon me. Yep. Four, same. Looking at the wound alone, you would not be able to say it came from a dog bite.
Correct.
Same for five and same for six.
Correct.
Now, when you testified before your recent testimony, you never had that qualification. When you came into court, you were saying that when you looked at these wounds individually, you were saying that you could identify it as a dog bite.
I disagree with that characterization.
Number two, what caused this wound, Dr. Russell?
Number two, I believe that was dog bite or scratch, but mostly, I believe dog bite. And because there's a punctate, little tiny pinpoint almost lesion there and there, which could represent bottom teeth.
So you're using words like could, and we're talking about a reasonable degree of medical certainty. So when you look at this wound here, you said that you are sure or not sure what caused this wound.
I'm saying that individually, that wound, that's correct. I'm not sure individually what that wound was caused by. However, again, as I mentioned earlier, the overall pattern of wounds is what I am convinced of.
I want to go through each of these wounds separately so we understand what you actually recognize with your methodology and what you don't. So looking at wound number 2, based on whatever methodology you've been using, are there any signs, indicators, objective criteria you can look at and tell us this is or is not a dog bite based on this methodology you have?
There are some characteristics that are suggestive of a dog bite or dog claw, including the fact that there are parallel lesions, and many of these, overall, by the way, parallel lesions are in the same general direction. So there are parallel lesions, and here they're associated with some punctate or point-like other abrasions right here. So they're consistent with being inflicted by a dog.
I appreciate you using some medical terms to describe this, but my question is more pointed. Is there anything about your methodology, something that stands out about these wounds, that you can say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these are consistent with a dog either biting or scratching?
These wounds all by themselves, not to a medical degree of certainty, no.
You said on this first wound, you thought this was from the canines. Those are the big upper teeth is what you're claiming, right?
Yes.
And you're saying today, anyways, starts here at the bottom and goes up. Is that your position today?
That's not what I said. I said the exact opposite.
So it starts here and comes down?
Correct.
Okay. And these 2 scratches, they're linear, just like these are linear, aren't they?
Yes.
But you have a problem with these because if these are the canines, you see the spacing there?
Uh-huh.
This is nowhere close, is it?
I didn't say that these were caused by canines. And spacing also, there's reasons why the spacing can be different.
Well, we can talk about that in a second. Are you suggesting that these not exact, these 2 linear abrasions, just like 1 and 2, are you suggesting the canines caused these?
I don't know what caused those, which teeth caused those, or which nails caused those.
When you testified last year on June 18th, you said that this was either teeth or claws. Can you give us any development of your opinions, whether or not you think that is teeth or claws?
Excuse me? No, well, I couldn't hear because of the fan.
When you testified on June 18th, you said wound number 2, the top 2 linear abrasions, you believe were either teeth or claws. You shared with us now you have improved your study and have new opinions. Do you have a clearer opinion whether this is teeth or claws?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained has to be different from Mr.
Do you have an opinion whether this is teeth or claws or not something totally different than a dog?
I believe they are teeth or claws caused.
When you testified at trial and in that hearing that they were teeth or claws, you changed that opinion as well at the most recent hearings, didn't you?
No, I'm going to object to the word that was used that's been done before.
Mr. Brennan, worded differently.
I'm sorry?
Worded differently.
Okay. Did you testify at a more recent hearing that teeth made these, not teeth or claws, but teeth?
I may have, and I would like to see that.
May I approach?
Just hold 1 second. Could you please turn the fan off? Jerry, is it okay if we turn the fan off so we can hear better? Thank you very much, Officer Dillon.
May I approach?
Yes.
From your December hearing, page 100, line 5, when you were asked about that second wound in December, and I asked whether you changed your opinion from teeth or claws to just teeth, weren't you asked specifically about that on page 100, line 5?
Yes. But may I read it?
Sure, I'll read it with you.
Okay. I said, I'm not sure on the second set. So this is the set just above the elbow.
I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these. One of them could, one set of these could be canine, one part of this, and then adjacent incisor tooth. But I'm not sure on the second set, so this is the set just above the elbow.
Yeah, I think the first part of that paragraph is talking about the first set.
Yes.
up there close to the shoulder, and then the sentence, but I'm not sure on the second set, so this is the set that's just above the elbow. I said I'm not sure.
And then, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Are you done?
Oh. Yeah, actually, I did make another comment. What is it? However, what is interesting and certain is that there's an upper set and a lower set. So this mark was an upper tooth. This is a lower tooth. What I was referring to is this mark here and that mark, and then this mark here and this mark here. So it appears that this is from upper and these are from lower. That's what I was referring to.
And so when you first described this wound as teeth or claws, at the most recent hearing, you had a certain opinion that this was teeth, didn't you?
Yes, I was leaning towards teeth. Correct.
Well, it didn't seem like you were leaning. You said these were from the upper teeth.
Yes.
You said it matter-of-factly, not with any qualification. Your claim at the last hearing is this was from teeth.
That's what I believe.
And today you're saying you don't know if these were teeth or claws.
Not with 100% certainty.
You didn't qualify 100% certainty. You were asked your opinion, Dr. Russell. You
Yes.
were asked, what do you think? And you didn't say without 100% certainty. Your claim, the first time you testified, teeth or claws. Recently, you said teeth, and now you're saying you're not sure.
No, I'm saying I believe that those marks are from teeth, but I'm not 100% certain.
Suffice to say, looking at wound 2 alone, you cannot say this was caused by a dog.
In and of itself, no.
What tooth do you think caused this wound?
I don't know.
Do you think this in any way could be caused by dog teeth if you're claiming that this is dog teeth?
Excuse me?
Do you think there's any way these two could be caused by dog teeth if you're saying that these two were caused by dog teeth?
Yes, could be, but I don't know which teeth. And I don't know the extent of the bite, how much impact there was, and how much pressure, how much contact there was between the teeth and the skin.
The canines are the longer teeth in a dog's mouth, aren't they?
They are.
And when a dog bites, it's very common for the canines to puncture, isn't it?
It's common if there's enough force, and it's common that you might have two canines if the strike is perpendicular to the skin. But if you have a tangential strike, a partial strike where only part of the teeth impact, you'll get different configurations.
Look at the spacing, Dr. Russell.
Did you say strike or strike?
Strike with a K.
Look at the spacing, Dr. Russell. A dog causing these wounds, the canines are not going to have such a dramatic distance between them because dog canines don't move, do they?
They don't, and I'm not claiming that these two parallel stripes in this case, or abrasions here, I'm not claiming that those two were caused by canines.
You think a dog is going to leave a wound with linear abrasions using its incisors as opposed to its canines? Is that your opinion?
It's possible if that's the only part of the mouth or the jaw that actually touched the skin, if it didn't go back as far as the canines.
Did you ever look at the underside of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I did.
Posterior side?
Excuse me. Pictures, yes.
Yeah. And when you looked at the photographs of the posterior side of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you find anything conspicuously absent from underneath his arm?
Well, first of all, let me clarify. Part of this is the posterior aspect of the arm. So are you asking me, did I look at the underside of the arm, the fleshy part
That's
of the arm?
exactly what I'm asking. It's a question I've asked before. When you look at the other side of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you notice anything conspicuously absent?
Yes, there's an absence of wounds.
When a dog bites, I don't care if it's a law enforcement dog or a domestic dog, you know it's like a lever, a dog's mouth, isn't it?
It can be if both jaws strike the skin. However, there are many times when only the upper jaw strikes the skin.
The lower jaw as a lever locks, and that's part of the clamping and pulling process of a dog, whether it's a law enforcement dog or a domestic dog. You know that, don't you?
I know that they are attached.
Your claim is that there's many, many different dog bites on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Are you suggesting, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these are a number of different dog strikes, and coincidentally, every single one of them lacks any wound to the underside of his arm?
Yes.
Your claim is that a dog penetrated the sweater on the top, but the lower jaw did not leave any wounds?
I'm claiming that that's not what I'm claiming. No. As I mentioned earlier, these could be from lower jaw. Those right there.
You're saying could be.
Could be.
That's speculation. We're asking you for your medical opinions. Your medical opinions. Do you have any evidence that the dog's lower jaw, you said maybe upper, maybe, that the lower jaw, even just once in this whole event, penetrated Mr. O'Keefe's skin?
No, nothing penetrated the skin. There was no actual penetration of the skin. These are abrasions. But I believe that these small marks right here, punctate marks, may be the result of lower jaw impact.
Rather than deal in speculation and maybes, can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not this was caused by a tooth?
Objection, Your Honor.
We're going to strike the first part. Why don't you ask the other part?
Can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this superficial abrasion, put that back up please, was caused by a dog?
In and of itself, that part only, no.
Can you tell us anywhere on Mr. O'Keefe's arm to a reasonable degree of medical certainty where the lower jaw impacted Mr. O'Keefe to leave even a scratch?
Not with a reasonable degree of medical certainty on individual wounds.
And not just individual wounds, I'm talking specifically the lower jaw. Can you point to one wound, one abrasion on that arm where you can say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty the lower jaw caused any of those abrasions?
I believe there are several areas where there's impact from the lower jaw. However, I cannot say with reasonable degree of medical certainty that part only.
Let's look at number 3 to move along. When you first talked about these wounds, again, is it fair to say that you described that it could have either been teeth or claw?
I'd have to see it.
Okay, I'll bring it to you. You don't remember that testimony?
I remember, again, I've been here many times, so I want to be
Well, you have the
specific.
opinion today. I'm getting the transcript for you, Dr. Russell.
Thank you.
You have the opinion today that that those were either teeth or claws?
Yes.
What's your opinion today?
Well, I think that most likely they are from teeth marks.
Well, rather than most likely, we deal with reasonable degree of medical certainty. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, can you give us an opinion regarding the cause of those marks?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'll strike the comment.
Can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether these wounds were caused by teeth or claws?
Individually, no.
Whoa, hold on, folks. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Listen, a couple updates. First, Towel is back. Towel has returned. Look, Towel's face went from very concerned to I am now okay. So I'd like to let you know a few things. One, we should all give special Towel thanks to a Towel family member for solving Towel crises. Towel is now okay, and I have a phone. I'm just an underdeveloped, emotionally frail Towel. You don't understand. I may have good analytic intelligence. That doesn't mean I understand what a phone bill is. You don't understand how hard it is to have one type of intelligence and then be really dumb with common sense and emotional intelligence. It's tormenting. I'm like, brain, don't you understand? You just have to apply the same schematic framework in the that you do in your analytical context to your regular life, and then my brain's like, oh, no, it doesn't work. I don't know if there's just not enough stimuli in regular life. I don't know if it's just doesn't fit well into a schema, but either way, I am slightly dumb sometimes. I want you all to not take this as me being self-deprecating or insulting myself. I'm just letting you know we are all human, and even people you think are wonderful towels who are very good at overlaying complex information about history and cases and all of that cannot be good or are not at good at everything, and I want to admit to that, but I'm here and things are okay. All right, I do have to go to the doctors in a little bit, by the way, but that's okay. I want to just break into this Cross of Dr. Russell that we're rewatching for a few reasons. Number one, hello, Super Towels. I'm back. I'm okay. I have a phone. We are going to say Super Towel thanks to the Super Towel family member who managed to figure that out. I am not a good administrator. That's why I signed the form. I don't want to administrate things. I leave that to other towels who are Super Towels. Secondly, I'm here. It's great to see you all. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're on verdict watch. You can see the clock counting away. What are we at now, ladies and gentlemen? 9 hours and 35 minutes and 34 seconds, as I said that exactly. And I will say this, ladies and gentlemen, this verdict clock is quite accurate. I believe it to be a little bit more accurate than the law and crime clock, and also we don't have to watch a fan. Now, I have some bad news. Okay, I want everyone, it's not really bad news, but you have to compose yourself. There is going to be at least a 30 to 45 minute period between, I'm not going to say exactly, but probably over the next hour, where Little Towel is going to have to put up the fan. I know it is going to be agonizing. We're going to have to just leave the fan running, because on the off chance that in the very small window where Towel has to go to the doctor, because Towel is not doing good and Towel literally collapsed a few weeks ago, I have to go to the doctor and I have to get my blood. I don't know if we're doing the blood draw today. I'm probably not going to consent to that. You have to give me notice. You can't just walk Towel into a doctor's office and be like, okay, we're going to put a needle in you. Nope, that's not happening. You can schedule it 3 days in advance. I will do my mental prep, and then you can draw my blood. Towel has a terrible fear of needles. It literally makes me faint. If I don't do preparation for a blood draw or any type of procedure that involves a needle, 10 out of 10 times, I will faint. Now, this is fine when I'm getting like a colonoscopy and they're putting me under, because I'm going under anyway. So if I faint, it doesn't really matter. But you can't imagine how embarrassing it is when, like, you show up in an emergency room and they're like, we're going to take your blood, and you're like, no, I'm going to faint, and then they put you in a sitting up chair, and then you faint, and you wake up and there's a code called, and there's 20 doctors around you, and you're like, doctor, I told them I was going to faint, and they drew my blood anyway. It's very embarrassing. You don't understand. Anyway, so I don't really want to do this today, but I have to because Towel is not just going to let himself continue to collapse, and I am a towel. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, yes, I try to be transparent. I try to indicate to you my moral failures. I hope I don't have many of those. We all do. God bless us, though. My personal failures, my emotional failures. I don't just trauma dump on you, but I try to explain that I am just a human being. Don't follow me. Think for yourself. Use this information in the form thereof to engender your standing in the larger public sphere, such as to ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government by various self-interested actors. That's really the point of Towel's Public Information Service, and this is a public information service, after all, modeled after the British Broadcasting Corporation's founding principles, which are to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public in the service of an informed polity. If you think about it in that recursive way, ladies and gentlemen, you provide a check and balance on nefarious, self-interested interests working within our different forms of social, political, cultural influence, and can check and balance them. Tripartite government, ladies and gentlemen, is only as good as the constituent public discourse which undergirds its foundations. And that is what Towel Stream seeks to do. Yes, you can call us Towel Venice, ladies and gentlemen. We take our pillars of strong, informed, cogent towel discourse and we push them into the seabed, thus building a city on a some type of swampland, and in turn leaving a legacy for history of engendered cogent public discourse, compassion, and universal love. If you can't get on board with the mission, that's okay. But you can then I'm not going to let you come on None Your Business's arc of misfit creatures, which has kangaroos and pandas and koalas and camels and also peacocks and then penguins. I may have said them already. And then pandas and then Brewski the Irish Setter, who is actually an undercover territorial acquisitionist. We're going to give him Greenland. I'm sorry about that, Greenland. It will protect you from other nefarious interests. I know you like Denmark, but we have to give Greenland to Brewski the Irish Setter. You don't understand. He has undercover territorial acquisitionist agendas. Anyway, then we're going to go to Jerusalem. I'm going to talk to a man about a gate. So if you want to come on this ridiculous adventure that's going to culminate in me going to Jerusalem to talk to a man about a gate, I don't have time to explain, then you can be a towel. That's basically what it entails. Yes, free Chloe, ladies and gentlemen. Free Chloe. Free Chloe, ladies and gentlemen. Free Chloe. I demand that Chloe be freed, ladies and gentlemen. Well, no, I was looking at some guilty deliberation times, like 10 to 27 hours. 10 to 40 hours is the sweet spot. You start getting over 20, you're looking at mistrial. But again, that it's not good. First of all, acquittal's off the table if we're at 9 hours. But you're in the sweet spot right now from 9 to 20 hours for a guilty verdict. That for a case of this nature, 6 weeks, maybe a little more, 7 weeks, that's the sweet spot. I mean, we are in the sweet spot for the next 11 hours. I don't know what to tell you. Today's a very big day. Tomorrow morning's a very big morning. But again, I want to be clear. I've looked at some guilty verdict timelines over the past few days. I've seen guilty verdicts in some of these data points come in at 40 hours, 50 hours. Very rarely, I don't think I saw any not guilty verdicts come in that's that long after. But what you see is like 8 to 20, 8 to 25. That's really the sweet spot for a guilty verdict, in my opinion, based on my review of the analysis. And so that's kind of how I kind of think of it, as we are in the zone. We are literally in the zone. Like 10 hours would actually, if they found her guilty in 10 hours, that would be on the early end of what I would predict as the spectrum, the guilty spectrum, if that makes sense. I think the guilty spectrum runs from like 8 to 17 or 20, maybe 25, you're pushing it. So I think if we're somewhere in the 8 to 15 hour range, we are in the hot zone for a guilty verdict. We're in it right now. There's no doubt about it in my mind, little towels. I forget why I got distracted talking about that, but that's fine. Oh, that's right. I wanted to go to Jerusalem to see a man about a gate, and then I was saying, no, we are in the hot zone for the guilty verdict. Trust me, this is based on my review, and it doesn't mean anything because no correlation doesn't equal causation. That is actually a fallacy. It's called post hoc ergo propter hoc. After it, therefore because of it. Okay, post hoc ergo propter hoc. After it, therefore because of it. Okay, there's a few hawks in there. Hawk means it. Post hoc ergo propter hoc. That's a fallacy, though. something happening after something else doesn't mean that there's a causation involved. And furthermore, because something has happened before in a certain way, it's like the roulette fallacy, doesn't mean it's going to happen again that way. However, the average time, if I looked at some of the bigger cases or the jury deliberations that I was looking at, the data points, the quickest was like a minute. Someone said this in chat yesterday. It was like a minute for a possession case or something, or a growing cultivation case in 2004. But like the average for a not guilty is short. It's in the 3 to 5 to 8 hour maybe. I think 8 was kind of one of the longer ones for not guilty. That was OJ maybe. But once you're in 9 hours, 10 hours, up to 20 hours, that's when you see a lot of guilties in these big cases, the 9 to 20 hour mark. That seems, so we're in it. I mean, don't get me wrong, we are in it right now. We are all in it together. But I also am saying this because, so here's what we're going to do. What I'm wondering, all right, so I'm taking a look if whether or not we're going to see whether or not a verdict between the hours, in particular, of let's see, maybe 10 to 11. I don't think so. I think around lunch is more likely. But I'm telling you ahead of time, there will be about a 45-minute period. I'll give you another warning when it happens, where we are going to watch the fan. The reason why is if Towel's at the doctor doing his towel thing, then we have to have the fan on. So if anything happens, you just go into the courtroom. Towel will be watching on his phone, which is now fixed because Towel family member is good. Yes. No, listen, people keep saying they think they see Karen Reed's sister. We don't. Every time someone thinks they see her, it's not her. Okay? It's Karen Reed's sister is not really involved with the Karen Reed movement. Every time people think they find her, it's either the Kelly Reed, the cousin, or like someone else or whatever. Now, I'm not saying you didn't find her here, but just for the most part, we may do this today. Let's not give please do Towel a favor. Please don't, no videos of the FKR crowds. We don't need to see it. If you find videos of Justice for John O'Keefe supporters, that's great. No FKR propaganda at all. I want to I don't want to have to do a rule about this, so I just want to reiterate. When FKR is putting out propaganda and we inadvertently repeat it, it means that they're driving the narrative. So I just want to do today, in honor of John's family, please, unless we run it by Towel and it's like a John DePetro owning the crowd or something, no, don't give any screen time, don't give any clout, no, nothing. And you're not doing it on purpose because we're highlighting how ridiculous they are. Don't give them what they want. We are blacking out all links to the FKR crowds, unless we'll do the footage of Hank Brennan leaving the court and things like that, but we are blacking out, ladies and gentlemen, all footage of the FKR crowd. So it's not me saying you did anything wrong by sharing it. I look at it and kind of laugh too and think it's ridiculous. But in the interest of not allowing them to preemptively influence the narrative at all, we are not giving any coverage this we won't show it. I mean, maybe the crowds will be in some of the footage of Hank leaving or Karen leaving, but no FKR interviews, no footage of them. We will watch the defense and Hank and whatnot walk out of court. Don't worry, I know you want to see that. But on the whole, no, we're not going to be looking for any, and I don't want to highlight any of the FKR crowds. I think it's artificial. I think the crowds are paid for. They want that imagery out there. So today, we're going to do a special Towel rule. It's Amendment XI 74, Part B, Subpart C, Paragraph 2, and then Subheading 27. And this shall formally state that on today, June 17, 2025, we shall give no airtime or play to the Free Karen Reed crowds, which I think are artificial. And you might be saying, sir, I do not have offhand that specific reference of the pages of the Towel Constitution. Well, I understand. That's why I gave you a reference. It's a pin site, basically. You just go back, you go into the document. It's a multi-layered structure, and there you go. Subparagraph 27. It's easy as day. Don't you want to be in a bureaucracy, ladies and gentlemen? Haven't you ever thought to yourself, I would love to be in a government bureaucracy where I have to memorize obscure subheadings 17 pages into a document, 47 sections into that specific subheading, and be able to identify it in words with a citation that other people who speak a similar language can follow. Oh, yes, that's truly the epitome of human apotheosis, ladies and gentlemen. We have all wanted to spend our lives translating convoluted government bureaucratic forms into procedural frameworks to facilitate the existence of humans in a compassionate environment defined by cogent public discourse and centered around warding off insidious propaganda. I'm a towel. Let's go back to the cross.
Did you ever change your mind about the source of these abrasions?
Can you be more specific?
Did you ever claim that any of these abrasions were from upper or lower teeth?
I don't recall changing my mind.
You don't recall if you've ever said that? Let's separate these bottom wounds. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether these were caused by teeth or claws?
I have an opinion.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether these were caused by either a dog teeth or dog claws?
I have an opinion.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Individually, no.
The one near the wrist, you had testified yesterday, there's lines in what you believe to be an arc, correct?
Yes, they have a general overall appearance of an arc.
If there's an arc and there's two linear abrasions on the outside borders, wouldn't these necessarily have to be the outside borders from canine teeth?
Not necessarily.
They're longer than the middle ones, aren't they?
The abrasions are, but doesn't mean the teeth are.
If this was an arc, like you claimed, you think different teeth other than the canines could have caused the outside scratches?
It's possible.
And you do note the distance between the top and bottom of those wounds compared to the distance in number 2 and the distance in number 1.
I see the difference, yes.
And you have to concede, Dr. Russell, that the same set of teeth, the same canines, could not reasonably have caused this wound, and this wound, given the distance between the inside and outside.
First of all, I'm not certain that these are all canines, as I mentioned earlier. Secondly, you have to take into account that skin is elastic. It bends. It depresses. So you could have two prongs, for instance, of a pitchfork, for instance, just as an example, impact the skin in different places, and the measurement between the two can be slightly different depending on the elasticity of the skin and the underlying structures.
This is not a slight difference, Dr. Russell, is it?
Again,
Objection, Your Honor.
So there was a question of that, so I'm going to let that in.
Again, Dr. Russell, the distance here, it's not insignificant, is it?
Mr. Brennan, I already mentioned that I did not think that these were caused by two canine teeth.
And these, the distance between these two, have you measured them?
I approximated them, yes.
What did you come up with?
Visually, and I can see that there's a difference.
What was your measurement for this one?
I think about 4 centimeters, and this was a little bit more.
Did you note that in the report? Did you
No, I did not.
Measure them, did you actually take out a ruler, measure them, and document them as you studied these wounds? Did you go through that process during your methodology?
No, because this is an image, and there's no scale in this image as to how far away different points are. So my own measurement would not be accurate because there's no scale in the picture.
Why did you go through the process of measuring them if you're now saying that it's inaccurate after I asked you if you memorialized it? Why would you even do it if you're now saying it was inaccurate?
It was an approximate measurement in my mind.
In your mind?
Yeah.
Okay, but you never put it on a piece of paper or report, notes?
That's correct.
Why would you even go through the process if you're looking at it and your explanation is it's only a photo, I wouldn't be able to tell? Why would you even try to?
I think probably everybody in this room has already done the same thing.
And if anybody in this room did the same thing, it would be quite obvious, Doctor, that the gaps between 1, 2, and 5 are dramatically different from each other, aren't they?
They are. However, I'm not saying the same exact teeth caused those marks.
When you testified yesterday, you used the term differential diagnosis. I want to ask you a lot of questions about differential diagnosis. Do you remember using that term?
Yes.
And differential diagnosis was really just a way for you to try to get your opinion to the jury that these injuries were not consistent with the car accident. That's what a fancy way of doing it is, right?
No, it was a method I used.
Differential diagnosis, you're claiming that you can say this is not from a car accident or a car collision. That's what you're trying to say, aren't you?
That was the result of my differential diagnosis and my pattern recognition methodologies.
If you're going to exclude a cause of the injury, in this case, a collision, you have to know a little bit about collisions, don't you?
Yes. I don't know how to answer that.
Well, try.
Can you be more specific?
If you're going to say that these superficial abrasions could not have been caused by a car collision, you kind of have to understand a little bit about the mechanics of a car collision, don't you?
Actually, I disagree. However, I've treated thousands of victims of motor vehicle accidents and have seen the wound patterns that they come into the emergency room with, and that forms a basis for me.
Do you really think?
I'm sorry, did you finish that answer, Dr.?
No.
Did I cut you off?
I believe so.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please continue.
No, and the thousands of victims of motor vehicle accidents, I've looked at their wounds, I've treated their wounds, cleaned their wounds, touched their wounds, and that is what I use as a basis, part of my basis to determine that these were not caused or not consistent with a motor vehicle accident.
When you first gave that opinion that it wasn't consistent with the motor vehicle accident, it's fair to say you didn't have a lot of information at that time when you first came in and said that, correct?
Specific to this case?
Yes.
I didn't have a lot of information, that's correct.
Okay. And so in order to rule out a collision causing these wounds, let me ask you, are you an accident reconstruction expert?
Reconstruction? No.
Did you ever go to any academy for training to receive any type of degree or certificates in car collisions?
Actually, I did receive a certificate in hit and run accident investigation from the Massachusetts Criminal Justice Training Council when I was a police officer.
Do you agree that what training you did have was rudimentary?
It probably was, yes.
Well, not probably. You've used that word before. Wouldn't you say that any training you have had has been rudimentary?
In terms of accident
yes.
Investigation? Yes.
Have you ever testified as an expert anywhere in accident reconstruction?
No.
Do you know what ACTAR is?
ACTAR?
Yes.
No.
It's a certification group for collision specialists, accident reconstructionists. Is it fair to say that you're not ACTAR qualified?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Are you ACTAR qualified?
No, and I don't know any physicians that are.
Have you ever gone to a scene of a car collision and done an investigation and written a report and reached a conclusion about the cause of the car collision and the injuries that were related to that car collision?
No, that's outside my scope.
It's beyond your expertise.
Beyond the expertise of a physician, yes.
Right. Yet, yesterday, you offered the jury your opinion that these wounds were not consistent with a car collision. Did you offer that opinion yesterday?
Wounds are in my area of expertise. So yes, I am very comfortable talking about wounds from a variety of sources, including motor vehicle accidents.
I'm sorry, I didn't want the siren to interrupt you.
Okay. Yeah, wounds are definitely within my area of expertise.
When you considered your opinion to this jury that this was not caused by a car collision, do you know what type of vehicle is in question?
Yes.
Have you ever studied the vehicle to look at the make, model, the height of different things like the bumper, perhaps the taillight? Have you ever studied that in this case?
I'm aware of some of those factors.
Have you
yes.
studied that before you gave this opinion? Yes. Did you go and actually look at the photos, do any measurements before you came up with this opinion?
Not before I came up with the opinion, no.
Did you ever look at the damage to the rear taillight of the defendant's vehicle and see if it was in similar or the same height of Mr. O'Keefe if he was standing up? Did you ever do that?
I have looked at photographs.
And when you looked at the photos, did you see that a 6'1" man like Mr. O'Keefe, if he stood, his elbow would be the exact height of Ms. Reed's broken taillight? Did you notice that?
I noticed that there was a similar, that the height would be similar. The height of the elbow and the taillight, yes.
Did you look at photographs of Ms. Reed's broken taillight and see if where the brake was corresponded closely or directly to the same height as Mr. O'Keefe's elbow and forearm?
I did.
And did you see that it matched up height-wise perfectly?
Close, yes.
You have really no, respectfully, comprehension about the details of the car collision in this case, do you?
I have some understanding of the allegations of a possible collision.
Do you know how slowly or fastly Ms. Reed's Lexus was traveling on January 29, 2022 at about 12:32 a.m., right around the time that you think these wounds happened?
I have some knowledge of the alleged speed at the time of the alleged collision.
Do you have any knowledge about the surroundings, the outside, whether the ground was soft or frozen?
I understand that there was snow on the ground.
How much snow do you understand was on the ground when Mr. O'Keefe's body first landed on that ground?
Several inches.
Where did you get the information that there were several inches of snow on the ground when Mr. O'Keefe landed?
You asked me when?
Where did you get that information from?
A report that I read.
Have you ever seen the videos or the reports that when Mr. O'Keefe was moved from the ground, there was grass and dirt under him?
Yes, I saw a picture.
Okay. Not 2 inches of snow. The ground, the cold, hard ground. Did you see anything that said that?
Yes, I saw an area of grass in the picture.
Have you ever looked at Mr. O'Keefe's pants to see if there was any dirt or grass stains on the back of them?
I've seen pictures.
Did you realize when you were forming your opinions about the source or the genesis or the cause of these abrasions, did you look at his pants and study whether or not he landed on snow or landed on the hard ground?
I did not see any evidence of grass on the pants.
Did you ever actually look at the pants?
I don't know if I looked at the pants.
When you say you didn't see any evidence, are you saying you didn't look, or you looked and you didn't see anything?
I looked at pictures of the clothing that was available at the hospital.
Did you look at anything about the pants, photographs, the actual pants themselves? Did you look at them?
I looked at the pictures that were available at the hospital of his clothing that was on the floor.
Were part of the photographs that were available for your review and your conclusions of differential diagnosis, was part of that evidence photographs of the back of his pants?
I don't recall.
If you're going to make an opinion about something outside your expertise, that this was not consistent with a collision, wouldn't you want to see as much information as possible?
So let's, we'll come to sidelines.
Not going very good for Bob Alessi, ladies and gentlemen, or not going very good for Dr. Marie Russell. Just a sad, overwhelmingly sad experience on cross. Dr. Russell quite literally admitted that she violated the sequestration order with Bob Alessi's help. And the Karen Reed defense has moved for a consciousness of guilt instruction, ladies and gentlemen, in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, watching along with you, waiting for us to return from the sidebar. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for a return from the sidebar. Oh, the breaking news was that the state is moving for a consciousness of guilt instruction in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. So that is big news, ladies and gentlemen. Big news indeed. We'll keep an eye on that. Waiting for court to come back into session from a sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll be keeping an eye on it. And hello, Old Main New Creations. It's great to see you. Hi, Crime Cricket. We will, we should be back into session in the next few minutes here. Very, very bad news for the Karen Reed defense all around, it seems, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry. All of a sudden, it was me talking during the sidebar. Let me jump forward for you. We don't have to actually listen to me being like, it's a sidebar. I think I was having a tough day that day. Little Towels had a lot of up and downs with you, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an interesting few weeks. But I'm here. I'm with you. Not at the doctor's just yet. I'm preparing. I have to get ready to go to the doctor's. I'm sorry if I'm not as attentive as I normally am, but I can skip through the sidebars for you. I won't be able to do that while we're at the doctor, but you won't be watching anything. You'll be watching the fan because we are not missing anything that happens at court. Take it away, Hank.
Very much. You can call him Hank, and they should be getting going right now.
Dr. Russell, before you gave your opinion to this jury, suggesting that Mr. O'Keefe's wounds on his arm were not caused by an impact with the motor vehicle, did you go to the scene of 34 Fairview and look around in the corner of the yard?
I did not need to.
Did you?
No.
Did you look at photographs to see if you could identify the land, the dirt, whether it was flat and smooth or whether it was bumpy, whether there was rocks or debris in that area?
Yes.
And you went there and looked at it?
No. You asked me if I looked at photographs.
When you looked at photographs, did they show whether that ground had any bumps or divots or rocks?
It showed that there was a little bit of a hill in that area.
Could you tell from the photos, were they close enough so that you could see what the makeup of the ground was?
No, most of the ground was covered with snow.
Did you know that there were bushes right near the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found? Bushes with branches. Did you know that?
Not very close, no.
Did you see the bushes in the photographs near where Mr. O'Keefe lay?
Right where he laid, no.
How about next to him on the left? Did you see those bushes?
There was some other stuff there in the photograph, but the photographs I looked at were not of excellent quality.
Do you have any understanding or information you can share with us the angle of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time of any impact with a motor vehicle?
I don't see any medical evidence that there was impact with the vehicle.
Do you know Mr. O'Keefe had other injuries other than just the superficial abrasions on his arm?
Yes, but no significant injuries below the neck.
How about on the head? Was there a significant injury?
Oh, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, I have to pause for a second. I'm literally just finished brushing my teeth for the doctor. Listen, folks, I'm noticing something different here today. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. I'm noticing that unlike other days where it said that the host had not started the Karen Cam Zoom, today it says the webinar will begin. soon. Now, that doesn't mean it said that for an hour, but that could mean that the webinar's open and they think they might start the Karen Cam today. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is different than other days. Oh, my word, we are looking for clues in the Zoom software you don't understand. All right, let's go back to the cross.
You considered excluding car collision as a source of those wounds. Did you consider in your history that you've seen, or have you seen, let me strike that, have you seen in your history multiple victims of a car collision where
Many.
they were
Sorry.
hit by the same car?
Probably, but I can't recall a specific case.
Would you agree with me if a car ran into a group of people?
All right, I think we can read that tweet. Did you know Towel Mom, ladies and gentlemen, hold on, can I bring this up on the screen? Towel Mom, ladies and gentlemen, is Towel Mom is reporting. Hold on, I can't bring it up on the screen right now. Towel Mom is reporting this, ladies and gentlemen. Jury reportedly didn't look at Karen Reed this morning. Bad news for Reed. Guilty, and maybe even of the most serious charge, murder too. Wendy Murphy, ladies and gentlemen. Did you know Wendy Murphy is Towel Mom? Towel Mom is a Towel Mom, ladies and gentlemen. I think we should all say, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you should go on Wendy Murphy's Twitter, and this would actually mean a lot to me. If you could go on her Twitter some days and be like, Wendy, your son is Grant. He is wonderful and amazing. Some days I wonder if she thinks I'm amazing. I think she thinks I'm a lot. But you know what? If you tell her I'm amazing, she'll come to believe it, ladies and gentlemen. I know it. I know she will. No, Towel Mom just is very focused on her work. Towel Mom does a lot of work for trying to pass the Equal Rights Amendment, things like that. But it would be hilarious if every time Towel Mom posted, people went in there and be like, oh my goodness, it's Towel Mom. And she was like, why are people calling me Towel Mom? I would find that hilarious. But yes, this was a very bad day for Karen and a very good day apparently for Towel Mom making posts on Twitter. Hello, Super Towel Spouse Mandy Strong. Did you know that my mom is Wendy Murphy, and we have decided that we're going to go to Wendy Murphy's Twitter and refer to her as Towel Mom until she gets perplexed. One time she didn't know what the word doxed meant. It was very endearing. If you all just go in there and you're like, oh my goodness, it's Towel Mom. If we had Towel Mom fan art, you don't understand, she would be utterly baffled, and then she'd be like, oh no, I'm Towel Mom now. The one thing that I thought would never happen, me, Wendy Murphy, would be in the role that I am, and then all of a sudden my son would come along like a happy little towel hopping along. I guess towels don't hop, they more kind of move at their own pace, and then people would start referring to me as Towel Mom. Yes, my mom is a very strong advocate for women and children and victims, and she fights for the Equal Rights Amendment, and she's a towel. We don't agree on everything, I'll tell you what. We didn't actually even talk about this case when she was first covering it. I found it through a man named Brian Riccio, God rest his soul, who has now passed away. Brian Riccio, by the way, was really the person who initiated getting justice for John O'Keefe and his family. Riccio was on that case in the summer of 2023. He was on it way before anyone else. Every other person who's contributed to this movement, if you do not honor the legacy of Brian Riccio in your mind or learn about it, it would be an injustice. I mean, there is no central person that what would become the Justice for John O'Keefe movement traces back to more so than Brian Riccio. And to me, I'll turn my camera on, although I'm getting ready. Ladies and gentlemen, to me, Brian Riccio represents the absolute very best of what this case could be. He was a lone man, one person, no allies. I mean, I was supporting him. No allies, no friends, nothing. Out there alone, basically, in the summer of 2023, supporting the Justice for John O'Keefe movement. All the other people who came afterwards are simply carrying the torch, myself included, of what Brian Riccio started. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Let me finish my tribute to Brian Riccio. But yes, SSG, TU, SMC, I will absolutely do that. Ladies and gentlemen, I will do that. But I just want to take a minute and I want to honor the legacy of Brian Riccio. I think it's very important. And if you haven't looked into Brian Riccio, please look up his Twitter. You'll find it. It's like WTDIF or hour or something. You'll know it's him. He sadly passed away a year and a half ago. But listen, in my telling of this story, in the projects I'm working on, which by the way are incredible. I cannot believe some of the things that people want to work with a little towel on. I'm like, oh my goodness, you want to do that? Why do you want to do that? Okay, I'm just a little towel. Don't you understand? I am not Dick Layer. But then they'll be like, no, Grant, you have all of this memorized. You don't understand. And I'll be like, I'm a perplexed little towel. I'm going to make towel editor Chris, once he passes the bar, become my lawyer, and then you negotiate with him. I don't understand any of this. And then they'll be like, Grant, okay. And I'll be like, no, you don't understand. I earned this independence, but I'm willing to work with you. It's very exciting, ladies and gentlemen, because not for me. I don't care. I'm just a conduit. The way that I am going to tell this story, first of all, it's going to involve talking about, Midnight in the Garden of Evil, Good and Evil Redo in Canton. And then most certainly it's going to talk about John O'Keefe's life and the pain endured by the O'Keefe family and witnesses in Lindsay. And then furthermore, it's going to be focused on this Brian Riccio as the spark in the summer of 2023 against the tide. One man standing tall, Brian Riccio, with his stick. He didn't really have a stick. He had a cane. He was not doing well at the end of his life. A man fighting his medical conditions, a man standing against the mob, a lone figure who inspired and sparked a movement. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the reason we are all together, the reason this movement exists, the reason all of us have come to support the O'Keefe family for hundreds of hours of our lives, thousands in some case, tens of thousands perhaps, is because fundamentally of one unspoken, unsung man. Yes, John O'Keefe, of course, and what happened to him at Karen Reed's hands. But after that mob arose in the summer of 2023, that FKR mob, who was it that stood tall? Who was it that rose in a unitary voice? Brian Riccio, ladies and gentlemen. And that is who will be defined as the person that brought us all together. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, to be able to pay tribute to Brian Riccio is a true towel honor. Please go ahead and check out Brian Riccio's Twitter. If I bring it up on the screen, I will break out into tears. I need to stay composed. Please take a look at his Twitter. All you have to look up on Twitter is Brian, B-R-I-A-N, Riccio, R-I-C-C-I-O. Without question, more so than anything else, day one, the very first person to support the O'Keefe family, take on the mob, rise up. He did it for nothing. Just because it mattered. He was monitoring Turtle Boy or something for his news coverage. Brian worked for an outlet called the Revere Reporter. He was a very informed sort of local Paul. He drove a limo for many years. He knew like Steven Tyler and all these very famous people. He was a fascinating man. Ladies and gentlemen, and I got a chance to pay tribute to him in January. I think it was 2023. January 2024, I think, right around his passing, just a few months before. And that post is always something I'll treasure. So yes, I will not. I will absolutely take a breath, but I just want to say I would be remiss if the name Brian Riccio were ever said for the last time, ladies and gentlemen. And I promise you that Brian and all of you towel friends, I will write a historical record that uplifts and engenders John O'Keefe as a person, the suffering of John O'Keefe's family, the witnesses in Lindsay, and then also Brian Riccio, and points out how much this movement came to be a reflection of Brian's unitary quest, unitary in the summer of 2023, to stand up to that FKR mob. Ladies and gentlemen, where we are now, everything that has happened since that summer of 2023 is because of the wonderful human beings who saw in Brian Riccio something special and carried forward that torch. Let that be Brian's legacy. Let that be our legacy, ladies and gentlemen. And let us continue to hope, as Verdict Watch continues, for a better, brighter, more compassionate tomorrow. For Brian, for John, for ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, thank you for allowing me to do that. Now, hello, Monarch. I feel so bad. We love our super towel friend, SSG, TUSMC. I may have said some of those letters out of order. It's hard. I don't like saying letters in order is a little hard for me sometimes. However, we got a request. I'm going to do this. I want to take a breather. I'm going to the doctor soon anyway. I heard some rumors that people might be interested in seeing Towel Store. I heard a rumor. It was just a rumor. It was started in the towel chat. Oh, God bless you, Ange Whittick. And yes, so Towel's book, I want to let you know, this is all very, very in the works here. But this isn't something that I'm ready to make any decisions on. But Towel's book, the initial project, I think it's going to be called, and I've already talked about this, I've deployed it. It's going to be called Midnight in Canton, The Lonesome Death of John O'Keefe. And Karen Reed's not going to be in the title. Maybe, I think I'm going to get forced to put it in some kind of like subtitle, but Karen Reed's name's not going in the title. The incident happened at 12:32 a.m. on 1/29/2022. The book is going to be called Midnight in Canton, because it was kind of a reckoning. Midnight in Canton, The Lonesome Death of John O'Keefe. And it was, unfortunately, a lonesome and very sad death for John, without question. Alone on a lawn after allegedly being hit by Karen's car while she was drunk driving with the BAC 2 to 4 times the legal limit, 0.14 to 0.28. Then backed her car up with 75% pressure on the accelerator up to 24.2 miles an hour, struck John, continued going backwards, probably saw John, maybe even got out of the car, and then continued going. Went back to John's house for 4 hours, where she then tried to pull, in my opinion, a Ted Kennedy during Chappaquiddick and sober up and get away from the scene so she could stage a cover-up, the worst cover-up of all time, involving a dog. Free Chloe. But yes, I'm not putting Karen's name in the title. I'm just not doing it. I won't do it. I referred to, I will maybe in the subheading, they're going to make me, but I'm going to put, the title is going to be Midnight in Canton, The Lonesome Death of John O'Keefe. I cannot imagine a more fitting title for this story. And so I'm excited for that. I don't know what we're going to do about that. This isn't going to be my decision. I'm going to have a role in it, but it's really going to be Towel editor Chris, who's going to be the person that coordinates a lot of this. I have admitted from the beginning that I'm not the best administrator, and he's going to take the bar, and he's going to be wonderful, and then I will retain him. He'll be Towel lawyer Chris. He's not that yet. We know you can do it, Towel editor. All the towels are behind you. Towel editor Chris is going to do wonderful on the bar, ladies and gentlemen. Let's all send him our positive vibes. But yes, so Towel editor Chris, maybe in the next few months as he does his thing, I think we're going to get up and running, and that's what I want to do. Now, that's one project of like 4, and then I have a couple other serialized projects that will be coming in the pipeline. I'm very interested to see where these 3 go. Very much Sandra Birchmore related, a couple other things I can't talk about. But yeah, those projects, I mean, listen, I did not know, first of all, I knew a lot of you read Little Towel. I did not know just like how many people actually read and listen to Little Towel. So then when I started talking to some of these people who wanted to work with me, I was like, whoa, like, why are you treating me like my time's important? I'm like a humble little towel. I was like, whatever, like, I'm just a little towel. Like, my goodness, you don't understand. I'm very overwhelmed. I'm very humbled by it. I am going to rise up and I am going to meet this occasion. You don't understand. But yes, hello, sis. Yes, Towel editor Chris is Chloe approved. We are, hello, Emily Joyce. Hello, Skylar, the South Park fan. We are on Verdict Watch. If you haven't heard the news, Towel has to go. Sorry about that. Towel has to go to the doctors in a little bit. So you are, I know you're going to talk to yourselves, among yourselves. You're going to be perfectly happy. But we can't watch anything while Towel is at the towel doctor. Imagine if there were doctors who fix towels. I think those are actually called sewing machines or seamstresses, although that sounds a little gendered. So people who operate a seam, let's go with that. I think the towel doctors are probably called people who operate a loom or a seam. Don't combine those 2 words. It comes out as leam. It's a little bit confusing. Maybe I should make a device that is both a seam and a loom and call it a leam. I'm the modern Eli Whitney. You can call me Eli Whitney Towel. Anyway, so I was thinking about how I have to go to the doctor. I don't know how. Oh, yes, I was thinking about a towel doctor. Well, listen, If towels had doctors, they would be called leames. Okay, that's where I got there. Okay, so with that said, because I have to go to the towel doctor, you're going to be watching The Fan. I know some of you are going to lose your mind. I'm really sorry about that. It's only going to be for a little bit. You don't understand. I have to go to the towel doctor because I collapsed like a few weeks ago, and I cannot just keep collapsing. That's probably not a good sign. So, with that said, assume, yes, we'll call it assume, just being nosy. If you are a towel doctor, you are a soom. S-O-O-M. As far as I'm concerned, that's a combination of a loom and a seam, which makes you a towel doctor. Now, I think I'm going to tell my doctor this. I'm going to be like, listen, I was doing this stream today. I wasn't feeling very well. And then we decided that if you are the doctor for a towel, you are a combination of a loom and a seam, which is called a soom. Or maybe a loom, or a soom. I don't remember what we came up with on, a soom. Yes, a soom. I think towel doctor is going to be like, are you okay? And I'm going to be like, no, I collapsed the other day. I think I'm struggling. She's going to be like, yes, I noticed that a long time ago. You poor little towel. Oh, goodness, you don't understand. Yeah, Karen's not, unless it's like the lowest possible charge, I don't see her staying out on bail. But I did want to give you that heads up warning because when you have to watch The Fan, I know a lot of towels are going to be popping in and out, and you're going to be saying, why aren't we watching a very interesting, like hilarious moment where Hank Brennan owns Dr. Russell or something like that? We're going to do that after, I'd say 11:15. But because Towel has to go to the towel doctor, you all have to watch The Fan starting in a little bit. Now listen. I know it's a lot to take in. I want you to find your towel buddies. I know Ange Whittick is here, so everybody find their towel buddies. What? I can't think about that right now. Find your towel buddies. Hold your towel buddy's hand, okay? Hold your towel buddy's hand. And then when you're watching The Fan, if you get overwhelmed, here's what you do. Just look away from the fan. I have to do it myself sometimes, or I get very overwhelmed and scared. Just look, you just kind of do this, okay? Or don't do it too quickly. You could hurt your neck. Just like that, okay? And then we don't look at the fan. Does everybody follow along? See, Ange Whittick, LA Connection, everyone is holding out their towel friends' hands. Hello, Cat in a Hat. Listen, Cat, you came at the right moment. We are having a towel preparatory session for when I have to go to the towel doctor for about 40 minutes. Now, because we can't watch anything during those 40 minutes, one, I'm giving you a moment of levity. Oh, no, I forgot to post the towel store. We'll do that in a second. One, I'm giving you a moment of levity. Number two, I'm preparing you. We're finding our towel buddies. When the fan is up and towel is not here, we're doing this because if anything happens in court, we will then immediately go into court even though towel is not here. So listen, I can't find None Your Business right now. I don't know if I would put None Your Business in charge of this arc right now. I think None Your Business would start trolling all of you, and I think that's hilarious, but we're not there yet. Maybe one day, Nanya, you have to earn further captain stripes, and then you become Super Commander Towel, and you can operate the streaming software. But we're gonna put the the fan up, and if anything happens in court while Towel is at the towel doctor, one, I'm going to watch on my phone, and then two, because my towel family fixed my phone, and I'm very happy. I'm just a mere humble towel. You don't understand. I don't know how to run my own life. It's horrible. My brain just doesn't work right. But anyway, we're going to watch that. We're going to watch The Fan, and then if anything happens in court, you are going to go right into it. Okay, you're not going to miss a moment. Nothing's going to happen on the screen that you don't see. You're going to see the towel fan, ladies and gentlemen. And you might be saying to yourself, I've always wanted to see a towel fan. You don't understand. This is one of the greatest moments of my life. Well, you're in the minority. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. For the record, most people do not want to look at the fan. It is a fan. You don't understand. It is a fan. I am not a fan of the fan. I think we should find out if we can deploy that word fan in multiple contexts in the same sentence to trick up people who don't speak English. How can a word mean fan of something and a thing that spins around in the air? You people who speak American English, you're confusing all of us. Just try to pick two different words. One of them is clearly a fanatic. One of them is clearly a fan. What is wrong with you, America? You're confusing the world. Well, you know what? I'm an American towel. I'm not a communist, and I'm proud of it. And we use the word ban for two different things. I'm sorry we equivocate in that way. It makes syntactical precision complex, but you can also use it for alliterative purposes and hilariously induce confusion in people you don't understand. It's hilarious. Anyway, so thank you. I'm so glad to hear that Jew drops. Kevin Linehan, of course, wrote a book about this case. Our prayers are with Kevin. I've never said a bad word about Kevin. Don't necessarily think that makes best choices with friends, but whatever, political alliances are what they are. People got to do what they got to do. It's all a stage, ladies and gentlemen. All the world's a stage, and we are but towel actors. I would just like to let you know, as much as I try to be authentic to my true self with you all, clearly I do not walk around speaking in intonated cadence and iambic pentameter. That would be weird. One time I was talking to someone who really likes honey mustard, and I started speaking in my towel broadcaster mode, and she was like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "You don't understand. I'm stuck in this mode now." She was like, "You were being really weird." And I was like, "I'm not being weird. I'm stuck in this mode. I must talk this way. You don't understand. I am a towel." Listen, you try doing this for as long as we have done this together and not have it impact your syntactical predisposition in your everyday life. And that's really what I was getting to. Ladies and gentlemen, we're all really individuals in this grand sea of life, but it's really the choices we make when no one is looking that define us as individuals and anthropomorphic towels. And so I've never said a bad word about Kevin, but you gotta do what you gotta do to get through the swamp and towel fabric of life, ladies and gentlemen. But I try to be fluffy. I break the cycle. You can come at me all you want. All you're going to get is love from me in return, most likely, unless you hurt someone I love, and then I will rain down systemic hell on you in a way you don't understand. I know no one in the government. I don't understand anything about the government. What is going on? What am I talking about? I don't know what's going on. Anyway, so to bring this back, Towel has to go to the towel doctor later, and I'm going to bring up the towel store now. Thank you for everyone who has listened to me. Yes, John. Oh, so that's one thing I found very touching about John O'Keefe's insights about life. He said it's all only a movie, and that's such a good, it's a brilliant redo of Shakespeare's All the World's a Stage. I think that was Twelfth Night. So the fact that I think John probably, I would need to ask, I'm not going to presume this, but for you to say the phrase, for anyone to say the phrase like, it's all a movie or life's just a movie anyway, you have to kind of know that Shakespearean foundation. You have to know that Shakespeare said all the world's a stage, and you have to know what it means. And then you can kind of do a modern version of it, which I think is sublimely genius. I love that kind of stuff. Like hidden literary allusions in idioms and phrases. Beautiful. If you can hide or nest literary allusions in your writing, oh, glorious. Or in your syntactical expression, how you speak, oh, beautiful. So saying something like life's just a movie anyway with that kind of subliminal Shakespearean allusion, 10 out of 10. Take a bow, John. Glorious. You have the towel stamp of approval. Now, I did not know John O'Keefe. I know some people who were very close to John, and I can ask these questions to them, which I do plan on doing, and I'm very excited because I have all these things planned. But no one's going to stop me. I'm a little towel. But what I want to ask them is, like, so in the development of this phrase, like, life's just a movie anyway, would John use it? How would he use it? Like, would he be like, Shakespeare would say, like, all the world's a stage, but I think it's better said, life's just a movie anyway. Did he ever talk to you? Like, did he read Twelfth Night? Was he ever interested in this kind of like, hidden meaning behind the world and how we present ourselves to people and, the false facade of it all? I want to know so much about how that phrase, life's just a movie anyway, came about. You don't understand. That quote is truly, truly impressive. And I will cry if I bring it up, but thank you for that link, Diana and Natalie. I think some people will want to see that, and it's a very special quote. God bless John O'Keefe, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad we got to talk about that life's just a movie quote. But I promised our dear towel friend 20 minutes ago, SSG USMTC, our dear towel friend who so loves America. Towel loves America. Towel loves our veterans. You don't understand. I am an American towel. We love our other countries who watch Towel Stream, all 94 of them, but I happen to be an American towel. American made, American born. Towel loves America. I may as well be an American flag masquerading as a towel. You don't understand. But I would be remiss if I did not send the link for our dear friend. So, towel store link incoming as requested. I was thinking earlier, I was like, do I even want to bring this up? But then I was like, yes, it's not really, like, I think it's hilarious, but it's also, I want to bring it up because, one, I kind of worked hard on it. Two, I think some of you are going to actually like it. And three, I know a lot of you have seen it, but for those of you who haven't, Towel took some time and put together for you little towels a towel store. Now, you might be saying to yourself, sir, I have always wanted to buy a towel from you. Can you please tell me more about how I can order a towel from you? Well, yes, I can do that. I'm also thrilled to announce that, yes, you can indeed order a towel. Well, not from me, from a drop shipper. And then hopefully I'll get towel editor Chris to figure all of this out. But we're working on it, ladies and gentlemen. I am thrilled to announce that for the first time, it was available over the weekend. We did a soft launch. Now it is available. There is a towel collection. And you might be saying, sir, I have always wanted to wear something from yourself related to being a towel. I know I am an excitable little towel. You don't understand. I don't know if I'm going to get any of these, but I'm thrilled that you all can get them. Now you can call me Towel Vanna White for this, ladies and gentlemen. Which way do I go? This way? This way? Oh, now I see why Vanna gets so confused, because you point one way, but the object is on the other side. All right, so these are the Call Me Hank shirts, ladies and gentlemen. You may call me Towel Vanna White. I designed these. You can call me Hank shirts. They are absolutely glorious and wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. I am very proud of them. That is my image. A lot of you European friends were wondering, why in America does someone who takes the image get to use the image? Well, we have a little bit of a weird rule about that, but that's how it works. Towel's actually the only person who has, you have to get my permission to use stills from that Call Me Hank video or the video for commercial purposes. It is my video. I own it. I own the rights to it, and I have licensed it. I didn't actually license it. I put it on a shirt, and you can buy it from a drop shipper. I think it actually requires some kind of a license. I will look into it with Chris. Anyway, then I know you are all excited for option 2. I created a Call Me Hank backpack. You don't understand. There is a backpack. You click on the backpack, and then it brings you to a page where you can buy a Call Me Hank backpack. Why this exists, I do not know, but I am thrilled that it does. You don't understand. Having a backpack with a Hank on it is the greatest thing I've ever seen. I hope law students are like, I want to Call Me Hank backpack, and then people go to law school and they're like, why is our professor on your backpack, and why does it say you can call me Hank? Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. Now, I also created embroidered You Can Call Me Hank socks. Someone actually ordered socks that say You Can Call Me Hank. I think that's hilarious. Now, this is the big one. Now, also, I'm thinking about doing a second backpack with this style lettering on the Call Me Hank white sweatshirt. I think the Call Me Hank white sweatshirt lettering is really cool. The thing is, it's a little bit too informal for like a classroom atmosphere, which is why I went with like the court document font for the You Can Call Me Hank on the backpack. But I really like for a sweatshirt, I really like how that You Can Call Me Hank font came out. But the one you're all excited for, the one so many of you have asked for, Towel is fulfilling a request. Yes, you can buy a towel that says, I'm a towel. Now, if you've ever thought to yourself, oh my goodness, oh, thank you, Kat. Yeah, I tried to be tactical. I think I did a good job. I hope you all like it. I can always, remember, if you don't like an item, please just don't buy the item. I request a new item from me. Don't feel compelled. I set the prices as low as I could for most of these. Some of them were like $4 or something above. I don't know. I have to talk to Chris. Anyway, the shirts are, by the way, my gift to you. The Call Me Hank shirts, I couldn't set that any lower. They're like 18 and 23 or something with shipping. It's literally the lowest they would do it. Everything else, though, is like a couple dollars, but that's not really why I'm doing it. I think it's very fun to for you all to have access to a towel that literally says I'm a towel. And you may think, Grant, there's no way you got them to actually take that image of you as a towel with all these lawyers behind you yelling with papers. I made that image, by the way. I made an artistic depiction of myself. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, you can get a towel where I am literally standing there very proud with my hands on my hips like a little towel with my reporter hat on like this, smiling like, ha ha, and you could be like, and the best part is, it's a towel. And it says on my little blue towel body, I'm a towel. So it's recursively sublime. James Joyce and Vico and Hegel would take a bow. I would like to think I made a towel that says I'm a towel. You don't understand. I hope to get one of these in the next few months. I'm then going to put it on my wall, and it's going to be framed, and it will be my masterpiece. I'm a towel, and it's a towel. It's everything I ever wanted made manifest. If you've ever wondered, Grant talks a lot about his towel eudaimonia, his towel summum bonum, my greatest good in the ancient Greek and Latin, respectively. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you, beyond a guilty verdict, watching a guilty verdict for Karen Reed come down, there is nothing that will define towel's greatest good more so than a towel that declares to the world that it is a towel. And it is also a depiction of me in cartoon form with all of a bunch of angry lawyers waving around my writings being like, we're going to come get you, little towel. You don't understand. It's hilarious, ladies and gentlemen. But I do want to go over a few more of the other items. And by the way, Alley Towel, I'm going to work on, once I get back from the doctor, I'm going to go into the back end, cancel that. I think I can just click cancel on your order, and then you can resubmit. Every single item, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we had some unisex or unisize issues at first. I just got rid of that. Because I couldn't figure out which ones it was sending. So you all can now pick your sizes for every item, okay? You can pick your size for the Under Armour You Can Call Me Hank hoodie, ladies and gentlemen. You can pick your size for the You Can Call Me Hank crop hoodie, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we don't have that many products, but that's okay. I'm not really that interested in merchandise. I know you are. I don't mean to dampen your spirits. It's just, it's not like I'm like thinking about this all the time. I think I haven't updated it at all since yesterday. I wanted to make a You Can Call Me Hank towel, and then I got distracted drinking my coffee. Anyway, I'll make a Call Me Hank towel as well. But I personally love the towel. You don't understand. It is a towel that says I'm a towel. I giggle about that literally 3 to 4 times an hour. I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm a towel. And now it's on a towel. And there you go. You can see the unisex hoodie. I really like the lettering on this one. I worked really, really hard on this. So, hello, Crime Cricket. We got a request for, oh, by the way, we're not going to do this more than like once a day, if that, during streams. But I got a request from our Super Towel SSG TUSMC. I may forget a letter or two in there. And our Super Towel friend asked if I would be kind enough to go to provide a link to Towel Store and do an overview. Now, you can find this store, toweltribune.com/store. That's TOWEL Tribune, TRIBUNE.com/store. And you can find all these wonderful products there. Now, here's what I will say about this. Please allow 4 to 6 weeks for initial towel processing and delivery on orders. That may speed up after the initial 4 to 6 weeks, but please keep an eye on the page. Second of all, what was I going to say about Towel Store? No, I forgot the second part of my announcement. Well, it was something. Oh, yes, this is the funny part. So yesterday when we were doing this, I was like, you know what? I find this weird. I don't know if I would do this. If someone asked me to like pitch things, I don't know if I would do it. But I like that I made them. It's kind of my art. Like and first of all, there's no pictures of John, nothing like that. It is the Call Me Hank and a towel that says I'm a towel. That's it. It's all I feel comfortable with, and I wouldn't even open this until after deliberation started anyway. People wanted it during the trial. I wouldn't do it. Now it's open. But scaling things back, little towels. Sometimes we're going to do Towel Shopping Network. I'll limit it to once a day, but I'm going to take on my Towel Vanna White mode, and I'm going to tell you all about products on Towel Store. I think it will be like a way to help towel editor Chris, and then maybe me eventually. I don't know. I have to figure things out. But let's just start basic and just know that sometimes I'm going to become Towel Vanna White, even though that's, I think, Jeopardy. And we're going to put Vanna White on the Towel Shopping Network, which will be me. I'll be Towel Vanna White. And then I will start telling you about products like how I have a towel that says I'm a towel. All right, there we go. Now, the real reason why I was doing that, and I think you know exactly why I was doing that, ladies and gentlemen, is I don't want you to have to watch The Fan. I feel terribly guilty about this. I hope you will be able to forgive me. I have to go to the towel doctor. I collapsed the other day. I don't know what's going on. It was a few weeks ago. I'm a little bit worried about it. I wouldn't say I'm scared, but I think I should go to the towel doctor. So I'm going to the towel doctor. All right, now, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take the fan for you little towels. Now watch me grab the fan, all right? We're going to do this. I'm going to make the... Now, would you all mind keeping each other company for a little bit, little towels? So if you all would be so kind for the next maybe 30 minutes, maybe a little bit longer, depending how long it takes Towel to get his things done, would you please be so kind as to keep each other company? The volume is all the way up on Towel Stream. You all are going to have a direct line into the courtroom. Now, listen, the verdict clock for us. Oh, elevate the process. I may take a look at your shorts. I can't wait to see them. Now, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. When you get pulled back into the courtroom, you are going to be the chat, okay? So the stream for the next 45 minutes, thank you, SS, GT, USMC. God bless you, and God bless your spouse, my dear friend. We love the towel veterans. We love our towel armed forces. We support them unconditionally. I am a towel. You're going to be like, well, actually, every soldier probably has a towel, so I think we can call them the towel armed forces. They're not my armed forces. They just have towels. So even though they don't use them for war, they have towels. So therefore, we can call them the towel armed forces. All right, so would you all be so kind? Here's what we're going to do for the next 20 minutes, next 30 to 45 minutes. We cannot, I literally cannot turn on anything else while I'm away. So you all have to sit and watch this. The volume is fully up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you are going to watch the fan. I can't even put up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca because if I do that, then you won't be able to see what happens when it's over. Okay? So, I'm putting all of you collectively in charge. Have a good time for the next 30 to 45 minutes. I will see you just after 11, maybe a little bit later. All right, little towels, please hold down the fort. Please try not to get nervous. Know that your towel friends are here. Ange Whittick, Amber Am, Lovely Sphinx. I'm drinking enough water. I'm doing, it's just a lot going on. And so what I want to do though is I want to elevate. So Mary Adams, one second. Mary Adams, you can now do this. And then I think Drew Drops already can. And then let me add, hold on one second. I think Drew Drops already can. Let me add Crime Cricket. Nope, Crime Cricket's already good. And then let me add Cat in a Hat. All right, Cat in the Hat, you can now do this too. So over the next hour or so, there's 50, sorry, Cat in the Hat, you'll be blue again in a second. There's 40, so there's hundreds of you in the blue wall, and there's 40 of you who can now, hi Erica, we don't have a verdict yet. Have fun, SSGT, USMC. I'll be back with you soon. Folks, check in with Crime Cricket. Let me check LA Connection, actually. So check in with Crime Cricket, LA Connection. I'm not going to make anyone be responsible, but check in with Respect or Crime Cricket or LA Connection or CIS or so many others, and they will be able to help. Even if someone is already a moderator, some of the other of you here are able to help each other with that. So Towel will be back. I got to go to the towel doctor. I will see you at maybe a little bit after the top of the hour. I cannot put anything on while I'm gone because we have to sit here and watch the fan in case anything happens in court. All right, hold down the fort, Towel friends. Towel loves you. I'll be back in just over half an hour.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I was just informed that somebody O'Keefe's just informed.
So, counsel, why don't you come on up?
Bob, I can't do this. I can't do this.
Here's number 3.
Counsel, what I'd like to do is I'm just going to read the questions to you now, so please take your seats. So I'm going to read the questions, I'm going to have them marked, then I will take a short recess, let you all talk about it, and then come back.
Thank you.
So, all right, so I received 3 questions from the jury. The first one is, they appeared on note cards, so that I don't know what order they came in, but this is the order I got them. This is the order I'm going to read them. What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? So I will give you some time to consult. I think the first one, I'll hear from you as to what the time frame is, and I don't need to hear from you now. That's pretty clear cut what they're looking for. The second one are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence. How can we consider them? Well, we know they are evidence and they can give them whatever weight they want. I would also be inclined to give a humane practice instruction, and tell me if you want the digital evidence instruction. It's a little awkward because it would be something like, before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who appeared in the communication was in fact Karen Reed. So think about that when I come back out. But I think it's appropriate to give a humane practice instruction, and also tell me what you think about what to say about the weight. The third question is a little bit more, I think, unclear as to exactly what they're looking for.
Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What I'm proposing, I gave you both a verdict slip where I included the language. I know yesterday I said they have to be read hand in hand, the jury instructions with the verdict slip. I've incorporated the language from the jury instruction into the verdict slip. I've given each side a copy. When I come out, I'd like your input on whether you think this is appropriate. I would instruct them, as I did before, that they start at the top and work their way down. That's the only thing I did not specifically put in here, but I think it takes it step by step, an analysis to do it. So how much time does the defense want to be able to respond to me?
Perhaps 15 minutes.
Okay. And the Commonwealth?
That will suffice.
Okay. So it's 7 past. Why don't I come out at 25 after? Give you 20 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Excuse me, sorry.
Oh, yes, sir. Well, no.
All right, so I will hear you on the first question, the time of the OUI. Any suggestions?
Your Honor, do you want to hear from the defense first?
I'll hear from whoever's, you're standing up, so I'll hear from you first.
Okay. On question number 1, what is the time frame for the OUI charge, offense 002, section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? Our suggestion would be something along the lines of, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have the evidence. It's your decision.
You are the fact finder.
You're the fact finder.
Mr. Brennan, or whomever from the Commonwealth?
My suggestion would be 12:45.
And why is that?
The case has always been focused at that time. I don't think there's anything specific in the indictment regarding the time.
Do we have the indictments?
No.
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
I'm sorry?
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
Understood.
All right.
I agree with the court on principle. I just don't have the indictment memorized, so I don't remember. If we can pull that up.
There's no time? I don't expect that there's any time.
All right, so I'll say you have the evidence, and remember, you are the fact finders, or something to that effect. All right. Are the video clips Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? So I'll tell you what I was planning on saying, then you can add to it. Sure. Yes, the videos are evidence. Give them whatever weight you think is appropriate to give them, and then I would give the digital evidence instruction and the humane practice instruction.
The only thing I would respectfully ask the court to include in that sentence is give them whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
All right.
If
okay.
Any. Thank you. Otherwise, it's fine.
Okay. What's the Commonwealth's position?
We have a different perspective on that.
Okay.
The first part of the question, are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? The answer should be yes.
Okay.
How can we consider them? I think it's fair to say you should weigh the defendant's statements as you would evidence. Since they've been introduced substantively, they are like any other piece of evidence. There's no difference, and there shouldn't be any reflection of a difference in the answer. We didn't introduce any evidence in this case and say you should give it any weight, if any at all. We didn't provide a limiting instruction in any way, and these shouldn't be so limited. This is just like a photograph. It's no different than a physical piece of evidence. And so I think the answer should simply be yes. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence. I do not think the court should give humane practice or digital evidence. It suggests that there's some deterioration or further analysis that is different. Those instructions were already given during the charge. In addition, those instructions are in their hand in the written jury instructions. And so, to put it most simply, as I think that we should, is this is a piece of evidence, and you weigh it like you would any other piece of evidence, whatever they decide, rather than give them guidance to curtail it or to limit it in any fashion.
My only suggestion, Your Honor, is that every single piece of evidence that's provided to them, it's in keeping with Massachusetts laws, in keeping with the responsibility that they have. Every single evidence is given the weight, if any, they deem appropriate. That is not a misapplication of the law. I think the Commonwealth's suggestion suggests in the answer that they should or they have to give those statements weight, and the law is they don't have to give them any weight. So I think the appropriate comment by the court is exactly as the court suggested initially, which is you give it whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
All right, so what I'm going to say is, yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, then I'll go and I'll read the electronic communications and the humane practice. That covers it.
I don't have a principled objection to it if the court adds the word "if any."
I understand.
Because I don't want them to think, for instance, the way that it's worded as the Commonwealth suggested it, they have to weigh it the same way they weigh other pieces of evidence. Every single piece of evidence is weighed in and of itself. It's individual to the piece of evidence that's presented. For instance, they could weigh the statements by Ms. Reed. They could give it no weight. Each individual juror could decide, I'm going to dispatch it altogether and give it no weight, while giving another piece of evidence, like whatever that might be, the testimony of one of the ARCA witnesses, complete weight. I think that we need to stress that the clips bear no additional weight, no additional gravity than anything else that they've considered. And the only way to do that is very simply, you give this the weight, if any, that you decide is appropriate. It doesn't, I think, comparing it and contrasting to other pieces of evidence in the case, it's unnecessary, and it tends to suggest they have to give it weight.
Okay. So your objection's noted. now let's get to the third one. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What do you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor, I appreciate the effort that the court went to amend the verdict slip as it relates to count 2, and I think there are some excellent suggestions by the court in the verdict slip. By and large, I think question number 3 is answered by the amendments in the verdict slip. So we certainly could say something like, does convicting guilty, the question was, quote, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? The answer is no, obviously. And perhaps we could formulate an answer that says something along the lines of no, new verdict slips have been provided that will make it more clear, or something of that nature. As well as a decision of guilty on the OUI charge 002 number 5 is an explicit acquittal on the higher charges in offense 002, which is a proper statement of the law. And then there are suggestions that we have regarding the edits that the court has made to the verdict slip. And I'm happy to go over those with you and put those on the record.
Okay, go ahead.
With regard to going from the top to the bottom, just under number 1, number 1 reads, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. We would propose that the court add the language, the consistent language that it's added throughout the verdict slip. If you, quote, if you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, comma, stop and sign the verdict slip, period. That's the only place that that language doesn't appear, and I think it should appear.
Okay.
The second is a relatively minor issue. However, under number 2, sub 2, the parenthetical check one or both of the following, I think it should say, just to clarify it further, if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
All right, I think I'm going to leave it because it appears only under the guilty.
It appears only on?
Under the guilty. So go ahead, I'll hear you further.
Going further, going under number 3, toward the bottom of the page, in the parenthetical that the court suggested, which we find is excellent, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter, we would simply add that clause.
So we'd have to add it in all of them.
Correct.
Which makes sense. I think
Correct.
we had it in the first one.
Right.
Okay.
And then moving to page 2, at the top of the page under sub 4, again.
Hold on 1 second.
Of course.
Okay.
We had the same suggestion. It appears that the court is not inclined to give it. If guilty, check one or both of the following. And there's a typo. It says the parenthetical
we fixed
says,
it.
Check one of. Okay.
Yes. So we changed of to or.
So my only suggestion to that would be to again add the if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
Okay.
On that page, going down to the bolded parenthetical, same thing. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide.
Okay.
Moving down under sub 5, the
We still
OUI.
need to say stop and sign the verdict slip.
Right. After the word stop and sign the verdict slip.
Yep.
And then under sub 5, again, the same thing. We just suggested that for consistency that it say, if guilty, check one of the following of the both. And the final edit would be in the final parenthetical, the last sentence. If you find, I think her should be changed to the defendant. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1.
Okay.
And those are the edits that we have suggested for the verdict slip.
Mr. Brennan?
I don't have any disagreement with the edits.
Okay.
I nuance of selecting one guilty or not guilty, I don't think needs to be explained. I think with the edits, this proposed instruction explains it. Yes.
All right. What
I don't have any issue with if you state, if you decide on a lesser included offense, it does not include the earlier offense. And I'm not sure of the exact language that can be. I don't think that's necessary, but that is something I wouldn't have an objection to. But I think the form that you filled it out with the edits is going to be sufficient for them to follow.
What do you think about the defendant's position that if you were to find her guilty of operating under the influence, Mr. Jackson said explicit acquittal. I don't like that language. I think if you find it, it means you have found her not guilty of each of the others.
That would be fine with us.
I think it's better if you find her guilty of any lesser included offense. It would not include the higher offense.
All right.
I think that's just confusing.
So what I planned on doing was bringing them out and giving them each a copy of the amended verdict slip, explaining that it really is consistent with the jury instructions I gave them, but walking them through it. So we start from the top and then explain, if you find the defendant guilty, you're done. Stop, sign the verdict slip, and let the court officer know you have a verdict or something.
I prefer that.
Yeah, I think I'll walk them through it like we do in civil cases.
I don't have any objection to that. The only other thing is the digital instruction.
Yes.
We don't believe that it's necessary. I don't think that we should re-emphasize that, and we're not asking for it.
All right, so you're waiving it?
We're waiving it.
Okay.
Yes,
All
thank
right,
you.
I will do humane instruction, humane practice instruction. So I need 5 minutes, and Tori, your computer, to amend this if we can, and we'll make copies. So we'll bring the jurors in. Let them know that we'll be bringing them in shortly, Tony. All right, thank you.
All rise.
Towel friends, I am back from the towel doctor. I have good news. I made it through. Towel made it. Towel's headphones are on the wrong way. Oh, I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. It is great to see you. We're waiting for Judge Cannoni to now formally read the answer to the verdict questions to the jury, little towels. Oh, goodness. I'm back with you. It's so great to see you, my towel friends. I missed you so dearly. It is so nice to see you. I agree. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to analyze, we analyze the argument. These 3 juror questions are very interesting. They have to do not just with lesser included offenses 2.5 and the OUI and when did the OUI occur at 12:30 or 5. But no, ladies and gentlemen, whether Karen clips can be viewed as evidence, oh, that's devastating. And the jury didn't know that, oh, Karen's screwed. And then whether the jury can convict on an OUI-related offense without convicting on the top charge, oh, goodness. There are 3 lesser-included offenses that have charges including OUI, and then goodness, folks, we need to keep a close eye on this little towel. So basically, the questions that were asked were, the first question is, we'll take them out of order. The first question, and the most important to me, is, can you use Karen clips? Can you view them in the jury room, and are they evidence? Yes, they have a USB drive. They are evidence, 100%. They are evidence, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my word, Judge Cannoni is going to tell them they are evidence. She'll give them the humane practices instruction because that's what they got when they saw them, but they're coming in. They're already in the jury room. They're on a flash drive. Hello, towel friends. I haven't eaten yet. I turned the towel oven on. I'm going to save towel money because not only did I have to get my blood drawn, I got a parking ticket because I'm a towel moron. And I was like, I'll put 45 minutes in, and then it took 53 minutes, and I got a parking ticket like 6 minutes before I got back to my car. Not something I have time to think about right now, ladies and gentlemen. All I know is that I was a towel who was attacked by a needle, and I survived. You don't understand. I have an intense fear of needles. I was terrified. I almost didn't make it through. I didn't faint. That said, I'm here. I'm with you. We're about to get ready for the reading of the jury questions, ladies and gentlemen. The verdict clock continues. Deliberations did not actually stop while that discussion was ongoing. And in fact, deliberations technically continue even while they're in the room getting the question asked. We're considering that part of deliberations. Oh, goodness. But yes, Paul Doherty has made English muffin pizza, which is one of my favorites, along with American chop suey, and I'm going to make pizza with chicken nuggets. You don't understand. I didn't have any chicken fingers, so I got some chicken nuggets, and I'm going to cook them. They are organic chicken nuggets. I am excited. I don't know if I can put into words how much I am excited for pizza. I wish I had chicken fingers or some kind of chicken wings, but I will live with chicken nuggets. Did you know I like chicken nuggets and honey mustard? If you've heard this before, I'm going to tell you again. So I know a lot of you were trying to figure out what the questions mean. No one can figure out what the questions mean, but the general intonation of the question is, can they use the Karen clips as evidence? Oh, yes, they can. The fact that they didn't know that, oh, that's bad for Karen. She's going to be, oh, that's bad. Secondly, they're definitely not acquitting. They might be deciding on what's called a compromise verdict. Where do they want to find her guilty and for what? It's going to be something. Now, whether they're deciding on M2 versus, oh, God bless you, Drew drops towards that towel parking ticket. It's only $30, but there you go. I'll pay it in British pounds. City of Somerville, Massachusetts, you shall accept my $30 in British pounds. You must understand, I'm not a loyalist. I'm just an Anglophile, and there's a special towel Anglo-American special relationship rooted entirely, ladies and gentlemen, in giving Dewdrops access to Trident and Polaris. And you might be saying to yourself, Grant, I don't think we should give access to Kiki and Riri and Dewdrops to the key to Trident and Polaris. Well, first of all, do you even know what Trident and Polaris is? Second of all, if you think that Dewdrops can't be responsible, and Kiki and Riri, for being in charge of Trident and Polaris, I don't know what to tell you. I think Dewdrops is perfectly capable. Sorry about that. I think Dewdrops is perfectly capable of being in charge of nuclear submarines. You must understand. Oh, God bless you, Dewdrops, Kiki, and hold on, I gotta spell this right. Dewdrops, Kiki, and Riri. You are all super towelettes. of the highest order, and I designate you dames of the Noble Order of the Towel. I think it's actually going to be the Noble Order of the Linen, because we are a linen closet, so Ordo Temple Linus something, I don't know. Murder by Maestro was technically the first person in the Noble Order of the Linen Closet. So Murder by Maestro, you have to figure out what the Latin word is for the Noble Order of the Linens. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are officially the Noble Order of the Linens. If you don't know what that is, it's because I've decided that Dewdrops... Oh, no, sis. It is because I have decided that Dewdrops is a member of the Noble Order of the Linen. Now, I have also decided that Sis is a member of the Noble Order of the Linen. Now, I know, Sis, this is a big day for you and Dewdrops and Kiki and Riri. God bless you, Sis. It is my distinct towel honor and privilege to welcome you to the Noble Order of the Towel. Go forth and be a beacon of fibrous hope to the world. I think I'm hilarious. You don't understand, even in intense moments. I think I'm hilarious. I'm someone who just finds myself hilarious all the time. I just sit around and think, oh my goodness, you are hilarious. I'm so glad you get to share your gift with the world for being hilarious. Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Well, we're doing it, Jill Daniels. But the more important thing is I am being hilarious. Thank you, Noelle. I survived my blood draw. It was a little bit of an experience. I'm alive. And then I got a parking ticket. And now I'm going to pay my parking ticket in Great British pounds. And I'm going to say, City of Somerville, this is technically legal currency. I don't think they're forced to accept my payment in Great British pounds. But it will be hilarious. You don't understand. I have big plans. All right, so while we wait for Judge... Are we still waiting for Judge Cannoni to actually read? Oh, no. God bless you, Mandy Strong. All the towel friends will be keeping you in their towel spirits, honorary towel spouse. And let me just say this, ladies and gentlemen. We are keeping an eye out. Ladies and gentlemen, we're keeping an eye out. We are watching the fan spinning. Judge Cannoni is coming back in to read the questions. Hello, Peach Pie. Hello, I am Captain Towel. Did you know John DePietro is now Commander Towel, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, I may be Captain Towel. Well, I don't know if I can be Captain Towel. I think Nunya Business is Captain Towel because Nunya Business is in charge of the Ark of Misfit Creatures. However, I am happy to be Sub-Captain Towel. That way I don't have any responsibility for the Ark or the pandas or the kangaroos or the penguins or the koalas or the sheep or the Brewski the Irish Setter. I'll have some responsibility for the dog, but that's it. And Chloe. We love you, Chloe. We're waiting on the judge, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. Towel only had to take a short 1 hour break for his towel doctor's appointment, and wasn't it a good decision for me to leave the live feed up of the courtroom with nothing else playing? Because what happened, ladies and gentlemen, in Little Towels, we got questions. Oh, Little Towels. We got questions. It was glorious. It was wonderful. It was glorious. And now we're going to analyze them once Judge Cannoni reads them. Now be aware that Judge Cannoni reading these questions is specifically enumerated in the context of the jurors asking about if they can view Karen clips. Oh yes, there's not much to talk about. The question is, one of the questions is, can jurors view Karen clips? Yes. That's a very bad sign for Karen that they want to look at the Karen clips, because those are very damning to her. And the fact they didn't know there was evidence until now, listen, I think we're heading towards some kind of guilty verdict. Lunchtime, yeah, towel needs to eat too. So, yep, there's going to be the humane practices instruction. We're going to see the Karen clips. Then, don't worry, after we actually hear the questions, we will go ahead and we'll listen, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be erudite, pressing, informed little towels. Then we will go about our business and analyze them further. The second question had to do with whether jurors can convict on just OUI, or not just OUI, whether the OUI was on just the issue of the OUI, whether it was at 12:30 or 5. But don't forget that OUI is also an element of the 3 of the 5 subcharges. Now, because you have to have the initial OUI for it to apply to the other charges. Remember that. Then the third question was Karen clips OUI. Oh, if they vote not guilty, if they vote guilty on one of the lesser included offenses, do they have to vote not guilty on the top charge if that's what they come down on? And she said yes. So, oh, here we go. Here we go.
All right. All right, so we can bring the jurors over. Tori, do you have those? Oh, so Tony will take those. All right, so I'll take. Thank you. Tori, how many did you make?
All rise to the court, please. Jurors entering.
The moments. Here we go. It will only take 30 seconds for the jurors to enter. Then the reading of the answers.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, jurors, we're in receipt of your question. We've been working on making sure that the answers we give you are the right ones, so it's taken us a while. So the first question, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The answer to that question is that you folks have all the evidence. And remember, it's only you who decide the facts in this case. All right? That's the answer to that question. You are the fact finders. The second question, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? Yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements in the videos as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless,
From all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. So that's the answer to that question. So for the third question, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? So with that, what I'm going to do is I have amended the verdict slip. It's the exact same verdict slip, and it's still consistent with the jury instructions I gave you, but it's a little bit easier for you to follow. And for purposes of going through this, we'll go through it together, and I've got a copy for each one of you, okay? All right, so you'll see it really is the same verdict slip, but we've added a little bit of language to help you follow it through. So the first charge, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So first, in the above entitled case, we say the defendant is, 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. Now, then you go on to guilty of the offense of as charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. That means on each one, when you stop and sign the verdict slip, that means you have a verdict on this indictment. So stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the lesser included offense. And first, under 3 is involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then continue to the next page. Guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. And you have to check one or both of the following: motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the guilty of the lesser included offense operating under the influence. And you check one or both of the following: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then stop. If you find the defendant guilty, you stop and you sign the verdict slip. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1. And remember, your decision must be unanimous. All right, does that make it any clearer, hopefully? All right, so with that, I am going to send you back out.
Before the jurors are set,
Sure, why don't you come on over?
We're going to watch this sidebar. Keep an eye. I'm not going to comment on this. You just keep an eye on the sidebar in case we catch any hot mics.
heard myself say this, and I'm glad counsel told me I did. So if you go back and look at the form after 4, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below. I think I said, then find, I don't know what I said. I heard myself read the guilty of the lesser included offense. So if you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then you continue to decide whether the Commonwealth has proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty of operating under the influence of liquor. And if they have not, and if you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, then you go back and check the first box. So you follow it from the top to the bottom in this manner. Okay? Thank you very much. We're going to release you.
All right, the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
All right, folks, so deliberations are going to begin. We are going to watch the readings of the question one more time if you missed it, okay?
All right, the court, please. Jurors, enter. Back in session, you may be seated.
All right, jurors, we're in receipt of your question. We've been working on making sure that the answers we give you are the right ones, so it's taken us a while. So the first question, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The answer to that question is that you folks have all the evidence. And remember, it's only you who decide the facts in this case. All right? That's the answer to that question. You are the fact finders. The second question, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? Yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements in the videos as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. So that's the answer to that question. So for the third question, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? So with that, what I'm going to do is I have amended the verdict slip. It's the exact same verdict slip, and it's still consistent with the jury instructions I gave you, but it's a little bit easier for you to follow. And for purposes of going through this, we'll go through it together, and I've got a copy for each one of you, okay? All right, so you'll see it really is the same verdict slip, but we've added a little bit of language to help you follow it through. So the first charge, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So first, in the above entitled case, we say the defendant is 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. Now, then you go on to guilty of the offense of as charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. That means on each one, when you stop and sign the verdict slip, that means you have a verdict on this indictment. So stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the lesser included offense. And first, under 3 is involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then continue to the next page. Guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. And you have to check one or both of the following: motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the guilty of the lesser included offense operating under the influence. And you check one or both of the following: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then stop. If you find the defendant guilty, you stop and you sign the verdict slip. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1. And remember, your decision must be unanimous. All right, does that make it any clearer, hopefully? All right, so with that, I am going to send you back out.
Before the jurors are set up,
Sure, why don't you come on over?
All right, I'm back, Cal friends. Hello. Oh, I'm having a hell of a day. I can't find my water. I'm just completely overloaded, and we're going to do a quick interview with a wonderful supporter of the O'Keefe family from outside the court in just 1 second. I'm very tired. I'm very frustrated and flustered, and I should just take a second to breathe, and then I'll compose myself and I'll find the things that I need. So we'll do this interview.
Myself say this, and I'm glad counsel told me I did. So if you go back and look at the form after 4, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below. I think I said then find, I don't know what I said. I heard myself read the guilty of the lesser included offense. So if you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then you continue to decide whether the Commonwealth has proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty of operating under the influence of liquor. And if they have not, and if you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, then you go back and check the first box. So you follow it from the top to the bottom in this manner. Okay? Thank you very much. We're going to release you.
All right, to the court, please. Jurors, follow me. All right, you saw it again, tell friends. Now we're going to see if we can get this interview set up. And while we're waiting, I'm going to put on the cross of Dr. Russell,
because I am extremely tired. I cannot find what I need right now, and I'm just not in the mood. But I don't think there was anything else said, but...
Jury's exit the courtroom. Please be seated.
Are you satisfied, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to ask everybody to stay a few minutes. I'll be back out in about 5 minutes.
All right, she's going to be back out, so we're going to keep watching, folks.
1:30.
Hold on, let's see what she said. Hold on one second.
You do for ID?
All right, so we'll see everybody at 1:30.
Yep, we're not going to watch that. All right, 1:30, folks. 1:30. You heard it. You heard it. I'm going to bring up the cross. We'll see if we can do our interview, and you watch this for now.
And cause a number of injuries. Those injuries to different people could vary wildly from one to another.
Yes.
Even if the car was going at the same speed and ran into a group of people, those injuries could be totally dissimilar from one another, couldn't they?
Yes.
Some person, unfortunately, could be killed if the car was going fast enough and hit them the right way. Yes?
Yes.
Another person could have a less severe injury, maybe a broken bone.
Yes.
Another person in the same exact collision could have scratches.
Yes.
In fact, there are cases, I'm sure you've studied, where people have been hit by cars, thrown airborne, and had no wounds on them at all. Have you seen that?
Could you repeat that?
Are the instances that you have considered where a person is hit by an automobile, actually thrown, removed from the ground, thrown in the air, and gets up unscathed with no injury at all?
No significant injuries, correct.
So a car collision can cause wildly different injuries depending on many, many unpredictable factors. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
When a vehicle's involved, have you ever been involved in treating patients that received injuries from broken plastic or broken glass in a car?
Yes, many times.
And when you've seen them, have those injuries differed on a person as far as cuts and abrasions from glass or broken plastic?
Yes.
When you were considering excluding car impact or collision as a source of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, did you consider whether or not Mr. O'Keefe could have been struck on the side of the car in a clip type event rather than being run over?
Yes, I considered multiple scenarios.
Had you, or do you agree that injuries from a side swipe or from a clip could be much, much different than a full rear or front impact being run over?
They could be.
Did you do any study in this case when you were thinking about excluding the car collision or impact as the source of Mr. O'Keefe's abrasions, about what his body posture was, how he may have hit a motor vehicle? Did you consider that?
I considered several scenarios, several different positions.
And when you considered that, what did you conclude as far as Mr. O'Keefe's body movement at the time of any potential impact?
Oh, first of all, I didn't see any medical evidence that there was an impact. There were no significant injuries from the neck down, no fractures, no bruise, no internal injuries, no lacerated organs, no collections of fluid in the lung cavities, the abdominal cavity, no significant injuries from the neck down, and so yes, I used that and tried to put that in a scenario of his various positions. What could he have been standing, kneeling, sitting, lying down on the ground. I did all that.
You were a police officer before you went to medical school, weren't you?
Yes.
You had arrived at scenes of many, many car collisions, hadn't you?
Yes.
What is oftentimes left behind after a car collides with an object?
Debris.
Debris field, yes? Did you look at the debris field in this case?
No.
In the cases that you went to wherever you saw car collisions, some of the debris that you would find could be broken glass or broken plastic. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you went to those scenes, you would often find broken glass or broken plastic in a debris field near where the victim was found or laying. Isn't that fair to say?
The debris field would be usually near the collision, if there was a collision impact.
And when you were considering excluding car impact or collision in this case, did you take a look at the entire debris field to determine how close or far it was from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I couldn't tell on
Did you
the
ask any
photographs.
question? I'm sorry, please finish.
I couldn't tell from the photographs.
And before you came to your conclusions, did you ask anybody for any more information so that you could make a fair assessment of that information?
The injuries here were so characteristic that, and they were so parallel to one another that I couldn't even imagine pieces of glass or plastic or even metal lining up to cause those injuries, lining up in a certain fashion to cause those regular striations.
Rather than imagining, did you make any effort to actually seek information so you could identify and evaluate the debris field around Mr. O'Keefe's body that morning?
I did not.
Have you ever, as a police officer looking into car collisions, ever hear the term knocked out of one's shoes?
Not as a police officer.
Have you ever heard of that as a medical expert?
I've heard of it as a civilian, yes. Not as a medical expert.
Can I have Exhibit 74B, please? In your study, before you gave an opinion excluding an impact or a collision as the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's abrasions on his arm, were you aware of this photograph where Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker was found on the side of the road?
I am aware that there was one shoe off, correct.
Were you aware that it was wedged right up against the curb? Were you aware of that?
I'm aware, I have been aware of that, yes.
And when you came to your conclusion that you offered that the injuries are not consistent with a impact or car collision, was this photograph part of your consideration?
No.
Could I have Exhibit 99D, please? In your study to give an ultimate opinion, where you suggest that a car collision or impact was not the source of Mr. O'Keefe's arm injuries, were you aware of this photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's hat found at the bottom of the snow in the corner of that yard?
No.
Do you see underneath that hat there was not 2 inches of snow? It looks like dirt and grass?
Yes.
When you gave the opinion that he was on 2 inches of snow, would it be important to know whether or not he fell directly on the hard ground or on snow?
It could be important. However, it could be. If the ground was frozen, if it wasn't frozen, it could matter a little bit.
Exhibit 73, please. When you were reaching your conclusions, you said you considered some of the debris field. Did you see this photograph of a piece of taillight that matches the defendant's taillight of her SUV? Did you consider this piece of evidence that was found in the debris field?
Not specifically.
76A, please. Same question. Did you consider this piece of the debris field when you were coming to your conclusions that you offered us yesterday?
I considered that there would be several pieces of metal, plastic, or glass at the scene.
Did you consider this picture of plastic from the defendant's rear taillight found at that scene? Did you consider that before you gave your opinion to the jury?
No.
You can take that down, please. Would there be any significance in your study, in the foundation of your opinion, that a collision or impact did not cause Mr. O'Keefe's wounds on his arm? Was it important for you to determine whether or not the taillight to the defendant's Lexus was broken early that morning?
I think there needs to be more to the question.
Okay. When you were considering potential causes of injuries, did you know that the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight was broken in missing pieces?
Yes.
Was it important to time when that taillight was broken?
What do you mean by time?
You understand that Mr. O'Keefe was found on January 29th, 2022, yes?
Yes.
Early morning hours?
Yes.
When you were making your differential diagnosis, was it important for you to learn whether around that time the defendant's taillight was broken?
It was important to know. I still don't understand the question. I'm having trouble understanding the question.
It's my fault. I'll try to ask it a different way. You were considering as much facts and information as you could to give a solid opinion in front of this jury, weren't you?
Yes.
And you ultimately have offered an opinion that the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arm are not consistent with an impact or a collision with a vehicle, yes?
That's correct.
You know the vehicle in question in this case is the defendant's vehicle, her Lexus.
Yes.
And you learned that her right rear taillight was broken in missing pieces, yes?
Yes.
Did you want to know if there was any evidence depicting when that taillight was broken, in considering this conclusion?
Yes.
Did you know that there was video from 5:07 a.m. showing that the defendant's taillight was missing pieces?
I'm going to allow that.
Not at the time, but I expected that if there were a collision, that there would be pieces of the car, involved. So it didn't really make any difference.
When you were trying to rule out a collision between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed's vehicle did not cause these injuries, did you want to seek that information about the broken taillight and date and time it?
A broken taillight in and of itself could not cause those injuries. There would have to be multiple projections from the vehicle that were lined up in certain pattern to give those parallel marks all in the same direction. So, that's why a broken taillight could not have done that.
So in your investigation, you did not want to know when that taillight was broken?
Oh, I did, but for information only.
Did you review the ring video from 5:07 a.m. at Meadows Ave?
Later on, later on in the, not initially when I had the initial records, but later on I did.
Did you have that information before or after you arrived at your opinion?
After.
So you had already arrived at your opinion, then you received new information, which was that ring video, correct?
And it confirms, yeah.
And then you received more information. Did you receive photographs from a dash cam during a wellness check showing the defendant's Lexus missing pieces of her right rear taillight at about 8:03 a.m. that morning?
Would that be? I'm not sure which video that is.
Well, it's not a video. If we could put up Exhibit 10. It actually was from a video. Did you look at this picture during your differential diagnosis?
I think I've seen that picture before. The vehicle parked, yes.
Exhibit 11, please. Did you consider this picture in your differential diagnosis?
I don't know that I ever saw this picture.
Seeing this picture, do you see that the right rear taillight is missing pieces?
I can't even see that. Oh, yes, I do see that. But again, these pieces would have to be lined up in a certain configuration in order to cause those wounds.
So seeing this photograph now for the first time, it doesn't in any way shape or change your opinion, does it?
No.
You had, as a police officer, when you're excluding the source, and in this case you're saying the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's scratches on his arm could not have been from a collision, do you listen to witness testimony or do you review witness statements?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to allow that. Just, do you do that?
As a police officer, in investigating a car accident, is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Did I take witness statements?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you value the statements as part of your analysis?
I give varying values depending on what I believe to be the veracity of the witness.
Have you listened to the statements of the defendant herself in this case regarding potential impact?
No, what do you mean?
Well, have you seen any statements made by the defendant to any media about potential impact or collision in this case?
Oh, are you referring to what you've asked me previously about, did I hit him or something of that? What do you mean specifically?
Have you seen any of the media statements by the defendant, 2020, Nightline, docuseries? Have you seen any of these statements in your analysis of whether or not there was a impact, a collision between the defendant and her Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe? Have you seen any of those?
I did see some statements, but that was after I rendered my opinion.
And some of those statements, after you rendered your opinion, did some of those statements come from the defendant herself?
Yes.
And when you listen to those statements, did you hear any of them talk about the idea or issue of collision or impact?
Yes.
And when you listen to those statements after you formed your opinions, did in any way change the analysis of your opinion?
Absolutely not. And I'll tell you why.
Please do.
Because she had, the defendant had undergone a very stressful event, finding her loved one in the snow. And so after a stressful event, many people suffer from what's called an acute grief reaction. It's very common. And they do things that seem to be irrational. They ramble. They act bizarrely. They make statements that are irrational, that don't make sense, and they oftentimes tend to blame themselves for whatever has happened. I've seen this many, many, many times in the emergency department.
Does this happen moments after a stressful event?
Oh, yes.
Does it happen months later when you go on 2020 or Nightline?
I've never seen that situation.
Yeah, no. Does it happen a year later when you go and speak to documentarians and be interviewed? Is that the same kind of condition you see a year and a half later?
A grief reaction can last years. It usually is very brief, but it can last years.
Now, when you looked at the closed case, Mr. O'Keefe closed, you are aware that those clothes were swabbed for DNA traces, weren't you?
Some of the DNA.
Could we have Exhibit 147B, please?
Towel friends, hello?
On the right arm, there were a
Pause
number
for
of
a second.
different tears in that fabric that you looked at, weren't
We're
there?
coming up to a sidebar, but listen, towel friends, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm eating a towel pizza. Did you know that towel made, I had to use aluminum foil because it makes the crust better when I cook it this way, but I made, and it's not the most delicious thing in the world, but it is a very nice pizza. It actually is pretty good. It has chicken, bacon, and ranch, but I have better news for you than that. Ladies and gentlemen, special towel interview, 1 p.m. I have to figure out how I'm going to introduce them. They need to respond to my DM. But I haven't, don't worry, we love you, Special Towel. We are going to do a special towel interview with someone who has flown in to support the O'Keefe's family, ladies and gentlemen. Are you excited? We, at the top of the hour, 1 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, of the beauty. Oh, Beach Nance, that's awesome. Beach Nance, it's just Grant Smith Ellis at Gmail. So that's the way to send me little towel emails. Oh, thank you, Linda A. I'm so excited for the top of the hour, just 14 minutes away. We're going to continue watching this cross, and then we're going to do a special interview with a supporter of the O'Keefe family who is in town. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a towel. I have a blue Gatorade. I have plenty of electrolytes. I have a Red Bull. I have a pizza. I have Reese's peanut butter and jelly cups. I have one left that tastes like grape jelly. I would say the jelly's a little artificial, but the Reese's part is really good. Oh my. Hello, Victorian Angel. It's so great to see you. I agree. Learning is a didactic process, a lifelong process based on asking questions. In fact, I was with my doctor today, and there was a moment where I was saying a question. I was saying a statement about the blood draw or something, and I realized, I don't need to say a statement to her. I should just ask a question. So I asked her a question, and I got the answer I wanted. What is the specific type of thing we're testing for? I didn't say something like, oh, I don't know what we're testing for. I said, can you tell me what we're testing for? And she told me all the different things on the test. That was interesting to me, Little Towels. Yeah, I really found that interesting, but I had to ask the right question. She just wasn't going to tell me, oh, Grant, here's 40 lines of this test. I had to ask her. So there you go. My towel mom. Mandy Strong 2. Wait, what happened to Mandy Strong 1? Hold on. What has happened to Mandy Strong? Have we lost Mandy Strong 1? I'm so confused. Did someone click a button wrong by accident? Maybe I have given too many people buttons. Listen, nobody get worried. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Also, if Troy hears this, I would like to mediate. Colleen Henry's a little protective of Towel. Troy was doing his best. I'd like to mediate. Towel's gonna become a mediator, and we're gonna get through this. But yes, special 1 p.m. interview with a supporter of the John O'Keefe family. I think they flew in, so I think they're just a person who supports the O'Keefe family, but they're allowed to, and we're going to interview them. But let's keep watching this for now while I eat.
Yes, there were a number of small round holes in that
You're
fabric.
aware, aren't you, that those holes were swabbed for traces of dog DNA?
Objection, Your Honor. I'd like to approach, please.
Okay, come on up.
And guess what? We get to jump through sidebar. We don't have to even watch sidebar. I get to give you more Hank. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't understand how much it means to me to be able to give you more Hank Brennan. Wait a minute. Did Hank not even have any more questions? No way. Oh, it's right back to... Oh, was this the mistrial motion? No, wait a minute. This was not the mistrial motion. Let's see. What is Bob Alessi being a Bob Alessi about? We're not listening to you, Bob Alessi. We'll listen to Hank. All right, Hank, what was Bob Alessi pontificating about today? Oh, okay. Hi, Mandy Strong.
To this
We got to hear what Hank then argued about. We love Hank. Any chance to listen to Hank, we'll take.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Inquiring of Dr. Russell about the absence of dog DNA is not only proper and permissible, it's essential, and the Commonwealth is entitled on cross-examination to explore theories and facades that the defense creates if there is actual evidence that undermines or contradicts the representations that they are trying to portray to this jury. Let's be clear. The defense is on notice that there is no dog DNA in the sweater of John O'Keefe. Let's be clear. The defense is on notice that we were not going to try to disprove all of their varying theories in our case in chief, but if they were going to propose theories that we thought were unsubstantiated, we would do so in rebuttal. It is clear these witnesses are on the witness list. More so, the conversation and examination of Dr. Russell is replete in the historical record of this case. Dr. Russell herself testified on December 12, 2024, that she did consider the absence of DNA in her opinion. She disregarded it, she discounted it, she created false theories about the potential destruction of it, but she did testify this was part of her consideration for her opinions. Again, on January 7th, 2025, Dr. Russell again discussed the absence of dog DNA in John O'Keefe's sweater. Now, it may be inconvenient, it might be hurtful for the defendant's theories, for the creation they portrayed for this jury yesterday, but it is not improper, it's not unconstitutional, it's not irrelevant, it's very relevant. It is powerful evidence that the Commonwealth has to undermine this idea that the linear caused by a dog of the abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe. The defense does not get to pick and choose what words the Commonwealth can or cannot use. They do not get to pick and choose what parts of Dr. Russell...
All right, pause. So we are monitoring outside the court, ladies and gentlemen. Why is the verdict clock paused? I'm hearing... both sides were already told to return at 1:30. We know that. Oh goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh goodness, I don't know what's going on. Hi Rita, I'm a towel. Hi Rita. Towel likes Rita. Towel has to talk to Rita. Towel. Hi Rita, I'm a towel. I'm here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not frozen. I was just eating pizza. I didn't really want to eat pizza in front of you. The pizza was delicious. Now, we already know... Hold on. Everybody breathe. We know the court is coming back at 1:30. I have not... don't worry about it. I didn't see that. We're keeping an eye on things. We're here outside the court. Now, both sides returning at... but see, here's what's weird. There's no such thing as lunch for the jurors. They just keep deliberating. But what I will say is this. I don't see any reports about... I don't see any reports coming in right now other than 1:30 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. We are expecting a return for the lawyers to come back to court. That was announced earlier, okay? So the 1:30 p.m. return is not new. That is an announced development. Judge Cannoni told the lawyers to come back at 1:30 earlier. That is not. So we're not reporting anything right now because coming back at 1:30 just means that that's doing what they were already doing. However, at 1 o'clock, we are going to do, ladies and gentlemen, our interview. Now, I don't want to just watch Karen Reed people running around. That's a little weird. So I have a backup towel plan. Hold on. I'm going to be the towel with the backup plan. We got our special 1 p.m. interview incoming as well, ladies and gentlemen. So let me be the towel man with the backup plan, all right? So I don't want to watch this. I find these people ridiculous. You don't understand, but I don't want us to miss anything, so I'm going to just put it up in the corner. Oops, sorry about that. I had a towel burp. I am a towel. All right, so there we go. Let me just do this. There's your live look, ladies and gentlemen. There's your live look. Yeah, well, that's a little weird. Like, jurors don't pause deliberating. They don't go to lunch. Like, what is this thing talking about? Like, they don't go to lunch. What are you talking about? Not you. I meant, like, the law and crime feed. Like, jurors literally don't go to lunch. All right, so here we go. Let's keep watching Hank. I have to get my chicken fingers or chicken nuggets. 1 sec.
Opinions are important and not important. Because they chose not to emphasize, highlight, or discuss the absence of dog DNA on direct does not mean it's beyond the scope of direct examination. It means they did not want to talk about it because it was not helpful to them. There have been countless cross-examinations in this case where questions are asked beyond the scope of direct. This is not beyond it. It goes to the heart of her opinion. If I cannot cross-examine her, as proposed by the defense, about the heart of her opinion, she shouldn't give it. She shouldn't have an opinion because you can't come in and just take the favorable factions to yourself and leave out reality. I intend on asking Dr. Russell about her opinions about the role that the absence of DNA played. Also, I expect to ask her about her attempt to diminish or demean the DNA evidence because it shows her inherent bias in all of her opinions, where she acts as an advocate, not as a scientist or a doctor. It is admissible evidence. We intend on using it. And when she returns to the stand, these are the very questions I'm going to ask her.
Your Honor, may I have a brief 1 minute?
Sure, go right ahead.
Thank
Mr.
you, Your Honor.
Johnson.
Your Honor, a key misstatement of fact that Attorney Brennan just made. He said that Dr. Russell talked in prior proceedings and hearings about dog DNA. The record is abundantly clear. She only did so in response to a question from Mr. Brennan. I have the transcripts right with me. She never raised it affirmatively. She gave her opinion that these wounds were to a reasonable degree of medical certainty from a dog. Mr. Brennan on cross said, did you consider, and this is in a prior proceeding, did you consider DNA? She gave her answer. She didn't raise it. I heard it. I was there. Your Honor was there. So this impression that Mr. Brennan is trying to give, that somehow the defense brought this topic up before, is incorrect. The second point, Mr. Brennan needs to have a good faith basis to ask the question. To have a good faith basis, he has to have some admissible evidence that he's got for it. He has no admissible evidence on dog DNA with regard to the arm. He knows he doesn't. He strategically chose not to bring that evidence in this case. Now he's saying he wants to use it. That would be improper in this trial for that reason. The other 2 points quickly. Mr. Brennan alleges an absence of dog DNA with regard to these wounds in the right arm. There was no swabbing of the wounds to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. That is a major, major investigative flaw in this case. That should not be befallen upon the defendant. Secondly,
I'm so sorry.
With regard to
I got a little bit, I got hypnotized. Bob Alessi hypnotized me, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't even realize he was talking. You don't understand. Yeah, the jury clock stopped running on the Law and Crime stream, which is a little weird. What is that? What are you doing up there? The jury clock stopped running, ladies and gentlemen. That is a little bit weird. I took Turtle Boy off the screen. He's a Turtle Boy. All right, we're going to do our 1 p.m. interview here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready for it. Let me just check in. All right, let me see how this is going. Don't worry, our towel reporter on the scene. Yeah, it might just be Law and Crime's clock that froze. My clock's still going, though. But yeah. They're going to find her guilty on at least something. And the question is what? It's probably going to be more than OUI, in my opinion. But yes, towel friends, I am monitoring. I am waiting. I am excited. And I want to see, and we by the way, give a little patience here, because we're dealing with someone who is on the ground, so the cell phone service is going to be competitive. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. By the way, we're not really, no, that's not, no, hold on. But yes, I understand what some people are saying. Jurors don't actually take lunch. Jurors deliberate through lunch. It's the staff that takes lunch, but that doesn't happen until 1:30. And all that happens at 1:30 is the staff goes on lunch and jurors can't return a verdict till 2:30. Jurors can deliberate from 1:30 to 2:30. Now, I heard some questions about the jury questions, but we have our interview here. Let's see if we can get our wonderful towel friend with us. Hello, you are with us, towel friend. How are you?
Fantastic. How are you?
I'm wonderful. This is an audio interview. We have with us a supporter of the O'Keefe family. I don't want to say too much. Please tell us about as much as you want to share. You flew in all the way to Massachusetts to support the O'Keefe family. Tell us about it.
I did. I've some loose ties to the case. I'll leave it at that. But just walked away from the pack. As you can imagine, I think there's maybe two other O'Keefe supporters here in a sea of pink sheep. So that's how I would describe it at this point in time. But I was lucky enough to get on the steps of the courthouse with John DePetro and assisting him with some quote unquote media responsibility. So I'm in a good spot at least.
That's great. And so you are actually on the ground right now. You said you just walked away from the pack. How would you describe the atmosphere? We just saw the jury questions come in. Do you get the sense the Free Karen Read people are a little nervous?
I think they're actually optimistic. I think the general consensus in the from what I'm hearing is that they're thinking it's only going to be or OUI. So that's, unfortunately, just about 30 seconds ago, I was sitting next to Vinny from Court TV, and Turtle Boy walked up, and I wasn't going to engage at all. And even though he clearly wanted to, he saw me, he walked up the steps. I just turned my back, and now I'm talking to you.
Now, I appreciate it. Obviously, people are in the chat are very supportive of you, and they want you to let you know that they have your back. This is your first time attending a hearing, but you've been following the case, I take it?
Religiously, yeah, from day one. So probably a little bit too much, according to my wife. So, but yeah, no, I've watched every minute of every testimony given, and here to support the O'Keefe family. I've got family in law enforcement, back where I live in the West Coast. And I don't know, the case just really resonated with me. I think it's an injustice. You talk to the quote unquote local media around here, and, the Stu O'Connells of the world, they rope everyone into having the same type of opinions and think tanks and all that. But I can tell you that across the country, West Coast, I got a daughter in school in the Midwest, who's practicing law. Just the normal, everyday folks that you talk to that aren't a part of this cult, this mess, they see this case for what it is. They see this case for a simple DUI case with a drunk individual who backed up and killed her boyfriend and enraged. Whether or not that was intentional or not, he's sitting there in a sea of evidence, and to try to contend that it was anything other than that is just, it's lunacy. It's absolute lunacy, in my opinion.
Yes, and kudos to you there. I know we're with you live. Kudos to you for paying homage to Hank Brennan's closing. She was drunk. She hit him. She left him to die. As you've seen this case with the second retrial kind of come to its conclusion, you were mentioning the national profile of this case. Did you notice a shift from the first case to the retrial? And how much role do you think Hank Brennan played in that? And do you think Karen pays her supporters to show up?
100% she pays them. It's I don't even think that's a question at this point. They've taken in millions of dollars, and they still are running fundraisers that go beyond today. 100% believe she's siphoning money in, and it's going to a vast majority of these people that you see are the most vocal social media contributors. And I do think, unfortunately, I think it's going to kind of change the way, these high profile cases are tried. It'll be interesting to see what happens with the Idaho 4. I pray that we don't have the same type of, lunacy and, a bunch of supporters out there, supporting Brian Kohberger. I mean, now granted, he's innocent until proven guilty, but, based on all the evidence I've seen, I think we all know what happened in that case. But yeah, it's disheartening. It's disheartening to see out here.
Yep, and tell me, I know you were there on the ground. Did you get to see the O'Keefe family? Did you get to see Hank Brennan? Did Hank Brennan say you could call him Hank? Do you have any interesting things to tell us about the people walking out of the courthouse?
Saw the O'Keefe's on the initial walk into the courtroom, and then when they came back in for Bev's questions from the jury. So yeah, I saw them, and then Hank. As far as we know, I don't think he's left the courtroom. We were with John. John walked in about 15 minutes prior to 9. Hank got in, I would say, about 20 to 9. Was standing on the courtroom stairs. I've got one other O'Keefe supporter with me, kind of parallel line of sight. We're at the top of the stairs across from the courtroom, and we just gave a little wave, and he gave us a nod. So that was pretty cool that he saw us in this sea of pink, and pretty cool moment.
That's incredible. And listen, as someone who was there for the Call Me Hank clip, I can tell you, probably one of the few people in the world, I totally know how wonderful that felt. I have to ask you this about the O'Keefe family and Hank Brennan. What was the demeanor, the vibe? Did they? I know they probably saw a sea of pink, but you in the crowd. Did you get the sense that they were, obviously nervous, but that they were ready for a verdict?
I believe so. Yeah. I mean, I felt. I mean, you're looking at Brennan. He always has a confident kind of gait to his walk. So that I saw that. That's what I've seen from afar, and that's what I saw today. As far as being able to decipher any emotions that the O'Keefe family had, it's really difficult. My heart just goes out to them, and it's beyond a brutal situation. Not only losing your son and your brother, but then to have to endure what they're having to endure outside the courtroom every day. It's just not right. It's horrible, and that's why I came out here. That's why I flew out here.
I think so many of us who are from the area and around the country see some of ourselves in your commitment, and there are so many Towel friends in the chat applauding you. One thing I want to close, because we don't want to take too much of your lunch here, one thing I want to close with is, where do you see this going? The juror questions indicated maybe a lesser included offense. What are you feeling for a verdict? If you're willing to give us your prediction, so many of us are hoping guilty. What do you think?
Yeah, I obviously I've been praying for murder too, from day one. I said last night when we didn't have a verdict after Monday, in my opinion, it took two things off the table. It took a full acquittal off the table, and it also took murder too off the table. That's just my opinion. And then I have an interesting take on the jury questions. And obviously Bev couldn't tell us what the order was when they came in. But if you just try to piece everything together, my opinion is, and I think it's critical, whatever order those questions came in at, I think it paints a picture. If that first question, which I believe had to do with the Karen clips, it tells me that the jurors were debating as to whether or not that was quote unquote true evidence, or if it was just kind of a sideshow, or if it was just entertainment, which is a little bit baffling. And granted, it only takes one juror to have that opinion, but the fact that I believe they asked that question first, led into then question number 2, which is, what time frame are we looking at? So if you get that answer to question number 1, yes, that is evidence, then I think they go straight to, okay, now we understand that she said I shouldn't be driving on the speedway. I did have 6, 7, 8 drinks. So that identifies that we're talking about that 12:30 time frame. And then, in my opinion, you pivot to question number 3, and it becomes the question of what type of manslaughter and where do we go from there. I believe it's going to be an involuntary manslaughter. I think that's what she's going to get convicted of, which is understandably a lesser charge. I don't even know what that penalty would be for that, if it's 2, 3, 4 years. At this point in time, I just want her to get jail time. I believe the family wants to at least see her get jail time and have a court of law say that she was responsible for taking John's life. That's just kind of how I see it.
Yeah.
And I may be wrong.
No, that's one of the best reads of the jury questions I've heard so far, and I totally do agree with you. There was that very interesting moment where Judge Cannone said, okay, I don't know what order these came in, but these are the order I got handed them. So inferring from how you laid it out, I love where your mind's going, and I do think we're heading for something like involuntary manslaughter, maybe motor vehicle homicide OUI, and it could be within the next maybe few hours. So you're going to be live on the scene, I assume, when the moment comes in?
Yeah, we're not going anywhere. And I would almost guarantee that we're going to have a verdict here in the next hour to hour and a half. I think it's absolutely coming.
Yep, and so obviously we won't identify you. If you don't want to, you can go by whatever nickname you'd like, Super Towel. But if you want to stick with us, if a verdict comes in, there's a lot of people on the ground, but you are welcome to be one of the towel reporters on the ground. I'll keep this Zoom link. I'll send you another one later. If we get a verdict, maybe after 30 minutes, if you want to check in, tell us about the scene. We'd love to have you back.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm Zona Eagle on Twitter, and I'll just leave it at that.
Wonderful. So, ladies and gentlemen, this was our first interview from the scene at the courthouse with Zona Eagle. We thank Zona Eagle for their wonderful dedication to the O'Keefe family. And if we get a verdict today, we may see Zona Eagle again or hear them on Towel Stream. We will follow up. So God bless you, Zona Eagle. If you see Hank or the O'Keefe family, give them a sign of love from the towels, and be safe there among the masses.
I appreciate it, and you keep up the great work, and love everything you're doing.
Thank you so much. Zona Eagle, ladies and gentlemen.
Take care.
See ya. Ladies and gentlemen, how great was that? How great was that? We got towel boots on the ground, ladies and gentlemen. Towel boots on the ground. What a great interview with Zona Eagle, ladies and gentlemen. Zona Eagle is on Twitter. I'm going to get their username up now. They didn't announce their username until the end. So, I'm going to get Zona Eagle's account. We can follow them on Twitter. Ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful interview. We have towel boots on the ground. I just want to confirm to you, we have towel boots on the ground. Zona Eagle is a wonderful, wonderful interview. Great job, Zona Eagle. All right, ladies and gentlemen, go follow this link. Go give Zona Eagle a follow. What a great interview. Thank you so much to everyone who listened. Zona Eagle flew across the country, ladies and gentlemen, to support the O'Keefe family, and it means so much that we got an opportunity to interview Zona Eagle today. That was so wonderful. And obviously, now I want to be clear, we sometimes have longer form interviews, discussions. Nope, today that was a hit from the ground, okay, 10 minutes. That is a live reporter on the ground. We got to check in with the vibe. They think a verdict is coming. That's their sense. They're feeling it. So we're here, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Willie Wallace. Willie Wallace asked if I could explain the charges. Let's do it, Willie Wallace. I love Super Towels. I love your username. And did you know that I have a special video all queued up for you, ladies and gentlemen? Literally, I have it all queued up for you. It's glorious, ladies and gentlemen. It is a video that overviews the different charges are... HP, yeah. Like, I worry this is going to set a precedent either way. It's either going to be really, really good in the sense that the justice system will have stood firm, or it's going to induce copycats. If there's more not, if it's only guilty on OUI, it will induce copycats. So that's what I'm worried about. But yes, I'm an excitable towel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get to watch the overview of the verdict slips and the charges. I have your favorite towel video. Oh, well, you know what? If we're going to watch this towel video, should we give the people what they want? It came up in the last clip. Should we do it? Should I play? Oh, well, first of all, I want to show you this picture. So hold on. Let me move your towel comments up a little bit. Did you all know that we took a formal towel poll? It's an informal, unscientific towel poll. And we decided, ladies and gentlemen, that Turtle Boy is an Oompa Loompa. Now, you might be saying to yourself, okay, Grant, that's a little ridiculous. Like, what do you mean Turtle Boy is an Oompa Loompa? Well, listen, I don't know what to tell you. Turtle Boy is clearly an Oompa Loompa, okay? We voted on it, and in my opinion, Turtle Boy, the poll results were that Turtle Boy is an Oompa Loompa. Now, I don't think that, I'm not saying that he's forever destined to only be an Oompa Loompa. But in our unofficial scientific poll, Turtle Boy is an Oompa Loompa. Now, I also want to go find this video. Oh, hello, John. God bless you, John. I also want to find this video, ladies and gentlemen. It is a video. Oh, well, there's Karen Reed walking in handcuffs. If you want to see that video, it's kind of small. I guess I could make it larger. Hi, Karen. Karen loves this video. This is the video of Karen getting Karen walked into court. Hi, Karen. Oh, Karen doesn't really like getting Karen walked, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, I wouldn't say the Karen walk is Karen's favorite part of the day. No, it is not. But there you go, one more little view of it. Hello, Karen. There's the Karen walk, being Karen walked, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, there she is. I know you all love the image. Karen being Karen walked. Should we watch it? Hold on. Should we watch it in 0.25 speed? Yes, I think we should watch it in 0.25 speed in all of its glory. You don't understand. This is it, and 0.25 speed. Isn't this what you've always wanted to do with your life? Watch Karen Reed being walked in handcuffs in slow motion. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. The slow motion camera angle of Karen being Karen walked. Hold on. Let's watch this part too. The tail end of the Karen walk, ladies and gentlemen. The tail end of the Karen walk. Oh, yes, she was Karen walked, ladies and gentlemen. There's no doubt about it. She was Karen walked. Now, there's a video I have to find for you, ladies and gentlemen and fellow towels. Murder by Maestro made it. I reposted it. Well, I think Murder by Maestro made it, sent it to me, and then I tagged Murder by Maestro in the post because I am a towel. And the reason why I want to show this to you is because it is my favorite clip of all time. It is stabilized. It has color. And I realize I haven't posted it in a while. That's okay. That's how Karen Reed looked during closing. She's a Karen. All right, come on now. Where's the video we all want to see, ladies and gentlemen? The video we all want to see. Hold on. I refuse to be deterred. I clearly posted a lot during Hank Brennan's closing. It may literally be easy at this point for me to just Google my own Call Me Hank clip. You don't understand, ladies and gentlemen, there's a point in life when you have to start Googling your own posts because you make so many of them that you're like, oh no, I cannot find that. How do I do this? And then you have to Google your own posts. Have you ever Googled your own posts? Yep, it's a thing you can do, ladies and gentlemen, and it will make you feel like a towel. I really hope they will use John's cuffs. I really hope they will. That would be a fitting end to Karen's facade. Don't worry about it. That was a great job. Thank you so much, Heather. Welcome, Heather Blomfien. We are thrilled to have you with us. And I just have to pull up the Call Me Hank clip, ladies and gentlemen. And then we can go back to watching the, then we can go back to the explanation. Wait, what? Oh my goodness, someone stole my t-shirt, ladies and gentlemen. Someone attempted to steal my t-shirt. I have to file a copyright claim. No. Oh, that's glorious. Oh, that's absolutely glorious. Folks, the Call Me Hank shirt is such a thing. Someone has violated my copyright and tried to sell it. This is glorious. You don't understand. You don't understand. But what you do understand is that we're going to watch the Call Me Hank clip. It's just you need to give me a second. How dare you? Still laughing about John DePetro's show last night when someone asked him, what is a towel? John pauses and then says, well, Grant is a towel. Cheers, John, with my Red Bull. All right, I got the clip for you, Colleen Henry. I won't make you wait any longer. I'm sorry for tormenting you. It's what we want to see. It's what the people demand. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. Oh, goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, we love the Call Me Hank clip. Now, we're going to watch the overview of the jury forms, but I'm hearing reports. Ladies and gentlemen, I really hope she actually did this. Karen Reed may have preemptively, at some point, told her supporters not to react when the verdict counts are being read. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. I'm hearing from Towel reporters that it's possible Karen Reed has started to tell her supporters not to react. Now, she may have done it in an arrogant way and told them not to cheer, but she's preparing them for a potential verdict being read out. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Take a look. Here's my Towel polls from earlier. In terms of leaving the scene of an accident causing death, very close vote. 55 guilty, 45 guilty, 44 not guilty, 6% hung, majority guilty, 4% hung, split. Count 2, guilty all the way down, 33.8, not guilty entirely, 43.8, at least one count, 12.5, at least 2 counts, 10. Murder 2, guilty, 33%, not guilty, 54%, hung jury, majority guilty, 10.3, hung jury split, 2%. There's a picture of John O'Keefe. God bless you, John. But then, ladies and gentlemen, I want to show you this overview that I created about the charge slips. I know people wanted me to go over the charges again, so I'm going to play this. I think this is the best way to go over the verdict slips. Yes, the verdict slip got amended a little bit by Judge Cannoni, but she said this is basically the same verdict slip, so therefore we can watch it together. Now, I forget when I actually posted these videos. You don't understand after doing this for so many weeks and over and over and over, and you start to lose your ever-loving towel mind and forget where things are. All right, so that was after, where was my explanation here? Hold on, little towel. Yeah, I think it was right before that. Hold on, it's right here. All right, here we go. So, sorry for the delay in playing this video. The towel friend requested earlier. I hope you find this helpful. For OUI or involuntary manslaughter, anywhere from 5 to 20, but probably around 7. Let me zoom in on it so you can actually see it. Mandy Tell, I don't think you have any questions about this one. It is not very hard to understand. It simply says, in the above entitled case, we the jury say the defendant is not guilty or guilty of the offense as charged, murder in the second degree. I think we are mostly all on the same page about that one. Now, you might be saying to yourself, okay, what about the next one? Well, I have the next one. The next one is read bottom to top. I think that's why there was a lot of confusion on this. You read it bottom to top, okay? So I want all the mock jurors or just people who want to learn about this, you read this verdict form bottom to top, okay? Does that make sense to everyone? So the first question you ask, okay, now the reason you read it bottom to top is you have to decide, first of all, whether she's guilty of any of the lesser included offenses, okay? You got to go all the way to the bottom, okay?
So it's a ladder. You climb up the ladders. You start at 5, 4, 3, 2, and then you get to the top. So because 2 is the offenses charged, we have to go through each lesser included, okay? These are the real forms as submitted to the jurors for this case. Yes, that's correct. So it's a ladder. So let's start at the bottom. Is Karen guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor? This is the lowest charge, okay? So you got to decide, is she guilty of that? You check the box. It's perfectly okay for you to find you're guilty of all these things, but you got to start at the lowest one. So the jury starts at the bottom. Is she guilty of OUI? Okay, yes. Then you got to decide, is she guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide?
No, Alpha for Adam. I don't think it does.
Felony OUI liquor. You got to decide. Okay, check the box. If she's not guilty, you just don't check the box. Now, the reason why you have to check 2 boxes is, do you see how there's 2 different ways you can be found guilty? Either your blood alcohol level is over 0.08, or you were operating in a way that you shouldn't have been, even if they didn't have a blood result. Here we have a blood result and Karen's own words that she shouldn't have been driving, so I don't think it matters which check box they do for the sub box here, which one she was guilty of in terms of the OUI, whether it's BAC or her.
Folks, pause. This is the first verdict form. There is a new verdict form that has been updated. This was the first verdict form, and this is not what the verdict form now looks like. They got an updated verdict form. I understand. Thank you, Chloe. It was the first form.
Actions, but either way, our state of mind.
Also, I'm not reading, by the way, I'm not overviewing what Judge Cannoni told the jurors. I'm telling you how I would interpret the first verdict form. And remember, they only got the new verdict form an hour ago. This was the verdict form they were talking about before they had questions.
I should say, her clarity of mind. But either way, so say you check the box. There's no way to check a not guilty box here. If she's not guilty of one of these offenses, you just don't check the box. So if you think she's guilty of...
again, this was the first verdict form before Judge Cannoni made changes.
OUI, you check the box. If you think she's guilty of motor vehicle homicide with felony OUI liquor and negligence, you check the box. If you think she's guilty of involuntary manslaughter, you check the box. Now, we get up to the very top. If you, on top of all of that, think she's guilty of the top offense, which is motor manslaughter or OUI under the influence of liquor, you check the box. You also have to do the blood level or state of mind box for that, but you check the box. Now, if you don't check any of these boxes, if you don't check 5, if you don't check 4.
Hold on, towel friends. I actually realized we have to pause here. I didn't mean to start that right in the beginning of this. I am completely thrown off by the fact that we have court at 1:30. So hold on, towel friends. I'm going to bring this up for you now. We're going to bring up the fan, and we're going to see what's going on. We're expecting lawyers back at 1:30, but that could just be for lunch, little towels. That could just be for lunch. All right, there you go. The fan's up. All right, the fan's up. The fan's up. We're going to watch the 1:30 what's lunch announcement. We're going to see what happens. So, ladies and gentlemen, the verdict clock stopped running. But what's weird is the verdict clock, the jurors don't take lunch. I know, I saw the verdict clock stop, but jurors don't take lunch. So I don't know what, they don't stop for lunch. Maybe it was just a law and crime pause or something. Jurors just continue deliberating. The court at 1:30 takes lunch until 2:30. You cannot return a verdict between 1:30 and 2:30. The staff has to get lunch. But, yeah, no, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know why the verdict clock stopped. They've been deliberating for the past hour. We're not hearing any reports of a verdict. I think there's a sense in the air of verdicts coming down. But there's no report of it, so why would the verdict clock just stop? Now, again, I don't control the law and crime verdict clock. I control the towel verdict clock. How do I feel? Pensive, apprehensive, different than last time. Last time I was very nervous. Very, very nervous. I thought it was more... I thought it was a harder climb for the state during deliberations during the first trial. Right now, I'm just wondering what they're going to convict on. So I'm pensive, I'm apprehensive, I'm nervous. Yep. No verdict until after 2:30. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are now hearing no verdict until after 2:30. We are going to be going on lunch. So everybody hold their little towels. Everybody hold their little towels. Interesting, Ed. Well, yeah, no, last it was the. So, Ed, have you ever looked up the Dunning-Kruger effect? It could be that this time is an indication that you're feeling less confident because you're right. Last time, maybe you were confident, but wrong. That's how the Dunning-Kruger effect works. I was pretty let down last time, too. I think we are all very nervous right now, folks, waiting, just watching. We really want to see a perp walk. And Willie, I'm sorry. No, they do get lunch, Willie. It's just they do a deliberating lunch. You know, they get lunch delivered to them, and then they deliberate while eating. It's because it's inefficient to make them go. They can't really be together and deliberate unless they're deliberating. So why would they pause for lunch when they can just sit and eat lunch? They can't like go eat lunch and talk to each other about other things, but they can sit and eat lunch and deliberate. That actually kind of makes sense. So. But yes, this time I feel a little bit more confident, a little bit more collected. I am getting towel video from the ground. I'm going to take a look at it. We're waiting for the announcement about court, ladies and gentlemen. We are waiting for the announcement as we head into lunch. The family is returning, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we're going to get our 1:30 announcement. Now, just remember, no verdicts can come in between 1:30 and 2:30. I have paused. I am a towel on pause. However, well, I'm not paused. My face is paused. Okay, here we go.
All right, so I'll see you at sidebar so we don't do this part in open court.
Okay.
Jim, can I have that question, please? Thank you. All right, so as counsel knows, we received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply, this is not a question I can answer on this, and sending it back.
The defense position is not certainly not the position for it. I think we can't ignore it to your question. However, I think that it is apropos, given the timing of when that question came in, literally before the court had answered the other 3 note card questions. I think that it would be appropriate to send a quick note just asking them, given the fact that there's clarity in your other questions, does this answer your question? In other words, can you proceed without any further input by the court regarding that second question?
So that made sense initially, but why ask them, do I really need to answer it, to then tell them I'm not answering it?
Because I think at some point, they need to know what the law is. It's a reporting question. In other words, I don't see it as theoretical, as the court indicated. I see it a little bit differently, which is what are our options? And the options are built in the law, not in theory. If they come back with a verdict on more than 1 count, but they're hung on a separate count, they are to report those 2 counts, whatever counts they came to a verdict on.
So that's for a later time, right? So this is at this point.
Right.
It's premature, it's hypothetical, it's theoretical. I understand your point. I think I disagree with you at this point. It may be something later. The way the question's worded, if I find this, if we do this. I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
We agree it's consequence related. Your first suggestion, I think, is most appropriate, and we would endorse that.
Yeah. I'm going to do that at this time, Mr. Jackson. I'm not going to have a back and forth with them. I'm simply going to say, because it's true, it's the law, that this is not a question I can answer.
Your Honor, I would strongly suggest that we find some other way
If that question continues to remain, then they're not going to ask that question. I don't think the court can say, or should say, I can't answer the question, because the court can answer that question. The court absolutely can answer it. I would simply say, this question is not before the court without further information, or something like that. Not the court can't answer that question, because if that question remains in their minds, we're going to end up in the exact same position that we were in last year.
There are other steps that can be taken to perhaps prevent that.
Whatever those steps are, I think the first step down the wrong path is to say, throw our hands up and say, well, we can't answer that question. Well, we know we can answer it.
So I don't know if I want to put you in an uncomfortable position. Ms. Giannetti, I'm inclined to answer the question the way I stated.
Could we have 2 minutes to confer with counsel, John?
How about 1 minute? You guys are 10 minutes late.
We just need 1 minute. Thank you.
Just with a very slight tweak with the court's language, I don't have a principled objection to the court's language that we not answer the question at this time. I would simply ask that the court answer the question as you suggested just now in open court. It's premature to address this question at this time.
No. What do you say, Mr. Brennan? My response was, this is not a question I can answer for the reasons I stated. It's theoretical, and we tell jurors that they cannot be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what you would be asking me to endorse. What's the Commonwealth's position on the proposed?
I agree with your first suggestion.
Yeah. I'm going to send it in like this. Your objection's noted.
Your Honor, if I could make my record a little bit clearer, the court's indicating that it doesn't answer questions about the consequences of the juror's verdict. That would be punishment. Of course you can't answer a question like that. This is not the consequences of the verdict. It's how do they report a verdict. So I think saying, I can't answer this is sending a false message to the jury. If the court would simply indicate, this is not appropriate for me to address at this time, that assuages all concerns. Certainly assuages our concerns and it protects Ms. Reed's rights. I think that
well, I think what I could add is this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer. That does the same thing. Is there an objection? I understand, Mr. Jackson.
Add the clause at this time.
Is there an objection to me putting this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer?
No objection.
Not like the court to finish writing, but at this point, that is over our objection.
I understand.
I just want to make sure the record is absolutely clear. That's over our objection. I don't think that's an appropriate answer to a very, very clear question that could be answered in an innocuous way that does not affect Ms. Reed's rights.
Okay.
This way it does.
Okay, it was a clear question that the defense first told me to ignore. So
I didn't tell you to ignore anything, Your Honor.
All right, we are all set. So let's send this in, please.
All right, feisty. Listen, I don't really know what direction this is going. We'll listen to the question again. That was feisty. That was feisty, 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 ladies and gentlemen. We'll listen to it again. That was intense. I'm shocked that that was the question they came back with. Hold on, we got to go back a little bit further, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on, little towels. We got to do the first part at side back. Oh, that was heavy.
We received a question from the jurors If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply, this is not a question I can answer on this, and sending it back.
The defense position is not, certainly not the position for it. I agree, we can't ignore your question. However, I think that it is apropos, given the timing of when that question came in, literally before the court had answered the other 3 note card questions. I think that it would be appropriate to send a quick note just asking them, given the fact that there's some clarity in your other questions, does this answer your question? In other words, can you proceed without any further input by the court regarding that second question?
So that made sense initially, but why ask them, do I really need to answer it, to then tell them I'm not answering it?
Because I think at some point, they need to know what the law is. It's a reporting question. In other words, I don't see it as theoretical, as the court indicated. I see it a little bit differently, which is what are our options? And the options are built in the law, not in theory. If they come back with a verdict on more than 1 count, but they're hung on a separate count, they are to report those 2 counts, whatever counts they came to a verdict on.
So that's for a later time, right? So this.
Oh, wait. I think I know what they're doing. The jury is trying to fit. So I think it's likely that it's closer to a majority on some counts than others. And some jurors are trying to get votes by saying, okay, what if we just all agree to vote guilty on count 2? Will you all who are on the fence, or maybe not guilties on 1 and 3, hard, vote guilty on count 2, and then we'll vote not guilty on count 1. You're allowed to structure a compromise verdict. Listen, if they don't find her guilty of even OUI, Judge Cannoni may have to render. There's something called a JNOV, a judgment notwithstanding the verdict or something. And it basically allows the judge to overrule the jury on some elements. If they find her not guilty of OUI, I mean, listen, I don't. They would have to have been compromised. Because what do you mean not guilty on OUI? She admitted to being drunk. So something's wrong.
This is at this point.
Right.
It's premature. It's hypothetical. It's theoretical. I understand your point. I think I disagree with you at this point. It may be something later. The way the question's worded, if I find this, if we do this. I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
We agree it's consequence related. Your first suggestion, I think, is most appropriate, and we would endorse that.
Yeah. I'm going to do that at this time, Mr. Jackson. I'm not going to have a back and forth with them. I'm simply going to say, because it's true, it's the law, that this is not a question I can answer.
Well, I would strongly suggest that we find some other way. If that question continues to remain, then they're not going to ask that question. I don't think the court can say, or should say, I can't answer the question, because the court can answer that question. The court absolutely can answer it. I would simply say, this question is not before the court without further information, or something like that. Not the court can't answer that question, because if that question remains in their minds, we're going to end up in the exact same position that we were in last year.
There are other steps that can be taken to perhaps prevent that.
Whatever those steps are, I think the first step down the wrong path is to say, throw our hands up and say, well, we can't answer that question. Well, we know we can answer it.
So I don't know if I want to put you in an uncomfortable position, Ms. Giannetti. I'm inclined to answer the question the way I stated.
2 minutes to confer with counsel, Your Honor.
1 minute.
How about 1 minute? You guys are 10 minutes late.
We just need 1 minute. Thank you.
Here's the end.
Just with a very slight tweak with the court's language, I don't have a principled objection to the court's language that we not answer the question at this time. I would simply ask that the court answer the question as you suggested just now in open court. It's premature to address this question at this time.
No. What do you say, Mr. Brennan? My response was, this is not a question I can answer for the reasons I stated. It's theoretical, and we tell jurors that they cannot be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what you would be asking me to endorse. What's the Commonwealth's position on the proposed?
I agree with your first suggestion.
Yeah. I'm going to send it in like this. Your objection's noted.
Your Honor, if I could make my record a little bit clearer, the court's indicating that it doesn't answer questions about the consequences of the juror's verdict. That would be punishment. Of course you can't answer a question like that. This is not the consequences of the verdict. It's how do they report a verdict. So I think saying, I can't answer this is sending a false message to the jury. If the court would simply indicate, this is not appropriate for me to address at this time, that assuages all concerns. Certainly assuages our concerns and it protects Ms. Reed's rights. I think that...
Well, I think what I could add is this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer. That does the same thing. Is there an objection? I understand, Mr. Jackson.
Add the clause at this time.
Is there an objection to me putting this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer?
No objection.
Allow the court to finish writing, but at this point, that is over our objection.
I understand.
I just want to make sure the record is absolutely clear. That's over our objection. I don't think that's an appropriate answer to a very, very clear question that could be answered in an innocuous way that does not affect Ms. Reed's rights.
Okay.
This way it does.
Okay, it was a clear question that the defense first told me to ignore. So
I didn't tell you to ignore anything, Your Honor.
All right, we are all set. So let's send this in, please.
All rise.
All right, so my view on this, no matter, I mean, we have to watch this interaction again. No matter how many times I watch this interaction, I'm now starting to think it's actually bad for the defense. I think the way, initially, the defense was going to try to make it good for their interest, but the way Judge Cannoni came down on the response, I don't think the defense liked that. We got to watch it one more time. I'm sorry, I need to analyze it one more time. There's so much subtlety to it. People were saying Hank sounded sad. No, I'm wondering if the jury is in the middle of a compromise discussion. Now, my read of it is they also may not be trying to give away too much with their questions. So let's watch it one more time.
We received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply, this is not a question I can answer on this, and sending it back.
Now, that was that question, all right? Now let's go back to the earlier question, okay? That was about an hour earlier. I want to play that question for you as well. The jury was there for that, so hold on one second. Let me just make sure I get to when the actual question was read by Judge Cannoni to the jurors. So it should have been, I think it was right here. Hold on, that was during the argument. When did the actual instruction? So I'm going to read the first questions that came in as well from the jury. Just give me a second. I'm going to play that clip as well.
I have a question.
we'll look at all of them. So hold on. I think there's a point where then the jurors do come in and get the question. Where is it? Hold on, little towels. It was right around 11. Yeah, it was a little bit after that. So that's when AJ's still there. That's when they're debating. Is this when the jurors actually... Oh, and then there was a bit of a prolonged break. Then I think the jurors actually come in, and then they get it read to them right about here. So let's wait for this. All right, now let's start right about, I think it's here. It comes up right now.
At the session, you may be seated.
For the first questions earlier.
All right, jurors, we're in receipt of your question. We've been working on making sure that the answers we give you are the right ones, so it's taken us a while. So the first question, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The answer to that question is that you folks have all the evidence. And remember, it's only you who decide the facts in this case. All right? That's the answer to that question. You are the fact finders. The second question, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? Yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements in the videos as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. So that's the answer to that question. So for the third question, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? So with that, what I'm going to do is I have amended the verdict slip. It's the exact...
See, hold on. It was example 2.5. They're asking if you convict on any of the subcharges, does it convict on the main charge? And it seems like the answer is no.
Exact same verdict slip, and it's still consistent with the jury instructions.
Oh, and this is the updated verdict slip, by the way. This is why my reading of the original verdict slip was different than what Judge Cannoni talked about this afternoon. I haven't done an updated reading of the updated verdict slip because it just came out.
I gave you, but it's a little bit easier for you to follow. And for purposes of going through this, we'll go through it together, and I've got a copy for each one of you, okay? All right, so you'll see it really is the same verdict slip, but we've added a little bit of language to help you follow it through. So the first charge, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So first, in the above entitled case, we say the defendant is, 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. Now, then you go on to guilty of the offense of as charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. That means on each one, when you stop and sign the verdict slip, that means you have a verdict on this indictment. So stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the lesser included offense. And first, under 3 is involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then continue to the next page. Guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. And you have to check one or both of the following. Motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the guilty of the lesser included offense operating under the influence. And you check one or both of the following: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then stop. If you find the defendant guilty, you stop and you sign the verdict slip. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1. And remember, your decision must be unanimous. All right, does that make it any clearer, hopefully? All right, so with that, I am going to send you back out.
Before the jurors are sent up,
Sure, why don't you come on over?
All right, there's that. Now, we had a request from the towel friend, Super Towel Luisa Ramirez, to rewatch the third set of questions. The third question from the jurors, this is how Judge Cannoni read it out, and then this was the discussion with the lawyers. All right?
All right, so as counsel knows, we received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply, this is not a question I can answer on this, and sending it back.
The defense position is not, certainly not the position for it. I agree, you can't ignore your question. However, I think that it is apropos, given the timing of when that question came in, literally before the court had answered the other 3 note card questions. I think that it would be appropriate to send a quick note just asking them, given the fact that there's been clarity in your other questions, does this answer your question? In other words, can you proceed without any further input by the court regarding that second question?
So that made sense initially, but why ask them, do I really need to answer it, to then tell them I'm not answering it?
Because I think at some point, they need to know what the law is. It's a reporting question. In other words, I don't see it as theoretical, as the court indicated. I see it a little bit differently, which is what are our options? And the options are built in the law, not in theory. If they come back with a verdict on more than 1 count, but they're hung on a separate count, they are to report those 2 counts, whatever counts they came to a verdict on.
So that's for a later time, right? So this is at this point.
Right.
It's premature, it's hypothetical, it's theoretical. I understand your point. I think I disagree with you at this point. It may be something later. The way the question's worded, if I find this, if we do this. I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
We agree it's consequence related. Your first suggestion, I think, is most appropriate, and we would endorse that.
Yeah. I'm going to do that at this time, Mr. Jackson. I'm not going to have a back and forth with them. I'm simply going to say, because it's true, it's the law, that this is not a question I can answer.
Your Honor, I would strongly suggest that we find some other way. If that question continues to remain, then they're not going to ask that question. I don't think the court can say, or should say, I can't answer the question, because the court can answer that question. The court absolutely can answer it. I would simply say, this question is not before the court without further information, or something like that. Not the court can't answer that question, because if that question remains in their minds, we're going to end up in the exact same position that we were in last year.
There are other steps that can be taken to perhaps prevent that.
Whatever
do you say?
those steps are, I think the first step down the wrong path is to say, throw our hands up and say, well, we can't answer that question. Well, we know we can answer it.
So I don't know if I want to put you in an uncomfortable position, Ms. Giannetti. I'm inclined to answer the question the way I stated.
Could we have 2 minutes to confer with counsel, Your Honor?
1 minute.
How about 1 minute? You guys are 10 minutes late.
We just need 1 minute. Thank you.
Just with a very slight tweak with the court's language, I don't have a principled objection to the court's language that we not answer the question at this time. I would simply ask that the court answer the question as you suggested just now in open court. It's premature to address this question at this time.
No. What do you say, Mr. Brennan? My response was, this is not a question I can answer. For the reasons I stated, it's theoretical, and we tell jurors that they cannot be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what you would be asking me to endorse. What's the Commonwealth's position on the proposed?
I agree with your first suggestion.
Yeah. I'm going to send it in like this. Your objection's noted.
Your Honor, if I could make my record a little bit clearer, the court's indicating that it doesn't answer questions about the consequences of the juror's verdict. That would be punishment. Of course you can't answer a question like that. This is not the consequences of the verdict. It's how do they report a verdict. So I think saying, I can't answer this is sending a false message to the jury. If the court would simply indicate, this is not appropriate for me to address at this time, that assuages all concerns. Certainly assuages our concerns, and it protects Ms. Reed's rights. I think that...
Well, I think what I could add is this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer. That does the same thing. Is there an objection? I understand, Mr. Jackson.
Add the clause at this time.
Is there an objection to me putting this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer?
No objection.
Allow the court to finish writing, but at this point, that is over our objection.
I understand.
I just want to make sure the record is absolutely clear. That's over our objection. I don't think that's an appropriate answer to a very, very clear question that could be answered in an innocuous way that does not affect Ms. Reed's rights.
Okay.
This way it does.
Okay, it was a clear question that the defense first told me to ignore. So
I didn't tell you to ignore anything, Your Honor.
All right, we are all set. So let's send this in.
All right, we've had a request to hear the question again. Don't worry, I am happy to do that for you. I will do it. This was the fourth question. Here it is again.
Jim, can I have that question, please? Thank you. All right, so as counsel knows, We received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge?
So, ladies and gentlemen, that is a very interesting question. Now, you could see the defense did not like how the answer was going. But yes, you folks, no verdict has come down, and I know it's hard to understand and try to mind read or read through the tea leaves with the jury questions. A jury question might be literally a question that one person has that no one else knows the answer to. It might be a question that one person really wants to ask, even if the jury thinks they have a pretty good answer on it. You don't know. It might be a jury asking questions of the inverse or as to what's actually true to not give away their verdict. I absolutely understand. We just rewatched the 4th question again. If you missed it, you can always just scroll back a few seconds. But the 4th question just played again. And it definitely is an interesting state of affairs. Obviously, folks are watching closely. We're all monitoring. Monitoring very closely Little Towels. You can see that Little Towel is himself very interested. The defense really did not like, oh, of course, JPD, happy to help. The defense really did not like how Judge Cannoni chose to answer that question. But that is where we are at. So, goodness, I think what we should do is watch Towel asking tough questions to Karen Reed. That will make Towel feel better. I always feel better when I ask tough questions. When I watch the video of me asking tough questions to Karen Reed, you don't understand. So let me bring that up for you now. Give me 1 second. We will keep the faith. Ladies and gentlemen, even in the toughest moments of this case, Little Towel has never given up. And, Steph, I think the question was, the jurors were saying, so say we can come to a decision on some counts, but not a decision on 1 count. If we, does that mean that we hang on all 3 of the counts? Kind of like what happened during the first trial, where the jurors reported they were hung on all 3 counts, but some reports started to come out that maybe they had acquitted on some counts, and then et cetera, et cetera. So this time, I'm wondering if a plant got on that jury based on that question. Yeah, well, Judge Cannoni can't. What Judge Cannoni was saying was there's more steps in the process, like the Tuey Rodriguez charge, Tuey Rodriguez charge, for what to do about like a hung jury, and there's more steps that Judge Cannoni can invoke regarding what happens if you're hung on some counts and not on others. What Judge Cannoni was really saying was this is a hypothetical. It says what if. And so someone was saying earlier, what if the jury comes back double hypothetical with a note saying, okay, it's not a hypothetical, here's where we are. That would be interesting. So, yes, folks, Dewdrops, listen, until a verdict is read, I am not going to lose the faith. Do you understand? My dear towelette friend, we will, until the ink is dry, until the verdict is read, we will watch these deliberations unfold, especially for the O'Keefe family, ladies and gentlemen. If this is how we are feeling, imagine how the O'Keefe family is feeling. And to our collective energy, even in these tense, apprehensive moments, will hopefully do something, ladies and gentlemen, in a world that is so on edge. Now, furthermore, friends and little towels, we are waiting. Nothing is going to happen. The reason why I'm not sort of getting you all prepared for something that could come in. Nothing is going to happen until 2:30. Okay, no, even jurors continue deliberating over lunch. They eat lunch together and deliberate, but no verdict, nothing, no questions come in between 1:30 and 2:30. Court staff is on lunch. I'm just so perplexed. I'm very concerned about a plant on the jury, ladies and gentlemen. I really am, but yeah, it wasn't. No, I don't think the jury. We can read the jury questions from the first Karen Reed trial and compare them. Hold on, I'll get them up for you right now. I did want to watch that video of Towel asking tough questions to Karen, but we can ask the jury questions from the first Karen Reed trial. Let me find out if I can get this for you. Oh goodness, I want to see the I want to see the actual first trial jury questions and compare them. So hold on, let me go. Let me take a look. I think the best way to do this is to just sort it by time. So that was last year. So let's just go to last year, which was roughly, oh goodness, I don't know if I'll do it for the O'Keefe family, but they're going to retry her if it hangs. I can almost see it. Oh goodness. This is intense, ladies and gentlemen. Another year, another 2 years. I don't know if little Towel's brain. I mean, I'm gonna do it. I'm resolute. I'm gonna do it. All right. So let me see if I can see the jury questions here. 1 second. What were the first jury questions? Why don't you actually say what they are? One of the questions was about a piece of tail light. I remember that one. We don't throw in the towel, exactly. Let's see. Where was this one? Yep, I'm trying to see. It was June. The jury had its first question asking for a police report from the search on January 29th. So one of the first questions from the first Karen Reed trial, the first jury question was, can we request a cert report detailing the search performed? So they can request it, but they can't get it. So I'm just going to say you have all the evidence in this case. Let's see. Was there a second question? I forget if there were more questions from the first jury. It might have only been one question, actually. Oh, I never give up hope, ladies and gentlemen. As long as the O'Keefe family continues to have hope, ladies and gentlemen, I assure you that I will have hope. I absolutely continue to have hope. I simply will not give up, ladies and gentlemen. I will not give up. I simply believe that until the verdict comes down, we do not give up hope. And then also, dear Towel friends, sorry, I didn't mean to put that up on the screen. I was going to bring up I just want to watch the clip of Towel asking tough questions to Karen Reed. That's what I think we're going to do. That is what will make Towel feel better. Let's do it. Yeah, I do think like yeah, but you can't believe what the Herald says because the Herald is very pro FKR. The Herald was and Court TV were one of the first people David Yannetti contacted, I think. But yeah, listen, I really don't understand why the jury wasn't sequestered. This whole trial process has been very dangerous. It's in the sense that it was open to compromise because of where it was being held. And it's Turtle Boy country, which is probably why Karen got involved with Turtle Boy. Very intense moments, ladies and gentlemen. Very intense moments. Now let us watch the questions asked to Aiden Turtleboy Kearney, and let us go from there. Oh, sorry, and I think this is mostly questions to Karen, and there was maybe one point that Aiden comes up, and I might have asked Aiden some questions. He asked me some questions, too.
Karen, why'd you go back to Fairview before going to Jen McCabe's? Karen, why'd you hook Aiden Kearney up with the FBI? Well, that was Mr. Yannetti, wasn't it, Karen? Don't poke me.
Karen, keep going! Keep going!
Oh, she took a different way. Oh, my dear God, he fell. Richie, are you okay?
Actually, pause. I have a better plan. I love these interviews. They're really good. But I just realized the jury asked a question earlier today, ladies and gentlemen, that actually directly bears on something that we have. The jury asked to see the Karen clips. They asked if they're evidence and if they can watch them. So why wouldn't we just watch that? In fact, that's exactly what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to watch the Karen clips. Elevate the process. Thank you so much, dear friend. I'm going to take a look at the short shared right now. I think we have footage of... Whoa, there's hold on. A microphone stand? Hold on. Let me take a look. I have a video here from Elevate the Process. Oh my goodness, there is a microphone stand. Oh goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh goodness, oh goodness. Let me bring this up from before we watch the Karen clips. Let me bring up this link just now from Super Towel Murder by Maestro. I don't know why they're Super Towel Elevate the Process. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, chat is moving very fast. All right, hold on. All right, let me bring this up for you all. This is very interesting. Little towels. Let's take a look. Let's do our breathing exercises. Count back from 5. What's this, ladies and gentlemen? A microphone stand set up right near the courthouse steps. This is within recent moments, ladies and gentlemen. Let me bring it up on the screen for you right now. So this is live from outside the courthouse. Super Towel Elevate the Process. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's a little bit difficult to see. It's a little bit difficult to see. Now, hold on. I'm going to zoom in for you. But listen, ladies and gentlemen. Super Towel Elevate the Process is on the ground, and if you can see this, ladies and gentlemen, that looks like a microphone stand set up outside the courthouse, folks. A microphone stand set up outside the courthouse behind the state police officers at the base of the courthouse steps. That's very, very interesting. There's the microphone stand. You can see it right there, ladies and gentlemen, right there where my mouse is. There's the cops. That's the courthouse entrance. Oh, goodness. Here's the live on-the-ground report, ladies and gentlemen, from Super Towel Elevate the Process. Let's take a look. The reason I was playing that as I'm reading a lot of your comments. But listen, we should watch the Karen clips because that's what Karen's. This is a great footage. Thank you so much, by the way, to Super Towel Elevate the Process. This is just great footage. But we should watch the Karen clips. I think it's important. I think it's relevant, and importantly, as I was mentioning, I think that it is one of those things, ladies and gentlemen, that you just have to keep an eye on. The Karen clips are being viewed by the jury now, which is why I think we should watch the Karen clips. So I have all 26 Karen clips for you, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to watch them. I think they're important. I think they're weighing on the jury's deliberations and trying to be a soothsayer, as Bob Alessi might say, and read between the lines of what the jury is thinking will torment our minds. So as we wait for news, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a look and we are going to watch the Karen clips because that is the one thing that the jurors really were drilling down on, amongst others. They specifically asked about the Karen clips, ladies and gentlemen, and that means we are going to watch them. So let's watch. Let's watch the Karen clips, dear friends. Let's watch. I wonder if the jurors are watching some of these literally right now. Oh, pause, friends. P. McKinley, my dear Towel friend, I am so glad to hear that you are back home. Towel had you in his heart, even among all these difficult moments. God bless you, dear Towel friend, P. McKinley. You rest up. Super Towel hugs to you. You are appreciated and loved, my dear friend.
So, I thought, could I have run him over? Did he try to get me as I was leaving and I didn't know it? I mean, I've always got the music blasting. It's snowing. I got the wipers going, the heater blasting. Did he come and hit the back of my car and I hit him in the knee and he's drunk and passed out and asphyxiated or something? And then when I hired David Yannetti, I asked him those questions the night of January 29th. Like, David, what
of the Commonwealth rests.
Karen, what can we expect from the defense? Will you testify?
TBD. How long will your case last? 1.5 to 2 weeks. How are you feeling after today? I feel very good, thank you.
So the approach from the north, we actually missed the turn. And John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it. It's back there, it's on my left. I said, all right. So I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John. You can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage door. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the sled ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the earlier morning of January 29th.
Thank you.
Hey, very good. How are y'all? Any reaction to the clips, Karen, that are being played?
No.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approach John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face. I told him what Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
There's any window here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. Never.
Hi, friends. Someone asked what it means when the fan's on. So all it means when the fan goes on, and I'll bring it up for you, is that we're back to monitoring the courtroom. So I'll do that for you now. I'll bring the fan up in its previous position. And remember, nothing can happen before 2:30, as it were. And just so you know, the verdict clock is back up. The long crime verdict clock is off. They did not take into consideration some time during the verdict that was elapsing, but that's okay. But the point is, I have this for you now. Let me put the fan spinning. Hold on, let me grab it for you. You are a fan. Have you considered the fact that you are a fan? Yes. I think it knows that it is a fan. All right, so hold on. Let me get rid of this one. Thank you so much, Super Towel Elevate the Process, for your amazing live real-time reporting. And then here is the fan. So what I'm going to do,
is I'm going to take this fan for you and I'm going to bring it up over here. All right, and I'm going to shrink this down. Okay, and then I'm going to bring this up for you, little towels. On these, the most intense moments, some of the most intense moments in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Now, if anything happens with that fan, trust me, if even a single thing happens with the stream, you are going to see it and we are going to go watch it. For now, however, we're going to continue watching the Karen clips because that's what the jury asked to see. Now, I'm wondering if maybe there's like a one holdout on one of the second charges, and that's what this is going on, but Karen can be tried again. Even if the jury decides not guilty in 3, they can retry her again on the second offenses. But here we go. Let's watch more Karen clips.
That we're in is good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
The Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
Okay.
I don't think, I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian, and I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong. I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I have tapped him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold did he come to again?
And this was the moment you were dropping them all at the party.
Yeah, would have had to. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like you got hit by a car. It looks like you got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean DeMoulis.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm hearing words
Karen,
that I'm hearing reports that there could be a verdict. I'm not seeing it confirmed, but there could be a verdict imminent. I'm only seeing this reported by Paul DeMuro of Fox News. A verdict may be imminent, ladies and gentlemen. A verdict may be imminent. I am not hearing confirmation that a verdict is coming down. I'm hearing confirmation that a verdict may be imminent. Ladies and gentlemen, I am seeing reports that a verdict may be imminent. This does not mean that a verdict is imminent, but I am seeing reports from Paul DeMuro, ladies and gentlemen, on Fox. So take a look at Towel's Twitter. It's the top tweet, Paul DeMuro from Fox News. Ladies and gentlemen, we may well be looking right now at a potential verdict. Oh, Lordy, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my goodness. Oh, goodness. I'm not saying it's confirmed, but I am seeing Paul DeMuro make that report, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. Little towels. It's going down. Hold on one second. This is... let me see if I can save this video. Why do you make it so difficult, Twitter? Why must you make it so difficult? I just want to save the video. I don't want to play it. Why would you? Oh, I think you can do it the other way. All right, so either way, ladies and gentlemen, I'm seeing a report. This is just coming across the Towel News Wire. This is unconfirmed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is unconfirmed. This is unconfirmed right now, but it is from Paul DeMuro. Ladies and gentlemen, Paul DeMuro of Fox News. This is all I'm able to report right now. It says a Karen Reed verdict may be imminent. Ready to go live on Fox Nation with results and analysis. That doesn't mean that he has confirmation. He's saying it may be imminent, ladies and gentlemen. So I am trying to stay composed. This is not actually some kind of confirmation. This is just what Paul DeMuro was saying. Now, that could just be Paul trying to read the tea leaves. I have no indication either way. Oh, goodness, little towels. Oh, goodness, little towels. Nothing from John DePietro. Nothing about anyone returning to the courthouses. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep an eye on this. There's nothing that's going to happen we aren't going to see. I'm going to keep rolling the Karen clips while I continue monitoring social media.
Did you see John go in the house?
I did.
You saw him go in the house?
I saw John go in the house.
Can you describe him going into the house? Which door and how and when?
No, I have, though, and I'm sure the prosecution will play it.
John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
Thank you.
Comment? Thank you.
All right, your next.
Diana, I think we got the fourth question already. Is there a fifth question coming? Folks monitoring, let us know.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to. And I said, he asked, why was I saying, could I hit him, did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was, I've been out late, I've been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard, to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I clip him somehow?
Anything more to say about the clip that was played today?
No, thank you.
What about the clip that's inaudible? Can you say what's in that clip?
I'm sorry, Matt. Just hit you.
How about the, do you remember making those phone calls to him?
Yes.
What was your emotion?
All right, Ms. Roberts, please. Okay, thank you.
We'd like to play this first and then call Ms. Roberts.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I remember it, but I question, do I remember it because it's been relived so much? I mean, when I see the video of me driving from the waterfall, like what I just described, tapping the brakes when I crossed the intersection, Washington over Sherman Street, do I actually remember that I kind of slowly proceeded through that green light? No, I don't actually remember that. But I've seen the video so many times that you then question, did I remember it on my own? Or was my memory jogged? But I also wondered, did I say, could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that, so the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I now call Kelly Roberts.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4. And not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
you had a lot to drink.
shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of onions, like just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall and I put that drink down and I socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
And I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that many drinks? When you got in the car, did you feel like you could drive? And did you feel how
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me, there's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you.
Heard it, folks. There you heard it. That was the moment. That was the moment Karen Reed was forced.
Hold on, I want to jump forward to the next clips. Hold on.
Clip towel friends. So thank you for your patience.
8, 10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right. You can play them now.
Okay. May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
Listen, I want to break in here. I have some reports that not only was the jury potentially influenced outside the courthouse, I have reports that the FKR people found out about the jurors' bus route, ladies and gentlemen, and then started standing tactically in a place where the jurors would be forced to see signs. Oh, goodness.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said, It's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman.
Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own room with children. Or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later to some time but let's start at 3430. So, who are you with? Pull up and let us see.
I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip.
They don't end up playing the next clip. Oh, goodness. I've been kind of thinking about this more. We're really heading towards a mistrial. Listen, I think we're all just going to need a long period of rest. Because I really do think they're going to retry her if it goes there. And I know a lot of you will realize this, but I even put on my towel suit in case the verdict comes in. And I think a lot of you are realizing this now, ladies and gentlemen, which is that this might have to all happen again. There's people who don't want it to, but the mistrials, the third mistrial, the conviction rate is near 100% across the board. And Karen doesn't have a lot of money left, and it's hard to raise funds. Her fundraisers are going way, way down. So she'd have to re-raise all the funds. We'd go through another process. It would be another year. It's heavy. It's like the movie Groundhog's Day. If it happens, it's really heavy. It's just a lot. Yeah, and obviously, Alana Towell, I am right there with you, my dear friend. And, in some ways it's bittersweet, because if there is a mistrial and it continues, I promise you we will be here for it. We will watch all of it. We'll cover it wall to wall. But, I think we could have... Hi, Melly Blaze. That's a wonderful name. That is so great to see you. You picked up your YouTube username is amazing. Even before I knew it was you, I was like, oh my goodness, Melly Blaze is an amazing username. You don't understand. Yes, Paul. And not guilty, despite a very hard-fought case. Oh, goodness. Beach Dance, that's wonderful. If we have your permission, Beach Dance, I'd love to share them for us to relax a little bit. Just let me know if Towel has permission, and I'll do it. No, I agree, Olaf. I am not going to become Towel sad. I think it's not a sadness at the thought of a mistrial. It's that I don't think anyone expected that there would just not be an outcome this time. Oh, I agree with you, Kim Wood. Oh, hold on. I hear that I'm skipping a little bit. One second, little towels. I'll fix this for you. Towel has been multitasking. Towel has been trying to do his best here, but I'm going to fix this for you. Hold on, little towels. All right, that should make it a little better. Towel has been multitasking. Towel has been trying to keep up with a lot of what's going on. And Towel has been also trying to weigh the influence of how much could be going on. Chef Boy RG, that's a great username. I love the sort of pun there on like cyborg. Right now, I don't know. There's like a mountain something, fire mountain that's okay at my dispensary. Couple of other ones. Anything with like a limonene, myrcenine. I guess I buy by strain, but I'm more looking at like price. I need the cheapest medicine I can get, like for my week's supply, whatever it is, $60, $80, and I just need it to be reasonably, like I don't want it to be trim, so I don't really like pick out like designer strains or look for things like that. Like I know what biscotti is and things like that, but I'm not like chasing like cuts like that or anything like. I've been there, done that. Towel ran the Freedom Rally on the Freedom Rally on the Boston Common for a little bit. I helped write the adult medical use laws in Massachusetts. I helped oversee their regulatory implementation. I have done a lot of work in that sector, and I think it's very interesting. But you know, I helped. You can do your thing now. You have medical stores, adult use stores. I'm thrilled. We have a great flourishing tax base from it, hundreds of millions per year. We use a dedicated levy to invest in small local businesses through the Executive Office of Economic Development. They're going to reform the CCC up on Beacon Hill a little bit in Massachusetts. That's going on right now due to some interesting situations. But I think in some sense, ladies and gentlemen, I don't mean to go on an aside there, but I appreciate the question. Little Towel is like it's not that the adrenaline's wearing off, it's that after 45 days, I mean, I'm sure it's taken a toll on many of us folks, and that's the important thing to remember. At the end of this long process, every state, every happy swing, every sad swing is going to be an elevated form of, or elevated in intensity because of how long we've all been doing this. So don't let it wear on you too much, ladies and gentlemen. Try to keep your towel composure in some sense. We will find towel videos to watch. We'll watch videos of Karen Towel asking Karen tough questions to get ourselves through. I'm sorry. Oh no, I put up a double fan. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am just tormenting you today. I feel so terrible about this. You don't understand. I would never want to do that to you. I feel incredibly guilty. There are two fans on the screen. Meanwhile, as I talk about that, I can't find the clip that I wanted to show you. Oh, yes, I can. But either way, I want to take down the double fan because I don't want to torment you. That just makes me a sad little towel. All right, so there you go. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. I got rid of the double fan. I'm not saying that you're not going to have to look at one fan. We have to keep an eye on things. Wait a minute. How is that possible? Apparently, I got rid of the wrong thing. Oh, all right. Well, we'll get rid of this fan too then. Hold on. Let me get rid of this towel. Let me get rid of this fan. Watch this. Ready for it to go away? Oh, it's gone, ladies and gentlemen. And now, right, we're just only fans. We need Beach Dance. I'm going to set up an OnlyFans based solely around fans. Hold on. So, Beach Nance, I'm sorry if I missed your response earlier. Did you give me permission? Yes, I can't wait to share them. Okay, so I'm going to try to get these pictures from Beach Nance and bring these up to show us all. So bear with me because Super Towel Beach Nance is on a Super Towel cruise. And if I have the ability, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not guaranteeing anything now. I'm not guaranteeing anything. If I have the ability to bring these up for us, oh, well, that would be wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. Would that not be amazing? I'm telling you, I'm going to try it right now. No promises, ladies and gentlemen. If they convict her on any of the charges, can they recharge her with a higher charge or no? No, they cannot. I'd rather talk about Chloe and Chewbacca. Oh, Towel does love Chloe and Chewbacca. Don't worry. I got something coming for you, Crime Cricket. Don't worry about it. I have a plan. I am a towel with a plan. You must understand. I'm the man with the towel plan. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to do this for you right now. I think I'm going to show you a very nice picture from our super towel themselves, Beach Nance, if I can get it going for you here. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's see if I can make this work. I think I'm a little towel. Oh, it's a beautiful picture, ladies and gentlemen. That is actually exactly what we need, Beach Nance. This is what we need to relax, ladies and gentlemen. I'll tell you right now. So let me just do this here. All right, and then let me do that. All right, now let me go over to this. I'm very excited, Beach Nance. This should be coming in any second now. I'm a little towel. Oh, hold on a second. Come on now, that we all want to relax together, ladies and gentlemen, before we watch Towel ask the tough questions. Oh, I got it. That little buzz meant Towel's email picture came in of the beautiful ocean. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's downloading. Oh, it is downloaded. Here we go. You've wanted to see it. I've wanted to see it. Who is ready to relax with a picture from the Super Towel Beach Nance from their cruise, ladies and gentlemen? It is of the ocean. It is a beautiful picture. I am excited for this. This is the way we will try to gather ourselves on this the very difficult, the tense moments. Oh, Beach Nance, what a beautiful, just expansive ocean view. That blue water reminds me of myself. I am oh, look at that, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you want. It covered little towel because I talked about how it represented my calmness, the apnea. So look at this wonderfully calming picture, ladies and gentlemen. It is not yet over indeed. But let's take a look at this wonderful picture from Super Towel Beach Nance. And I think we can see now why Beach Nance has been helping us all kind of take a breath and pause. We don't know where things are going, but we do know that our ability to breathe, count backwards from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and look at things like this wonderful picture that Beach Nance was kind enough to share with us on their vacation. I think those are the kind of things, ladies and gentlemen, that make things so important, that make this community, that make those of us together right now, that make this so important. If we were alone, apprehensive and nervous during these moments, that would be so much more difficult. But we find strength together, ladies and gentlemen. We find solace in the fact that we're here chatting, and we don't know how this is going to end. We're all monitoring, we're all watching, and I think so many of us appreciate the calming blue ocean that Beach Nance was kind enough to share. The questions don't answer evidence. Commentary in the Boston Herald written by wonderful Wendy Murphy. Wendy fan, wink wink, is excellent. Summary about the Karen Reed Sideshow. That's my mom, Leslie. Motel Mom is so smart. Susan is floating in a towel pool. Victoria and Angel, who we're so glad to see, Victoria and Angel 2024, great to see you, dear friend, is surrounded by ocean, and I can feel so many of your calming vibes, ladies and gentlemen, and maybe that's what we needed at these moments, just to be surrounded by that peacefulness and that calm ocean. And in those moments, ladies and gentlemen, we do keep our faith, and we appreciate being around each other, however this may play out. And I know. I do find the beach relaxing and calming, Alana Tal, and I remember you and your service dog like to take trips to the beach, and I will say your service dog is a super towel, and going to the beach is a wonderful way to be a super towel. So I am so glad to be with you all. I think it would be anyone would be hard-pressed who had been following this case for so many years to not have apprehension in these moments. And yes, I am not a practitioner, but Crime Cricket's comment says towel therapy. I guess we could call it more towel relaxation, towel ASMR. These are the moments where we do find togetherness, and we do chat with each other, and I think that does even for just a few fleeting moments at a time, like waves crashing in over a shipwreck, followed by lulls in the flow of the tides, help to soothe that anxiety somewhat. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we can even talk about Chloe the dog. Have you ever thought about, maybe, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why Alan Jackson had such a difficult time finding Chloe the dog is she's oh no, where'd you go, Chloe, where'd you go? Oh, there you are, Chloe, what were you doing? Is that where you were hiding from Alan Jackson, Chloe? Oh, look at Chloe, you were hiding in the ocean this whole time. Look at her. Oh, she's getting a little shy. Oh, no, where are you going, Chloe the dog in a wig? Come back. Oh, no. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Chloe the dog in the wig. It has finally been revealed after all this time. Chloe the dog in a wig was actually in the ocean. That is why she had access to a boat, and that's why Chewbacca was helping her. Chewbacca is a flotation device. That's what we didn't understand. It wasn't that Chloe is Chewbacca. Chloe was in the ocean this whole time. It now all makes sense. I feel like I can at least wrap up that chapter of this prolonged story. Yes, it all makes sense. Chloe has been in the ocean this entire time. You don't understand. We have now found Chloe. Where in the world is Chloe the dog in a wig? Oh, no. So apparently, listen, and we might have to take a look. I'm a little concerned that Man Bear Pig may be looking for Chloe, ladies and gentlemen. Now, listen, I'm not sure what's going to pop up when I hit these random buttons, but let's see. What image do we have here? Oh, that was Karen. What image do we have here? Oh, that was not one we want. Hold on. We got to go back to our meme friends. That was the wonderful Eva Towel finding a picture for Super Towel Mandy Strong. All right. So what do we got here? What other towel friends can we bring back? Who do we want to bring back? That is not a towel. Well, yes, Lindsay's a towel friend, but that is not the image we were looking for. What about this one? I'm not even sure what this one is. I'm somewhat scared to move it. What is this? Whatever could it be? Oh, it was I think it was a video of Hank or someone at court. Somebody sent that the other day. Let's see. Hold on. Oh, look who's coming back, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is the sheep picture. Where'd you go? Where are you, prancing sheep? Come back to us. Where are you hiding? Oh, no, it is hiding somewhere. I cannot find it. Is it under the Oompa Loompa? It might be under the Oompa Loompa. Nope, it's still hiding. Hold on. There. Oh, there's the sheep. It was hiding in plain sight. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm thrilled to announce that joining Beach Nance's cruise, I don't know if some of you are going to be able to handle this. Apparently, joining Beach Nance's cruise and out there in the water somewhere is also Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man on their sheep. Now, I don't know who gave them a sheep. I am still a little bit perplexed as to how sheep are able to float on water. I also don't understand how Chloe the dog can live on water, ladies and gentlemen. So I am just baffled in general. Oh, we are indeed still towels, and Karen is not a towel. Now, that is a good thing, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to be clear that Karen is not a towel. However, and oh no, I've covered Chloe the dog in a wig. Chloe the dog in a wig, please try not to get too concerned. I'm coming to save you. You are Chloe the dog in a wig. All right, so that is Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if you see my collage that's developing here very clearly, Chloe the dog in a wig and Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man are sitting together out on the ocean, and they are all riding high, and that's where they've been hiding this whole time. That is why Chloe the dog in a wig has been so hard to find. For the defense, she was in the ocean. Now, dogs do know how to swim. I'm not really sure if they can swim in the ocean, but this theory fits way better than some of the FKR theories. You know what I'm saying? Chloe the dog in the wig and Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man riding on sheep is far more logical, in my opinion, than anything that has been created by FKR. So let's take a look at what this next one is. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, now listen. I think I've put it together now. Okay, listen. The reason why Chloe the dog in the wig and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca are in the ocean is because Chewie was going to get the van, which hopefully at some point, even if it's a year from now or 3 years from now, is going to pick up Karen. So do you see what I'm saying? Like, Beach Nance is on the cruise, right? And Beach Nance is just going about her towel business. And then Beach Nance comes across this site, hiding in the ocean, Chloe the dog in the wig, Chewbacca, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, some sheep, an ocean, and then also Chewbacca driving a van through the sky that says, "Get in the van, Karen." Oh, goodness. Oh, 5-MeO-DMT, what did you say, dear friend? Oh, no, I'm so sorry. 5-MeO-DMT, I know this is going to be hard for you today, but I hope you'll come back in the future, my dear towel friend, for other cases, for just general chats. It has been so wonderful, and it's been such an honor to get to know you. And I just want to know you're appreciated, and you made so many friends here. Please know I understand how hard this can be, and you are always welcome back here, my friend. And I think you can see even in the comments your towel friends love you very much, and don't feel, obviously, if it's hard for you to watch, that's okay. But come back anytime. You are always welcome here. Well, Two Wheel Cobra, you see, in 2024, someone made fun of me, or someone said my pronouns were towel, and then I ran with it. Give me 1 second, little towels. There is a video that I want to show you. Yes, there is a video that I want to show you. This is the video of Towel asking tough questions to Karen Reed. We started it earlier. I want to finish it. We're going to stay on verdict watch. We have the fan up. All right, give me 1 second, little towels. Give me 1 second. I've wanted to watch this. This is the compilation, the 3 years of tough questions for Karen Reed from Towel. Let's take a look.
Gonna take the plea, Karen? Do it. All right. Good morning.
Hey, Karen, are you prepared to spend the rest of your life in prison, Karen? How's it feel to be known as a cop killer, Karen? How does it feel to be known as a cop killer? You're going to prison, aren't you, right? Do you have any remorse, Karen, for what you did to the O'Keefe family? Do you have any remorse, Karen, for what you did to the O'Keefe family, huh? Will you denounce your supporters harassing the O'Keefe family? Will you denounce your reporters harassing the O'Keefe family, Karen? Shame on you, Karen. That's what people say. Karen, anything to say, Karen? You're going to spend the rest of your life in prison. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Karen, you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison, ain't you, Karen? Yeah, you are, Karen. Karen, you are, aren't you? Watch out. Karen, you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison. Right, Karen? How's it feel to be known as a cop killer, Karen? How's it feel to be known as an asshole? How's it feel to be known as a cop killer, Karen? Karen, how's it feel, Karen? How's it feel?
Karen, how did you manage to walk into Josh Levy's office in November of 2022? Do you know him? Does your father?
Hey, Karen, how's it feel to be a cop killer?
Mr. Jackson, did you go to Mexico with Melanie Little in the recent months?
Karen, aren't you? How's it feel to be a cop killer, Karen? How does it feel to be a cop killer, Karen? Shame on you for what you did to the O'Keefe family. Shame on you, Karen.
How was the trip to Mexico with Melanie Little, Alan Jackson? Karen, why did you go back to the house that night before you called Jen McCabe? Sorry. Karen, do you disavow Turtle Boy? Free press, Tom.
100%. Got it.
Don't block the free press. Don't block the free press, guys.
The free press? Really? Yeah. Love you, Karen. Thank you. Get red gloves on your butt.
These are your fans.
Good job, Cash.
Don't block the free press.
I can walk with the red hands.
You're gonna get banned from court like Hanta Community TV.
Please. Use your mommy's name to get away with. Get away with.
That's her dad right there.
Listen.
Free press.
You like to start me?
Free press. Free press. Yes, it does.
Patriot, Karen Reed.
I thought you were a law student. Say hi to the feds.
She already met them. We're good there. Trust me.
That's how Aiden became an informant.
No.
Karen, are you sharing a room with Alan Jackson at the Omni?
Don't need no reason.
And it clarified some ARP issues. If I take him at his word, that would be a very dangerous endeavor of mine. But I've seen a letter from the U.S. Attorney's Office from 1 month ago, and it said it was ongoing. It was a 4-page single-spaced letter from Mary Marie on Leah Foley's letterhead.
So you do believe it is ongoing?
I don't know. That's just the actual data that I have.
What do you think about a gag order against your attorneys and you were the only one who can talk? Would you like
Guys,
that?
give her some room, please. Give her some room, please.
I like talking. I like to reveal the truth. Yes. Yep. I think I can be back here.
Come on, guys, keep it moving. Keep it moving. Let's go.
You said that in terms of what you've been told, you have not
Guys, please
That is
give us
true.
some room,
That is
please.
true.
There's only so much room on the sidewalk. Let's go. The Canton police just put out a statement confirming the federal investigation's over. Any comment, Karen? Guys and girls, please give us some room so we can get this off. Thank you very much. Hello, Trooper. Karen, does Alan go scorched earth all the way? Is that what he does?
Really? Really? Am I going to do this with you today? Brent. Stop. When I think you have half a site. There you go. Grant.
Hey, it's not my fault you didn't become
Grant.
chief.
Grant. Grant.
I'm in a bad mood.
All right, well, don't take it out on people that are going through worse than you.
Fine. He attacked me. How was your day, Chrissy?
My day is going good as long as you're
One question.
respect.
I'm being respectful. People were mad at me for talking to you, Chrissy. I was like, Chrissy's nice.
Yeah, I am nice as long as you respect Karen and her family.
One question.
I swear to God, if it's not on my question, I'm
That was not out of line. I actually feel bad.
Good morning. Hey, Karen. Karen, are you sharing a room with Alan Jackson at the Omni?
Karen, how are you doing today? Doing well.
I tried making it sunny for everyone. Yeah, thank you. This is good marathon weather, not so much for the cold.
Morning, how are you?
We're good guys.
Sure, right?
Yes.
Karen, why'd you say it was all your fault at the scene that morning? If you had to predict who's going to file lawsuits against you, Jen McCabe, Colin. Oh, actually, I do have a question for you. I have a question for you. If, and this is an interesting question, if Kate Peters sent you that rumor about Colin Albert selling drugs that was false, do you have a contribution claim against her as a co-defendant if you get sued?
I don't know what that means.
I know you don't. You misrepresent the status that bar counsel complained to the court yesterday. You play dangerous games sometimes, Mr. Bradle. It concerns me. Careful.
Hi, Dina. Hi, how are you? Happy New Year.
Morning, guys. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. I love the band, by the way. Good job.
Oh, tell her I said hi. Oh,
Be
Lisa.
good.
I'm me.
Yeah. Hi, how are you?
Nice to see you.
You can put it on us.
Exactly. I don't even own these. I borrowed these from Mr. Reed.
Oh.
What's the coldest it gets for you? Like, 45, 42, 45. It doesn't get anywhere near 3. Yeah. There it is. There it is. I like it. I like it. Keep rocking it. Nice to see you. Happy New Year.
How are you?
Hey, Chris. Good morning, guys. All right, buddy. You ready, guys?
So cold.
Nice weather we're having.
How you doing? Happy New Year. Go ahead.
Ain't coming on Josh Levy. Moving on, Karen. How are you, Nick? How you doing? Good morning, boss.
You're not going to stop.
The unwanted idiot.
Who's up first today? Gallagher? On the witnesses, Gallagher? Okay, excellent. We're going to find out why Michael Lank responded at 9 o'clock when the state police are taking over the investigation today. We'll see.
Do you speak to accused rapists this often? Is that a habit? Do you speak to accused rapists this often? Is that a habit, Mr. Jackson?
Wow.
Hey, don't insult Lindsay's credibility, Mr. Jackson. We have an accused rapist here who's an idiot.
He's an accused child molester.
Your victim was a child, Mr. Kearney?
Sources are telling us. Where's he going? Where's he running? What's happening?
Look at this accused rapist. Good morning, Miss O'Neill.
Oh, you smell great today.
Smell like weed, you moron.
Really cheeky. Sorry about that, bud.
Good morning.
You're welcome, Massachusetts.
Aiden, what do you think?
Shoes, no combat boots today. Although they are. What's going on at the bottom? Is that elastic?
Wait, is that a leather jacket? Are you in Greece?
Well, you got to clean them. Look at the stains on the pants.
Aiden, I think it's.
Can I see the belt?
I think it's very interesting.
I noticed you went with the black on black ensemble today.
I think it's very interesting that Lindsay's cooperating with the investigation into Tully, and you're finally starting to realize it. Kate Peter is the enemy.
What do you think of people?
What do you think of Christy?
Murder children.
What do you think of Christy Citroni? What do you think of Christy Citroni actually working for Kate and using the attacks on Lindsay to get close to you and your followers to funnel information back to her?
That seems a little far-fetched. That seems a little.
It only benefits you to realize it.
What do you think of the voicemail in which you heard somebody threatening to kill a child? Do you approve of that?
I think that if indeed Lindsay's cooperating against Brian Tully, Kate has an incentive to smear her and induce that.
Was that voicemail justified?
If you feel that Lindsay cooperating against Brian Tully is a problem, then that's how you feel.
But are you ever?
Are you pressuring her? Do you want Lindsay not to cooperate with an investigation into Brian Tully?
Is it ever okay to threaten to murder a child?
Is it okay to pressure someone not to get involved with a federal investigation into Brian Tully?
You have a serious haircut. Answer a serious
Remember that time you caved a K into the back of your head?
Are you okay with that?
With what Christy's doing?
Answer the tough questions. You can't answer them. He can't answer. Why can't you answer tough
Don't
questions?
you want Brian Tully to be
Why can't you
investigated?
answer tough questions? Huh?
How's Leah
Why can't you
Ferreira
do it?
doing?
Why can't you answer it, Grant? I guess Grant, once again, refuses to condemn threatening to murder children.
Aiden doesn't want Lindsay to cooperate with the investigation into Brian Tully.
He can't do it, folks. He can't do it. We all heard the voicemail, right?
Aiden's aligned with Kate Peter now.
We heard somebody threatening to murder a
Aiden
child.
will not even admit that he's pressuring Lindsay not to cooperate with the investigation into Brian Tully.
He can't do it.
He's hurting himself because he doesn't realize what's going on.
But real talk, was that Higgins last night on JFK?
No, it makes no, because he can't talk about what Leah Ferreira tells him because he signed an NDA.
Oh, okay. So therefore, you know.
Well, I would know if Lindsay's cooperating with a federal investigation.
Well, we all like his haircut. Aren't we so proud that Grant got a haircut?
And that explains why Kate Peter and Brian Tully would be targeted.
I noticed the elastics at the bottom.
Whenever he goes to my clothes, it's because something uncomfortable has come up.
That's what I don't think so. I went to your...
No, so Kate Peter, if indeed Kate Peter is targeting Lindsay for cooperating, you're helping her.
That seems far-fetched, though.
I know, but I'm right. I'm right.
I don't know. So you're saying that she used her?
And Christy.
Okay, so everyone's innocent except the one person.
No, it's not a matter of innocent or guilty. You could be guilty of the crimes you committed and have been subject to federal civil rights violations.
I don't know what that means. What do you mean? How am I?
So your federal civil rights could have been violated if Kate Peter was an undisclosed human intelligence source that wrote your October indictment.
She wrote my indictment?
At least part of it. And that would mean that if Lindsay knew about Brian Tully and Kate Peter violating your civil rights, she has an incentive to smear her to stop her from cooperating. Think about it, Aiden.
I know.
Oh.
Yes, you did think about it.
So she's innocent.
You think there's any 302s? Hold on. Well, I think what would tell you something is if there's a 302 on Leah Ferreira's desk about any of this. Really?
Oh my God.
You can ask her, can't you?
Look at the haircut. Really, you figured it out.
Why does every time Leah Ferreira's name come up, you freak out?
Clean those pants, man. Look at those stains, man. What is that?
Aiden, every single
you have a
time.
powdered donut for breakfast?
Are you sexually interested in me? I'm not going to sleep with you. Why does every time Leah Ferreira's name come up, you have to go quiet? Did you sign an NDA with the feds?
I've never spoken with her.
You lies. You gave people her personal cell phone number.
How do I have her personal? I don't know. Hey, what's happening?
You also said you never spoke to Karen until the leaks came out.
You're being silly. Anyway,
Karen
did you go inside today?
Why'd you ignore Karen's advice to go going over Lindsay's on December 23rd?
What are you going to do when Jess Machado?
Why did you threaten Karen, saying that she was the one who told you to go to Jen McCabe's soccer game? Did Karen tell you to run those plates, Aiden? Meredith, thank you for being nice. Nice to see you. Do you have any comment on that leaked text from Sean indicating that you think Aiden Kearney is a threat and a liability, Karen? Are you and your family afraid of Aiden Kearney, Karen? I missed you. I only asked 2 questions. Being friendly. Oh, please. I saw you. I miss you all. Oh, please, that was a fair question. You read that text from Sean. Mr. Kearney, any comment on that leaked text message from Sean McDonough? Karen sees you as a liability and a threat, Mr. Kearney? Hi, David. Miss you.
Hi, Grant.
David, wait. David,
blah, 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 blah.
David waved at me.
All right, listen.
Hold on.
Don't go yelling.
That's how crazy you saw that text message.
Where's your rope? There's no rope holding your pants.
I got a smaller size of pants, Aiden.
Where'd you buy these? What brand shoes are those?
That was March 3rd when Sean sent that text when Karen and Sean were texting.
You've chosen to work at court today. Excellent. I noticed you cleaned your shirt.
Hold on. Who's taller?
I noticed you cleaned your shirt.
Wait a minute. Are you wearing platform shoes?
Okay.
Did you read that text? Did you read that text message from Karen to Sean? That's some fucked up shit. They're afraid of him, and you're enabling it. That's some fucked up shit.
Yeah.
Aiden, do you have any comment on that text message from Sean McDonough to Karen Reed, indicating that Karen and her family are afraid of you?
This is an interesting outfit you chose for today. Where's the road? Did you
Karen, now tell me, is Karen said that you're a liability. Is that because you conspired with her family and Karen to intimidate witnesses in the Reed case?
What is that? Did you clean yourself up today, Grant?
That's a real text message, isn't it, Aiden?
Okay.
I'm still taller than you.
Right, so, anyway, Grant, what's it like to be
That was fucked up.
It was
fucked
up. How does it feel perpetually in the friend zone?
If Karen Reed is afraid of you, something is seriously fucking wrong.
Do you still live with your mother?
Grant, everything you say is lies.
Do you live with your mother?
Don't stand by him. You saw that text to Sean. Karen said she's afraid of him. Karen said she's afraid.
I stand by him. We talked
And if Karen's afraid of him, you stand by him? Bullshit. Bullshit. She said it in the text to Sean. She said it in the text message. He's a liability because he has information on his phone that Karen ordered that parade at Jen's house. 9-3 guilty. 9-3 guilty, Aiden. 9-3. Well, I can do math.
You admit you were wrong.
I was right that the jury voted 9-3 guilty. 9-3.
That it was wrong.
9-3. Do you admit that text was real? Have a good day, Aiden. I'm taller than you.
We're gonna get you some more rope for those beans.
I'm beautiful, don't lie. Don't stand by him.
I'm not saying I'm standing by him. But honey, you've been lying so much.
That's not a lie. You read that text.
You're lying when it thinks that.
I'll listen to it.
It's not the correct barometer to start making prognostications about court rules. These are tough cases, tough issues, very little precedent.
Very tough questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, seeing reports the defense team might be heading back to court. We do not have any indication, however, right now that the defense team is back in court. So I'm going to jump forward to the end of this interview. We're going to monitor this, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to monitor this as we await. This is what some of the old hearings used to be like. This is me walking some of the witnesses and family. I don't remember if this was the family or who it was, but anyway, I was walking some of them into court on 2/26/2024. It was quite an experience. It was very intense. You have to imagine this family has been tormented, and then they were met with this raucous, ridiculous crowd. Okay, could you please load for me? Why must you frustrate little towel? Why must you do that to me? And yes, little towels, we are hearing that the defense team might be heading back into court. I am ready, little towels. I am ready should that indeed take place. We have the fan spinning, and we also have this being very annoying to Little Towel. Why must you be so annoying to Little Towel? I am just a little towel. I'm now here monitoring with you. I'm nervous, but we're ready. I mean, WD-40. That's what's making me feel kind of perplexed, because the state police ride with them every day, the jurors. So if anybody saw signs, I would hope the state police reported it, but it's definitely concerning. But here's Little Towel as we await the defense returning back. Judge did ask them to be back at 4, and so it's about 3:30. They're a little early, but here's video of Towel walking with some of the family and witnesses into the FKR madness back in the day. I think this was last year, and it was certainly madness, Little Towels. It was certainly madness. No doubt about it. Just madness, madness, madness. At least the June 19th is off. It's a state holiday. I don't know about Friday.
Do it. Do it, Tom.
Who's going down today?
Free Karen Reed! Free Karen Reed! Free Karen Reed! Free Karen Reed! Free Karen Reed!
Say something stupid. Come on, say something stupid. No, look at me.
Free Karen Reed! Free Karen Reed! Free Karen Reed! Free Karen Reed!
What are you doing, moron? Get away from them. Focus on me.
Free Karen Reed! Free Karen Reed! Free Karen Reed! Free Karen Reed! It's a loser! Free Karen Reed! 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 Free Karen Reed!
Rapunzel, let your hair down. Rapunzel.
Say something stupid. Do it. Do it. Do it. Say something stupid. Do it. Say something stupid. Say something stupid. Do it.
Keep moving, asshole. Keep moving, dickhead.
Sorry about that, towel friends. Things got a little intense there. Someone put a sign in my face. Karen, why are you paying Christina Lamb $3,000 a month for PR? You know you are. Don't lie to me. I didn't know you could comment. Karen, you worried about getting indicted on the WI?
You still maintain this as a fishing expedition? Liar. Yes.
You worried about a bar complaint for breaking federal law? God bless America. Yeah, don't get me wrong, Sicilian Queen. I don't love having to watch these questions be asked, but we're in nerve-wracking moments. It's one of those things where Karen doesn't get asked a lot of tough questions, so getting the chance to see her get asked tough questions. Another jury question? Whoa. I'm hearing another jury question. Amber Am is a very erudite towel reporter. Hold on, I'm hearing another jury question. I'm hearing reports of another jury question. I'm erudite. I'm a little towel. We're jumping over, ladies and gentlemen. Stay with little towel. Watch what happens. We move that down, all right? And then stay with me, little towels. We're going to go ahead and get rid of Chloe the dog. I'm so sorry to do this to you. We have to move Chloe the dog. She's going to go to the back, ladies and gentlemen. And we are going to go ahead and grab the fan. Now, you might be saying to yourself, oh no, it is time. Is there a jury question? I know. Don't worry, Amber Am. We are watching. We are waiting. We are monitoring. We are 3:38. Yep, so we are basically on time. We're just waiting for the next jury question. Don't worry, you have full audio. Little towels, don't you worry one little bit. Little towel is here. I'm monitoring with you. I'm going to move the fan into prime position. I'm sorry you have to watch the fan. The second a jury question comes in, little towels, yes, you will be able to see it. We're going to move Chloe the dog in a wig to the back. I'm so sorry, Chloe the dog in the wig. Listen, Chloe the dog in the wig actually gets to be saved. Chloe, I have a plan. Dear Chloe, I will not let you be taken and swallowed whole. Oh, I have saved Chloe the dog in the wig. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a glorious day. I saved Chloe the dog in a wig. Now I'm going to move this like this, okay, and then I'm going to move this like that. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're waiting. We have full audio. The audio is working. The fan is spinning. Oh, I go by Stefio. What did I see? Zona Eagle on X says the defense is here. Verdict could be coming. I have no idea if that's true. I heard a question. I heard a verdict might be coming. Now I'm seeing that. We are watching here. I want a verdict. I don't want more questions, but I'm here. I'm with you, little towels. We're monitoring in real time. I'm frozen on the screen to save bandwidth, but that's what we're going to do, little towels. That's what we're going to do. We're going to watch these moments. He could be speculating. I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. He said verdict coming. Oh dear God! But listen, we're all gonna see this together. Right? We're all gonna see this together. I'm gonna turn on my. I'm gonna turn. Look at me. I have been reduced to a towel ball of stress. I am a towel stress ball. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm hearing defense. I'm hearing verdict could be coming. I'm not. Vinny said verdict is coming. Vinny said verdict is coming. Ladies and gentlemen, we might have a verdict in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Ladies and gentlemen, announcement, towel announcement. We might have a verdict in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the moments. These are the moments that try towel souls. We might have a verdict. I'm hearing Vinny also reporting this. I'm seeing it reported by Zona Eagle. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm breaking the towel rule. I'm getting my vape. My vape is not working. Oh no, ladies and gentlemen. What are we going to do? We have to get ready. Is it true? Oh, this is right within the guilty zone. Oh my word. This is within the guilty zone, little towels. This is within the guilty zone. 15 hours. Oh my goodness. I'm hearing reports that I'm hearing multiple confirmed reports that we could have a verdict in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Towels, we're vaping, we're composing ourselves, we are doing our breathing techniques. This could be the moment. Oh my goodness, if we just have a verdict. Oh please, dear goodness, oh dear God, please give us a verdict. Please give us a verdict. Please give us a verdict. I'm running out of things to say. My towel brain is breaking down. Please give us a verdict. For the O'Keefes, for justice for John, please, ladies and gentlemen, give us a verdict. Towel question from Harvard Yard. Sir, what do we do if not guilty? Can you open a space or chat for dialogue, panel, trial fatigued and sad and mad? If so, keep posted. Loved you all. Towels United. I will join on camera for a panel. Yes, absolutely. We can do a panel this evening. I will restart the stream a little later tonight. I'll message me on X if you want to be on a panel about the verdict. If it's a consolation panel, whatever panel it may be, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to join the panel tonight, we will do it. I will have a panel. I'll do whatever it takes, and I want to say God bless you to Crime Cricket for their supportive Towel channel and for being a friend to Little Towel. To Crime Cricket, who is also in the chat because I'm reading Crime Cricket's name, but to Harvard Yard, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry if I misread that as Crime Cricket. Crime Cricket is a wonderful super towel. Harvard Yard's a wonderful super towel, and they both have very similar profile pictures, and I thought they were both the same person for a second, but they're not. Oh, Harvard Yard, God bless you, my dear friend. You are super towel. You are appreciated. You are loved, and I am glad that you want to join a panel. Yes, you understand I would have you on a panel any day of the week, my dear friend. Your insights are appreciated. Your name is Harvard Yard, and I'm an excitable towel. I'm on the verge of tears. I don't know if I'm going to be able to compose myself. I have loaded up the Karen cam on the off chance that we get a Karen cam. I'm trying to breathe. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying to breathe. I am hearing reports we have a verdict in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. What's up, Hood? Straight from the trap. It's great to see you. I'm hearing we might have a verdict. These are reports from Vinny and from multiple towels in the chat. I am hearing we might have a verdict in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. We have no Karen cam as of now, but Little Towel is here. Little Towel is monitoring it, and we have to see. We're not sure. We don't know, ladies and gentlemen. We do not know is exactly what is going on. God bless you, dear. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, if this is it. If this is it. I just don't know. I think we're all nervous. It could be a question. It could be a verdict. We're not sure. I think so many of us are watching these moments. We're monitoring to see who's coming back into the who's coming back into the courtroom. The Karen cam, ladies and gentlemen, is not live. I think I'm basically as tense as I've ever been in my entire life. Each movement feels like an hour. We must breathe in these moments. We need to keep our eye out. We need to watch for developments. I'm not seeing law and crime flash a verdict report. But no matter what the verdict, whether we have to do it tonight, whether we have to come together, we will do a panel. We'll have a space to talk. And damn right, Hood straight from the trap. I'm right with you on that, dear friend. We're all here together, towel friends. Could these be the moments? Could these be the moments? Hello, Zen. We're hearing reports there might be a verdict from I'm not seeing it, but I heard Vinny might have said something. We're not seeing this. I have not looked at it. But no matter what, ladies and gentlemen, they have to get back to court for 4 o'clock. So we are going to sit here and we are going to wait until 4 o'clock. Someone says it stays running for a while. Sometimes it stays running for a while. Yeah, well, and I'm also just waiting for someone to flash it. So here's the thing. I saw Fox News. And Fox, listen, they got pretty good sources. Fox News was reporting a potential verdict incoming at 2, okay? Now hearing more and more mumblings of it. Nothing confirms. Okay, so Vinny's X page doesn't have anything on that. Thank you, Rob. We will double check. All I heard is that Zona Eagle might be around the courtroom and might have said that a verdict might be incoming. That's one report. We have not got confirmation Vinny has said anything about that. And again, I also want to point out at 2 p.m., okay, this is where all this started. At 2 p.m., a Fox News reporter who, I mean, you can say what you will, but still, it's a pretty big channel. Fox News reporter was the one who said there was a potential verdict incoming. So we have all been on the edge of our seats since basically 2 o'clock. So far, okay, Victorian Angel says a lot of people are reporting verdict is in. Katie Benoit is reporting no indication of a verdict. So this is what we're saying. We're on, but yes, so that's what I'm saying, Wicked Uma. I realize, listen, every channel has their own, but this standards, whatever. But this wasn't like one of the reports I saw at 2 p.m. was a Fox News reporter who, when they didn't say confirmed, they said potential incoming. So thank you, Zen. We're happy to have you on the honorary towel fold. But the reason why is that I'm somewhat kind of like monitoring, and I wouldn't be surprised if we went for another day. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a verdict at this point, is because there's been a lot of mumblings of verdicts. But, right, exactly, sis. I am with you. I am not going to report anything until I see it flash on Court TV or like Christina Rex towel. I'm taking all of these reports with a grain of salt, although they are out there. People are talking about it. But we are absolutely going to see what happens at 4, because that's when the judge sends the jurors their note for the day. So no matter what, we are all going to be waiting here in the next 12 minutes. These are the moments, ladies and gentlemen. They came out of nowhere. These are the moments. I agree with you, Mary Adams. I agree with you. I hope so, Irish gal. I hope so. I hope so. If that is, and now I want to be clear, no, I am not confirming this. These are just, there's a lot of rumors flying around right now. We are all, nothing from Commander Towel, John DePietro yet, says Tom Grist. We're all doing the same thing right now, ladies and gentlemen, which is reading the flurry of social media chatter about what is going to happen. Now, I think, we did hear from the Amber Amtel that there could be a question, okay, which would not be surprising, but we don't know. Could be cover. So it could be nothing on nothing. Christina Rex saying no indication of a verdict as of now, and that it could just be a regular end of the day meeting. So that's what we're looking for. No indication of jury verdict as of now from Katie Benoit and Christina Rex. Then you have other people, lots of speculation, a lot of rumors. No matter what, listen, we all on Towel Stream have learned that until it happens on the stream in the court, it hasn't happened. Okay, we've seen too many twists and turns in this case, ladies and gentlemen, for us to... oh, here we go.
Jurors are entering.
Well, they don't have a question if they're entering and it's before 4 o'clock. What is going on right now? It's before 4 o'clock.
Put us back in session. You may be seated.
All right, jurors, I know you want to go home, so it's been a long day for everybody. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. We know you've all been working really hard and we appreciate it. So please just clear your heads. Don't think about this case at all as best you can. And we'll see you tomorrow morning when everybody's fresh to start again. Thank you.
All rise to the court, please.
All right, the verdict clock is paused. Oh, the verdict clock is paused, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. The verdict clock is paused.
Jury's exit the courtroom.
Okay, Tori. All right, we'll see everybody tomorrow.
Thank you. Court is adjourned.
Oh, my goodness. Just agonizing. Just agonizing. Every single minute of that was agonizing. They'd finished early for the day. They're going home again. 16 hours and 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 16 hours and 3 minutes. Oh, my word. Just in after an agonizing 16 hours of deliberations. I think it's actually 16 hours and 3 minutes. And 3 minutes of deliberations. The jury in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial has gone home again for the day. We will be back again tomorrow. Oh my goodness. And 4 questions. The jury in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial has gone home for the day. Oh my word. Oh, that was a lot. That was a lot very quickly, little towels. That was a lot very quickly. Yep, they're going home for the day, ladies and gentlemen. They are going home for the day. If you missed it, that was a wild series of events that unfolded very quickly, very, very intensely, little towels. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. So, Yep. Now we also remember that exactly. People around the courthouse. There's a lot of things that happen very fast. We are a on the ground towel team, and a lot of now we can kind of breathe, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, it is much better that we have all composed ourselves. That was a flurry of activity over 2 hours. I think we are getting really close here. We are at 16 hours and 3 minutes of deliberation, little towels. And I will say that you're getting to the point now where there is very, very little more room before a mistrial. Yep, and I think that. Oh yeah, Melee Blaze. We're going back to Towell's interviews. Don't worry. But I think we need to just kind of reflect on the fact that we're getting into mistrial territory. Okay. I don't know if maybe they'll get a guilty vote on something, but we're heading into mistrial territory if it goes 5 more hours, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so Victoria Angel, I do think that means they didn't go with their initial thinking on that question, but I also think we're heading 5 more. Yes, Grease the musical, exactly. 5 more hours. Agreed. They didn't. Oh, that's right. Kristen Carpenter has a great point. They didn't know the Karen clips were evidence. You know what? I know you don't want to, but shouldn't we review the Karen clips one more time? Because let's think about it. What time did the jurors ask their Karen clip question? Was that about 10 this morning, 11:30? How long do you think it would take the jurors to watch and talk about each of these Karen clips? I'm going to bring them up on the screen for you right now. I'm very interested in your thoughts on this. We can see if there's video, by the way, of them leaving the court. Hold on. I'm very interested in your thoughts on this. Not necessarily on video. Oh, yep, there might be video of them leaving the court. Hold on. All right, hold on. I think we have footage of Hank Brennan leaving the court today. Looks like the O'Keefe family. There's the O'Keefe family leaving court. This was just minutes ago, ladies and gentlemen. There's Hank Brennan. Okay, we don't need a shot at the woman's head. Where is Hank? This is outrageous. That was not Hank. That was a woman's head. God bless you, Irish girl, Irish gal.
What? I should be a little cleaner.
Which
there's not going to be any comments today.
Jump in the back. Was I anything you guys away?
That's ominous. Oh, that's amazing, Irish gal. But that was a really ominous walkout for Karen. I mean, that was ominous. They were like huddling around her like a football team. Oh, by the way, Hank had 44 Karen clips. He only was allowed to play 26. It's an evidentiary question. That is like a funeral procession. Dude, listen, folks, I don't say dude a lot. That atmosphere right there, like the silence is actually eerie. It doesn't make it look like she has support. It makes it look like we're at a funeral procession for her. And I want to run that back a little bit because that was really freaky. I mean, look at them coming out of court. She looks freaked out.
Thanks, guys. There's not going to be any comments today.
Oh, 5MEO DMT, my dear friend, I'm so glad you were here. I was so I had to keep the court coverage on earlier, but I was so glad we didn't have to part right there. I gave it my all. I think we all gave it our all, ladies and gentlemen, and that's part of what seeking justice means. The system is an incredible beast, and it's because of all the different interests involved in people. And part of what might give me faith that this system can be reformed is the amount of you out there who have been willing to stay informed. And I know it wears on your souls. It wears on all of our souls. And that's why all the connections I made with so many of you are so important to me. I'm so glad that we're here. And what we're going to do is we're going to watch the Karen clips. But also remember, Hank Brennan had 44 Karen clips that he wanted to play. He was only allowed to play 24 to 26. I thought it was 26. I think he got up to clip 26, but there were 2 that he tried to enter he wasn't allowed to play. And then there's 18 that he didn't get to play. So there were 44, and the jury got 26. Now, I saw a great piece. Well, folks, the reason why I'm kind of changing my opinion here, my analysis, I saw a great comment earlier, and I'm so sorry if this was your comment. Please just repeat your name in the chat. A great comment that said, this jury didn't know they could look at the Karen clips until today. Yeah, Irish gal, the Karen Reed defense, when they have to walk in that silence and in that ominous heavy atmosphere, it doesn't give the impression that she has support. It gives the impression of just this very heavy, sad procession. Yep, and oh yes, Kristen Carpenter was it was your insight. The jury asking to review the Karen clips is a big deal because it means they have to now go through all of the Karen clips and review them. So let's watch Karen walking out of court again. She looks devastated. It looks like a very heavy atmosphere.
Thanks, guys. There's not going to be any comments today.
Jump in the back. Was I anything you guys away?
And that's it. That's all you can see, folks, because they cut it off. Like, they didn't want her in front of the press. I mean, it was pretty brutal. I mean, I'm always very direct with you all, but that was brutal. That was truly brutal for the Reed defense. I think they did not want it. They didn't expect it to go that way. I think that this jury, they didn't realize this jury was going to put that much stock in the Karen clips. And I'm going to show you, like, we'll watch the Karen clips, ladies and gentlemen. You can see they are devastating for the defense, and so I'm gonna show them to you, but you'll see exactly what I'm saying. I really do believe that these jurors are now going back and watching each of these Karen clips. They're on a flash drive. They have them in the deliberation room. Oh, have a good night towel, buddy. LLA, you know you are appreciated. Hold on, might have actually been LA Connection. If that's you, you have a great night. But we're going to watch the Karen clips because, folks, the jury, we have to now think about, the jury is going through and they are looking at these Karen clips. So if you're the jurors and you now know you can watch these, I think you do have to watch all 24 that have been entered. And yeah, I think Karen's not doing very well. Yes, and I do, but Amber Ann, we have to think about, like Kitty Cat was saying, sometimes those jurors ask questions to cover what they're really doing. It's a very weird thing. Oh, LA Connection, you have a wonderful rest of your evening, you super towel. Can't see the pictures with your name on them, so small. Which one? You might be talking to someone else. Oh, no, don't worry. I'm going to make this larger. Hold on. There you go. See, we're going to be able to watch the Karen clips. And the Karen clips, as I said, are important because now the jury is viewing them. And then I also want to just, again, send a super towel thank you to Harvard Yard. We didn't have to go into our panel today, but I want to let you know, Harvard Yard, you super towel, this panel, we will do this, my dear friend, whatever day, tomorrow, and it doesn't matter. And anyone who wants to be on the panel to talk about how we feel about this, Harvard Yard is definitely going to be on it. Anyone who wants to be on it, we will talk about our feelings about the verdict either way. It's not going to be today, obviously, but either way. Oh, and I definitely don't see an acquittal coming. There's definitely not 12 votes for an acquittal. It's just a question of where this jury is going to come down. So now remember, the reason we're watching these Karen clips, it has a purpose. The one thing the jury asked for today, evidence-wise, they asked some other questions. The one thing the jury asked for was the Karen clips. So let's actually I think the best way to do this is to watch. Did everyone see the jury questions? I think everyone saw the jury questions. So therefore, I think the best way to do this is to just watch the Karen clips, okay? So we're going to watch this is the only evidence-based question the jury asked, really. They wanted to know if they could have the Karen clips. They had 4 other questions. They had questions about whether they can convict on a lesser included offense of count 2, for example, 2.5 OUI, for example, without convicting on the top charge. And then they had questions about the Karen clips. And then there was a question about, what was the third question in the morning? The verdict form. I think that was part of the third question. And then there was also a question. The question wasn't exactly about the verdict form, but something about how to fill the structure of the charges that led Judge Cannoni to read them a new verdict form. And then the fourth question asked after lunch, or right before lunch, right around, the fourth question asked was, could they hang on one of the charges and acquit on the other 2? That was a weird question. A lot of towel clues, yes, ladies and gentlemen. And so the reason why we're looking at this today in particular, and I think what actually makes the most sense is to look back at the juror questions and then watch the Karen clips, because the Karen clips being played makes more sense in the context of the juror question. So in order to do that, I have to go back and I have to find each juror question. Hold on, I'm happy to do that for you little towels. That's the benefit of being a little towel. Yep, but hold on, it's going to take Towel Stream a very decent amount of time to pull this up. Yep. Oh no, that's what I'm saying. That's why we're going to watch these towel clips, dear towel. These Karen clips, dear towel friends, because I do think they are the whole kit and caboodle. So I'm going to get you the first question that was asked, the first 3 questions, and that was, I think, around 11:30. So let me just, it was actually around 12. So let's just jump forward to when Judge Cannone did that. I think it was actually right before 12, so it was 4 hours ago. It was a strange day. Strange day, mostly pensive anxiety for Little Towels and friends, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see, I think Judge Cannone needed a little time. And then when did she get back to actually read these questions? Did she take more than 15 minutes? Might have been a little bit after 12:15. These were the first, yeah, it was right around here. All right, so hold on, Little Towels. We're going to do a recap. We're going to do a towel recap. It's 4:08 p.m. Hold on one second. I think that's a little bit too early, and I think I have this roughly where I want it, though. Let me just bring up the cue point. Hold on.
Vote not guilty.
Hold on.
Charge.
All right, so we can bring the jurors over. Tori, do you have those?
All right, so this is where we're going to get to hear the 5
so
questions.
Tony will take those. All right, so.
Thanks for your patience, towel friend.
All right, so I'll take. Thank you.
We're doing a recap, so hold on.
Tori, how many did you make?
So what we're going to do in this recap, yes, we're going to, so folks, during this first series of questions, I don't know if we have the updated form. Right, yeah, well, right, exactly. So with the updated form, I don't know if we have it, but we are going to hear Judge Cannone explain right now. That's part of what we're going to do during this process. So we're going to hear that she's going to explain it out loud. So hold on. We have to get ready for our recap. So we're going to wait for the jurors to actually enter. I'm going to cue this right. There's Hank waiting for the first 3 questions. He already knew what they were because I think they had a sidebar before this. Oh, yeah, they did. We skipped the discussion about the questions. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I think it. Do you want to see the actual discussion about the questions, or do you just want to see Judge Cannone read the questions and the answers? I think we'll just truncate it to the questions and the answers. I mean, we could watch the argument about it. I guess that's the best way to do it. All right, hold on. We're jumping back. So we're going to jump back to 12:18 in a second. But let's see the lawyers actually talk with Judge Cannone, because this is really how it happened in real time. So hold on. This was when the questions first came in. Hold on, Little Towels. It's 11:26.
002. Do you want to hear from the defense first?
I'll hear from you're standing up, so I'll hear from you first.
Okay. On question number 1, what is the time frame for the OUI charge?
Oh, sorry. We got to go back further. I guess there was multiple cut-ins. Hold on. It was actually around 11, wasn't it? Yep, it was. All right, so hold on. We're doing our recap. So if you missed today, now's your chance. I think this is it. Good night, Angela Powell. We got to lift our spirits. You rest your head knowing that you have towel friends all around the world, dear towel friend.
Bob, I can't do this. I can't do this.
Just waiting for the cue point where Judge Cannone actually reads the questions. And then they have a discussion, and then the jurors come out. So hold on. I forgot how long they sat and debated over this. There was literally nothing happening at this point other than us waiting for... Hold on.
Counsel, what I'd like to do is I'm just going to read the questions.
Okay, so we'll start here. All right, so hold on. All right, we're going to cue this for a 4:13 start on the recap. 41300. All right, get ready, folks. We'll do our recap. In 3, 2, 1, because I'm a towel. All right, hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's been 16 hours and 3 minutes and 12 seconds exactly of deliberations in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, and the jurors have gone home for yet another day, ladies and gentlemen. No verdict yet reached. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm here to catch you up on all the day's action. There were 4 questions asked by the jurors, ladies and gentlemen, and importantly, the 4th question was asked before the jurors got their answer to the first 3 questions. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the 3 questions asked by the jurors in the beginning of the day, we're about to hear them. They have to do with whether the jurors could review the Karen clips and whether they were evidence. A question about whether Karen's OUI was at 12:45 or at 5 a.m. And then furthermore, a question about whether the jurors could convict on one of the elements of the second offense, manslaughter, OUI, without convicting on the top charge. And their example was charge 2.5 OUI. So we are going to watch the first 3 questions. We're going to watch the lawyers discuss them, ladies and gentlemen. And then after the lawyers get done with their discussions about the first 3 questions, we're going to hear Judge Cannoni make her kind of decision. Then she's going to read the jurors the questions. Importantly, there's an updated juror form. For count 2, we're going to hear Judge Cannoni read in the morning session, or the first 3 questions. Then we're going to jump forward and hear the 4th question asked, and then go about that. So here we go. Let's watch. And the 4th question asked was a doozy, ladies and gentlemen. It was, can the jury find Karen not guilty on count 1 and 3 and hang on the middle count, or do they have to hang on all 3?
Counsel, what I'd like to do is I'm just going to read the questions to you now, so please take your seats. So I'm going to read the questions. I'm going to have them marked. Then I will take a short recess, let you all talk about it, and then come back.
Thank you.
So, all right. So I received 3 questions from the jury. The first one is, they appeared on note cards, so that I don't know what order they came in, but this is the order I got them. This is the order I'm going to read them. What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? So I will give you some time to consult. I think the first one, I'll hear from you as to what the time frame is, and I don't need to hear from you now. That's pretty clear cut what they're looking for. The second one are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence. How can we consider them? Well, we know they are evidence, and they can give them whatever weight they want. I would also be inclined to give a humane practice instruction, and tell me if you want the digital evidence instruction. It's a little awkward because it would be something like, before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who appeared in the communication was in fact Karen Reed. So think about that when I come back out. But I think it's appropriate to give a humane practice instruction, and also tell me what you think about what to say about the weight. The third question is a little bit more, I think, unclear as to exactly what they're looking for. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What I'm proposing, I gave you both a verdict slip where I included the language. I know yesterday I said they have to be read hand in hand, the jury instructions with the verdict slip. I've incorporated the language from the jury instruction into the verdict slip. I've given each side a copy. When I come out, I'd like your input on whether you think this is appropriate. I would instruct them, as I did before, that they start at the top and work their way down. That's the only thing I did not specifically put in here, but I think it takes it step by step, an analysis to do it. So how much time does the defense want to be able to respond to me?
Perhaps 15 minutes.
Okay. And the Commonwealth?
That will suffice.
Okay. So it's 7 past. Why don't I come out at 25 after, give you 20 minutes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, the best part about this, ladies and gentlemen, since we're in towel recap, you didn't have to live these intense moments live. Oh no, little towels. I have the jump forward for you. We'll jump right back to the moments that things went live.
So I will hear you on the first question, the time of the OUI. Any suggestions?
Your Honor, do you want to hear from the defense first?
I'll hear from you're standing up, so I'll hear from you first.
Okay. On question number 1, what is the time frame for the OUI charge, offense 002, section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? Our suggestion would be something along the lines of, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have the evidence. It's your decision.
You are the fact finder.
You're the fact finder.
Mr. Brennan, or whomever from the Commonwealth?
My suggestion would be 12:45.
And why is that?
The case has always been focused at that time. I don't think there's anything specific in the indictment regarding the time.
Do we have the indictments?
No.
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
I'm sorry?
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
Understood.
All right.
I agree with the court on principle. I just don't have the indictment memorized, so I don't remember. If we can pull that up.
There's no time? I don't expect that there's any time.
All right, so I'll say you have the evidence, and remember, you are the fact finders, or something to that effect. All right. Are the video clips Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? So I'll tell you what I was planning on saying, then you can add to it. Sure. Yes, the videos are evidence. Give them whatever weight you think is appropriate to give them, and then I would give the digital evidence instruction and the humane practice instruction.
The only thing I would respectfully ask the court to include in that sentence is give them whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
All right.
If
okay.
Any. Thank you. Otherwise, it's fine.
Okay. What's the Commonwealth's position?
We have a different perspective on that.
Okay.
The first part of the question, are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? The answer should be yes.
Okay.
How can we consider them? I think it's fair to say you should weigh the defendant's statements as you would evidence. Since they've been introduced substantively, they are like any other piece of evidence. There's no difference, and there shouldn't be any reflection of a difference in the answer. We didn't introduce any evidence in this case and say you should give it any weight, if any at all. We didn't provide a limiting instruction in any way, and these shouldn't be so limited. This is just like a photograph. It's no different than a physical piece of evidence. And so I think the answer should simply be yes, you should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence. I do not think the court should give humane practice or digital evidence. It suggests that there's some deterioration or further analysis that is different. Those instructions were already given during the charge. In addition, those instructions are in their hand in the written jury instructions. And so, to put it most simply, as I think that we should, is this is a piece of evidence, and you weigh it like you would any other piece of evidence, whatever they decide, rather than give them guidance to curtail it or to limit it in any fashion.
My only suggestion, Your Honor, is that every single piece of evidence that's provided to them, it's in keeping with Massachusetts laws, in keeping with the responsibility that they have. Every single evidence is given the weight, if any, they deem appropriate. That is not a misapplication of the law. I think the Commonwealth's suggestion suggests in the answer that they should or they have to give those statements weight, and the law is they don't have to give them any weight. So I think the appropriate comment by the court is exactly as the court suggested initially, which is you give it whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
All right, so what I'm going to say is, yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, then I'll go and I'll read the electronic communications and the humane practice. That covers it.
I don't have a principled objection to it if the court adds the word "if any."
I understand.
Because I don't want them to think, for instance, the way that it's worded as the Commonwealth suggested it, they have to weigh it the same way they weigh other pieces of evidence. Every single piece of evidence is weighed in and of itself. It's individual to the piece of evidence that's presented. For instance, they could weigh the statements by Ms. Reed. They could give it no weight. Each individual juror could decide, I'm going to dispatch it altogether and give it no weight, while giving another piece of evidence, like whatever that might be, the testimony of one of the ARCA witnesses, complete weight. I think that we need to stress that the clips bear no additional weight, no additional gravity than anything else that they've considered. And the only way to do that is, very simply, you give this the weight, if any, that you decide is appropriate. It doesn't, I think, comparing it and contrasting to other pieces of evidence in the case, it's unnecessary, and it tends to suggest they have to give it weight.
Okay. So your objection's noted. Now let's get to the third one. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What do you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor, I appreciate the effort that the court went to amend the verdict slip as it relates to count 2, and I think there are some excellent suggestions by the court in the verdict slip. By and large, I think question number 3 is answered by the amendments in the verdict slip. So we certainly could say something like, does convicting guilty, the question was, quote, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? The answer is no, obviously. And perhaps we could formulate an answer that says something along the lines of no, new verdict slips have been provided that will make it more clear, or something of that nature. As well as a decision of guilty on the OUI charge 002, number 5, is an explicit acquittal on the higher charges in offense 002, which is a proper statement of the law. And then there are suggestions that we have regarding the edits that the court has made to the verdict slip. And I'm happy to go over those with you and put those on the record.
Okay, go ahead.
With regard to going from the top to the bottom, just under number 1, number 1 reads, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. We would propose that the court add the language, the consistent language that it's added throughout the verdict slip. If you, quote, if you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, comma, stop and sign the verdict slip, period. That's the only place that that language doesn't appear, and I think it should appear.
Okay.
The second is a relatively minor issue. However, under number 2, sub 2, the parenthetical check one or both of the following, I think it should say, just to clarify it further, if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
All right, I think I'm going to leave it because it appears only under the guilty.
It appears only on?
Under the guilty. So go ahead, I'll hear you further.
Going further, going under number 3, toward the bottom of the page, in the parenthetical that the court suggested, which we find is excellent, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter, we would simply add that clause.
So we'd have to add it in all of them.
Correct.
Which makes sense. I think
Correct.
we had it in the first one.
Right.
Okay.
And then moving to page 2, at the top of the page under sub 4, again.
Hold on 1 second.
Of course.
Okay.
We had the same suggestion. It appears that the court is not inclined to give it. If guilty, check one or both of the following. And there's a typo. It says the parenthetical.
We fixed it.
Check one of. Okay.
Yes. So we changed of to or.
So my only suggestion to that would be to again add the if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
Okay.
On that page, going down to the bolded parenthetical, same thing. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide.
Okay.
Moving down under sub 5.
We still need to say stop and sign the verdict slip.
Right. After the word stop and sign the verdict slip.
Yeah.
And then under sub 5, again, the same thing. We just suggested that for consistency that it say, if guilty, check one of the following of the both. And the final edit would be in the final parenthetical, the last sentence. If you find, I think her should be changed to the defendant. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1.
Okay.
And those are the edits that we have suggested for the verdict slip.
Mr. Brennan?
I don't have any disagreement with the edits.
Okay.
The idea of instructing them on the nuance of selecting one guilty or not guilty, I don't think needs to be explained. I think with the edits, this proposed instruction explained it. Yes.
All right. Would
I don't have any issue with if you state, if you decide on a lesser included offense, it does not include the earlier offense. And I'm not sure of the exact language that can be. I don't think that's necessary, but that is something I wouldn't have an objection to. But I think the form that you filled it out with the edits is going to be sufficient for them to follow.
What do you think about the defendant's position that if you were to find her guilty of operating under the influence, Mr. Jackson said explicit acquittal. I don't like that language. I think if you find it, it means you have found her not guilty of each of the others.
That would be fine with us.
I think it's better if you find her guilty of any lesser included offense. It would not include the higher offense.
All right.
I think that's just confusing.
So what I planned on doing was bringing them out and giving them each a copy of the amended verdict slip, explaining that it really is consistent with the jury instructions I gave them, but walking them through it. So we start from the top and then explain, if you find the defendant guilty, you're done. Stop, sign the verdict slip, and let the court officer know you have a verdict or something.
I prefer that.
Yeah, I think I'll walk them through it like we do in civil cases.
I don't have any objection to that. The only other thing is the digital instruction.
Yes.
We don't believe that it's necessary. I don't think that we should re-emphasize that, and we're not asking for it.
All right, so you're waiving it?
We're waiving it.
Okay.
Yes,
All
thank
right,
you.
I will do humane instruction, humane practice instruction. So I need 5 minutes, and Tori, your computer, to amend this if we can, and we'll make copies. So we'll bring the jurors in. Let them know that we'll be bringing them in shortly, Tony.
All right, so we'll jump forward.
All right, thank you.
We're going to jump forward 5 minutes, folks, to when the jurors actually come in and this happens. We're going to watch this live, so give me 1 second. We're just going to jump forward. All right, here we go. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis. We're doing our recap. We're watching the moments. I thought these were important to watch. Jurors about to get read the first 3 questions of the day. We're watching our recap. Today was the first day we saw any movement during deliberation, any questions, and these were the first 3 juror questions. That's actually in the courtroom. Papers.
All right, the court, please. Jurors entering.
All right, jurors now entering. It only takes a few seconds.
the moments. Here we go. It will only take 30 seconds for the jurors to enter. Then the reading of the answers.
Back to session, you may be seated.
All right, jurors, we're in receipt of your question. We've been working on making sure that the answers we give you are the right ones, so it's taken us a while. So the first question, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The answer to that question is that you folks have all the evidence. And remember, it's only you who decide the facts in this case. All right? That's the answer to that question. You are the fact finders. The second question, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? Yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements in the videos as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. So that's the answer to that question. So for the third question, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? So with that, what I'm going to do is I have amended the verdict slip. It's the exact same verdict slip, and it's still consistent with the jury instructions I gave you, but it's a little bit easier for you to follow. And for purposes of going through this, we'll go through it together, and I've got a copy for each one of you, okay? All right, so you'll see it really is the same verdict slip, but we've added a little bit of language to help you follow it through. So the first charge, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So first, in the above entitled case, we say the defendant is, 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. Now, then you go on to guilty of the offense of as charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. That means on each one, when you stop and sign the verdict slip, that means you have a verdict on this indictment. So stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the lesser included offense. And first, under 3 is involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then continue to the next page. Guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor, and negligence. And you have to check one or both of the following: motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the guilty of the lesser included offense operating under the influence. And you check one or both of the following: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then stop. If you find the defendant guilty, you stop and you sign the verdict slip. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1. And remember, your decision must be unanimous. All right, does that make it any clearer, hopefully? All right, so with that, I am going to send you back out.
Before the jurors are set up,
Sure, why don't you come on over?
We're going to watch this sidebar. Keep an eye. I'm not going to comment on this. You just keep an eye on the sidebar in case we catch any hot mics. There were no hot mics, which means we're jumping forward to the fourth question. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to jump forward to when we got the fourth question. Hold on, I forget when this was. I think it was right around here. All right, so let's start with the fourth question. This was the fourth question of the day. The hot mic moment, yeah, that was earlier in the day, Cinnamon Buns. It was before the first deliberations. Let's watch number 4, and then we'll see if we can catch the hot mic moment. But let's watch question number 4.
Jim, can I have that question, please? Thank you. All right, so as counsel knows, we received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply, this is not a question I can answer on this, and sending it back.
The defense position is not certainly not for it, but I think we can't ignore your question. However, I think that it is apropos, given the timing of when that question came in, literally before the court had answered the other 3 note card questions. I think that it would be appropriate to send a quick note just asking them, given the fact that there's some clarity in your other questions, does this answer your question? In other words, can you proceed without any further input by the court regarding that second question?
So that made sense initially, but why ask them, do I really need to answer it, to then tell them I'm not answering it?
Because I think at some point, they need to know what the law is. It's a reporting question. In other words, I don't see it as theoretical, as the court indicated. I see it a little bit differently, which is what are our options? And the options are built in the law, not in theory. If they come back with a verdict on more than 1 count, but they're hung up on a separate count, they are to report those 2 counts, whatever counts they came to a verdict on.
So that's for a later time, right? So this is at this point.
Right.
It's premature, it's hypothetical, it's theoretical. I understand your point. I think I disagree with you at this point. It may be something later. The way the question's worded, if I find this, if we do this. I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
We agree it's consequence related. Your first suggestion, I think, is most appropriate, and we would endorse that.
Yeah. I'm going to do that at this time, Mr. Jackson. I'm not going to have a back and forth with them. I'm simply going to say, because it's true, it's the law, that this is not a question I can answer.
But I would strongly suggest that we find some other way
If that question continues to remain, then they're not going to ask that question. I don't think the court can say, or should say, I can't answer the question, because the court can answer that question. The court absolutely can answer it. I would simply say, this question is not before the court without further information, or something like that. Not the court can't answer that question, because if that question remains in their minds, we're going to end up in the exact same position that we were in last year.
There are other steps that can be taken to perhaps prevent that.
Whatever those steps are, I think the first step down the wrong path is to say, throw our hands up and say, well, we can't answer that question. Well, we know we can answer it.
So I don't know if I want to put you in an uncomfortable position. Ms. Giannetti, I'm inclined to answer the question the way I stated.
Could we have 2 minutes to confer with counsel, Your Honor?
How about 1 minute? You guys are 10 minutes late.
We do 1 minute. Thank you.
They tested the court's patience, ladies and gentlemen. They certainly tested the court's patience. Very interesting to watch these moments in hindsight.
Just with a very slight tweak with the court's language, I don't have a principled objection to the court's language that we not answer the question at this time. I would simply ask that the court answer the question as you suggested just now in open court. It's premature to address this question at this time.
No. What do you say, Mr. Brennan? My response was, this is not a question I can answer. For the reasons I stated, it's theoretical, and we tell jurors that they cannot be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what you would be asking me to endorse. What's the Commonwealth's position on the proposed?
I agree with your first suggestion.
Yeah. I'm going to send it in like this. Your objection's noted.
Your Honor, if I could make my record a little bit clearer, the court's indicating that it doesn't answer questions about the consequences of the juror's verdict. That would be punishment. Of course you can't answer a question like that. This is not the consequences of the verdict. It's how do they report a verdict. So I think saying, I can't answer this is sending a false message to the jury. If the court would simply indicate this is not appropriate for me to address at this time, that assuages all concerns. Certainly assuages our concerns and it protects Ms. Reed's rights. I think that
well, I think what I could add is this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer. That does the same thing. Is there an objection? I understand, Mr. Jackson.
Add the clause at this time.
Is there an objection to me putting this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer?
No objection.
Not the court to finish writing, but at this point, that is over our objection.
I understand.
I just want to make sure the record is absolutely clear. That's over our objection. I don't think that's an appropriate answer to a very, very clear question that could be answered in an innocuous way that does not affect Ms. Reed's rights.
Okay.
This way it does.
Okay, it was a clear question that the defense first told me to ignore. So
I didn't tell you to ignore anything, Your Honor.
All right, we are all set, so let's send this in, please.
All right. Feisty. Listen, I don't really know what direction this... That was very feisty indeed, ladies and gentlemen, and that was how the day ended. At 3:37 or so, or 3:57 then, ladies and gentlemen, we ended for the day. Now, there was a slight hot mic moment. I'm not promising we can find it right now. It was right around when the first... right around when this sidebar was ending. I think there was a hot mic moment. Let's see if we can hear it.
Kind of hovered.
Okay, yeah, so that was Alan Jackson looking at Bob and saying, Bob, I can't do this. Bob, I can't do this. So let's watch the moments. The mic cuts off. But look, let's listen to it again. You were right, whoever said there was a hot mic. Cinnamon Buns, listen to this.
Bob, I can't do this. I can't do this.
Bob, I can't do this. Bob, I can't do this. It's right here, Cinnamon Buns. We got it. I mean, that was the moment. And he's saying, Bob, I can't do this. Bob, I can't do this. Hello, Jackie Blue. That's hilarious, Chit Chat and Coffee. I think it could be him saying he can't do it that quickly. I don't think he's saying he can't do it again. I think he's saying he can't do the form that quickly. I don't think he said again. We'll listen to the hot mic. This is during the recap too, but all we have left in the recap is the Karen clips because that's what the jury is going to view. So let's listen one more time. Hold on. I don't know. Yeah, the defense team is very upset here, and I'm not sure exactly what they're saying, but let's listen again.
Bob, I can't do this. I can't do this.
No, he's not saying again. Jackson is saying, Bob, I can't do this. Bob, I can't. It says the mic cuts out, but it's Bob, I can't do this. Bob, I can't. And then the mic cuts out. One more. Let's listen again.
Bob, I can't do this. I can't do this.
Bob, I can't do this. I can't do this. That's what he says. And he might be saying, it might be Jackson saying to Alessi, I can't do this right now because I have to do something else. Also, no, I don't think my mom is definitely not number cracker. She can barely operate one X account, not to mention two. God bless Towel Mom. She's doing her best. Def Otter, remind me tomorrow. Someone sent me their contact info that they want me to send to you because they don't have X, so I'll send it to you on X. Also, yeah, so I think it was like, Bob, I can't do this. I can't do this right now because, yeah, me too, Respect. I feel you. The only thing we have left on the recap is the Karen clips. And the reason we have to watch the Karen clips is because someone made a great point up above in the chat, which was the jury was probably, one holdout was probably saying, no, we can't consider these. And now they have confirmation they can. So now we got to watch the Karen clips, ladies and gentlemen, because I don't think there's really any better way to determine what the jury just thought about for the past 4 hours. You saw it there. And by the way, I'm hearing confirmation that the fourth question came in before the jury got the answer to the first 3 questions. Okay, ladies and gentlemen? And also, I want to say hello to our Super Towel Beach Nance, who's on a cruise right now. Did you know we got video, ladies and gentlemen, of Super Towel Beach Nance on their cruise? Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man were visiting. But really, we got a wonderful look into the deep blue ocean from Beach Nance. And we're going to watch the Karen clips now, but I just wanted to show you that first. Oh, and I also have wonderful news. Ladies and gentlemen, it is very possible that 4 Call Me Hank shirts have been shipped out. I had to pay for these out of pocket because of a complex series of events. The rest of the shirts are going to take 4 to 6 weeks to process. But if your name, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to say your actual names, but if you happen to have ordered towel shirts, if you were order number 8, Yes, if you were order number 8. If you were order number, hold on, ladies and gentlemen, if you were order number 9. Ladies and gentlemen, order number 9. If you were order number 10. If you were order number 10. Yes, lucky number 10. Ladies and gentlemen, as of now, order 9, number 10, and number 8. 8, 9, and 10. I have confirmation that they are on the way to you. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, Wicked Uma, sometimes we have to clear our heads from this. But oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I am thrilled to announce that 3 Call Me Hank shirts, maybe one more, are on the way. Our towel friends within 3 days are going to be able to share with us, hopefully, their Call Me Hank shirts. I'm excited. Now, I'm not going to do the Call Me Hank towel store in the middle of the recap. We are going to watch Karen clips. Oh, Colleen Henry, don't worry. There was just, the orders are coming. Towel has a plan. Every order is submitted. I have to work on Eva's order because we have to cancel that one, and she's going to submit one with like an actual size, not a unisex size, because they set it up wrong at first. We're going to fix that one. But every other one had size options available. Every other one is fine. You can't order sizes of the towel. It is just a towel. But also, I don't want to get too distracted. I'm so excited about the Call Me Hank shirts. But what I want to do is show you the Karen clips, because obviously the jury just spent a lot of time over the past few hours. Now that they got confirmation, they can look at the Karen clips. So we're going to bring the Karen clips right into the middle of your screen, and we're going to watch what I think the jury might be watching. Yes, Wicked Uma, sometimes every once in a while we have to do things like go for hikes in nature, beach dances on a cruise. We have to remember that even when we pay attention to these cases, when we memorize them, when we become enmeshed in the details in order to pursue justice and ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government, we do need times for ourselves. We need times to sleep. We need time to unwind, to relax, to decompress. And that, ladies and gentlemen, that, along with standing against the flow of opinion on hotly contested issues in spite of the personal dangers and consequences and pressures, is the basis of all human morality. Shout out Ted Sorensen. Shout out JFK. Shout out Hank Brennan.
Play clip 26.
So, I thought, could I have run him over? Did he try to get me as I was leaving and I didn't know it? I mean, I've always got the music blasting. It's snowing. I got the wipers going, the heater blasting. Did he come and hit the back of my car and I hit him in the knee and he's drunk and passed out and asphyxiated or something? And then when I hired David Yannetti, I asked him those questions the night of January 29th. Like, David, what if, I don't know, what if I ran his foot over or what if I clipped him in the knee and he passed out or went to care for himself and he threw up or passed out, and David said, yeah, then you have some element of culpability. Exhibit 207.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
Karen, what can we expect from the defense? Will you testify?
TBD. How long will your case last? 1.5 to 2 weeks. How are you feeling after today?
I feel very good, thank you. So we approach from the north, we actually missed the turn, and John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left. I said, all right, so I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25. finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Thank you.
Hey. Very good. How are y'all? Any reaction to the clips, Karen, that are being played?
No.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like, perched on his nose, like, just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face. Totally more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
There's Amy Wenzel here. That you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. Not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
The Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
Okay.
I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong. I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I clipped him? Could I tagged him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold did he come to again?
In this particular moment, you would drop him off at the party.
Yeah, would have had to. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like you got hit by a car. It looks like you got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean DeMoulis.
Karen, did you see John go in the house? I did. You saw him go in the house.
I saw John go in the house.
Can you describe him going into the house? Which door and how and when?
No, I have, though, and I'm sure the prosecution will play it.
John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
You
Comment?
that.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked why was I saying, could I hit him, did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was, I've been out late, I've been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, you know, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I like clip him somehow?
Anything more to say about the clip that was played today?
No, thank you.
What about the clip that's inaudible? Can you say what's in that clip?
I'm sorry, Matt. Just hit you.
How about the, do you remember making those phone calls, man?
Yes.
What was your emotion?
All right, Ms. Roberts, please. Okay, thank you.
We'd like to play this first and then call Ms. Roberts.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I remember it, but I questioned do I remember it because it's been relived so much. I mean, when I see the video of me driving from the waterfall, like what I just described, tapping the brakes when I crossed the intersection, Washington over Sherman Street, do I actually remember that I kind of slowly proceeded through that green light? No, I don't actually remember that. But I've seen the video so many times that you then question, did I remember it on my own? Or was my memory jogged? But I also wondered, did I say, could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that, so the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? And I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I now call Kelly Roberts.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4. And not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
So you had lots of drink, right? I wouldn't say I had like a normal amount. Let's say like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like all soda water with lime. Not that I needed to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. He said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then I would pour a shot into it. So that would count as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of onions, like just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall and I put that drink down and I would socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
And I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that many drinks? When you got in the car, did you feel like you could drive? And did you feel how I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, you know, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me, there's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you.
Heard it, folks. There, you heard it. That was the moment.
So this was Towel's reaction. And we're going to jump forward because another clip starts very shortly. Hold on, a little before that.
10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
Okay. May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said, it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman.
Hold on before you play it.
We've already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children. Or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later. Let's start at 34 Fairview. So, who are you with? I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. And Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And then we don't see the next clip. Ladies and gentlemen, just absolutely devastating. We have to consider that the jurors may have gone back and watched those clips as a compilation. Ladies and gentlemen, per Commander Towell, John DePetro. This is the reporting from John DePetro. Ladies and gentlemen, John DePetro has accepted the honorary title, the formal title of Commander Towell. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, John DePetro has accepted the title of Commander Towell. And here you go, ladies and gentlemen. The report is breaking with Karen Reed trial. Karen clips are considered evidence to the jury. New ballgame, manslaughter in play. Verdict watch continues. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is a big, big day. The Karen clips are... Oh, this is what I wanted to report. Hold on. I hope I didn't... oh, no, I retweeted John's wrong tweet. Hold on. I now have to... After working so hard... hold on. I have to discard this one. And then I have to go get John's actual tweet, which is up on your screen. It's actually the top one on his screen per Commander Towell John DePetro. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see it right there. This is the way that we're going to end we're not going to end the stream, but end the recap. Oh my word, ladies and gentlemen, big news from Commander Towell John DePetro that per courthouse sources, jury spent the afternoon watching the Karen clips, manslaughter in play, bad news for Karen, jury keeps watching the montage. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that is from Commander Towell, reporter John DePetro himself. Ladies and gentlemen, we have this news coming in right now. I repeat, little towels right now from John DePetro. This is just coming in from John DePetro. Now, I want to analyze a few different things. One, I think it was Red Sky made an excellent point that here's my conclusion of today's wrap-up as we wait for deliberations to resume. Towel Stream will start at a special time, 7 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, 2 hours, as we are going to do a special prayer, a non-denominational prayer together for the O'Keefe family and justice for John in the morning, ladies and gentlemen, 7 a.m. Eastern. Second, someone made an excellent point, I think it was Red Sky, about how Turtle Boy's trial has to happen, or conversely, Karen needs to be charged with witness intimidation or indicted with Aiden cooperating, heading if there is a third retrial for Karen Reed. The dynamics in play surrounding the trial, the key insight here is that the dynamics in play surrounding the trial, the jury poisoning, the Turtle Boy running around like a little Oompa Loompa, all of that, ladies and gentlemen, that I can tell you is the X factor. You can put Hank Brennan up there and put on the most brilliant case that anyone has seen in the American legal profession in the past 50 years, literally a masterpiece, a work of art that should be hung in a museum if that were possible. Ladies and gentlemen, if that can't do it, then the X factor is the circumstances surrounding the trial, the poison jury pool, the jury selection process, the influence around the courthouse. We must understand that if this happens, if there is a retrial, therefore either Karen being charged with witness intimidation and Aiden cooperating, or Karen being charged with witness intimidation without Aiden cooperating, related to the Reed trial, is the X factor, and Aiden's trial going forward first. That type of stuff, ladies and gentlemen, remember, Aiden Turtleboy Kearney faces 10 open felony counts in Norfolk Superior Court that survived a motion to dismiss, plus 2 more felony counts, and these are all related to witness intimidation or oral interception of illegal interception of oral communication involving either Karen Reed trial witnesses like Colin Albert or Chris Albert or Lindsay Gattani. And then 2 more felonies are indicted, so Aiden has 14 open indictments in Norfolk Superior Court related to witness intimidation. So you could definitely say Aiden's fame has come at a price, ladies and gentlemen, or his notoriety related to this case. And furthermore, there's no question that the dynamics surrounding the case, the influence on the jurors, the toxic atmosphere, that has to change. That's the X factor. Red Sky, I think, was absolutely spot on about that, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We've enjoyed watching that recap. I'm right now lauding John DePietro for his excellent Commander Towel worthy reporting, ladies and gentlemen. And we are going to say this. So we're back at 7 a.m. tomorrow Eastern, ladies and gentlemen. You saw the Karen clip montage. That was absolutely a day, ladies and gentlemen. It was a day the defense, I'm sure, is ruminating on to this moment. If you saw Karen coming out of court, the moments were just stunning, ladies and gentlemen. The moments were stunning. We can take a look at them. I do have them available for our review, Little Towels. So let's take a look at the moment Karen Reed walked out of court and after the day of deliberations. And to say that Karen Reed has lost her groove and has not gotten it back would be an understatement. So let me show you these moments right here, Little Towels. I got to make the screen a little bit wider for you, but we will watch the moments that Karen Reed and her attorneys left court to close our recap here. It was a relatively short recap, only about an hour and 13 minutes. Abnormally short, ladies and gentlemen, but we only had to cover 4 jury questions and a little bit of discussion about them, and then we watched Karen clips, and then we talked about how I'm a towel. And you might be saying to yourself, sir, I know you are a towel. Please, you can continue to let me know, and I will continue to be proud of you. Okay, I will absolutely do that. There's no doubt in my mind. I will continue to let you know that I am a towel. In fact, I'm going to do that constantly because that's the whole stream is based around the fact that we are all towels. I'm not sure what to tell you about that. You're just going to have to adjust to it. If you want to know why the towel thing exists, it's because someone said my pronouns were towel in January of 2024, and I said, okay, I'm absolutely willing to become an anthropomorphic towel. Did you know, first of all, there's a towel in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but furthermore, did you know that the anthropomorphic towel in South Park, that's why I love Skylar, the South Park fan, did you know the anthropomorphic towel in South Park maybe gets a little high, okay, just a little bit high on mountains. He likes to climb up the mountains, okay, and then he solves complex social issues without really realizing it, okay, ladies and gentlemen, and he's a government-created robot towel, although I'm not created by the government, but I just think that part's hilarious, and he finds himself in all these weird situations, and then sometimes things go okay, and then other times he's like, oh no, this is terrible, how has this happened? I'm a towel. And then he also says to people, don't forget to bring a towel, which I think is hilarious. You don't understand. And so anyway, that's where the whole towel thing comes from. Someone said my pronouns were towel, and I was like, wait a minute, I'm warm and fluffy. I am anthropomorphic. I am a towel. Wait a minute, this is wonderful. And then over 18 months, we all became towels. Towelettes, washcloths, paper towels, flannels, soap dispensers, electric hand dryers, beach towels, hemp towels, microfiber towels. There are so many towels, ladies and gentlemen. I think people are blue hand towels. There are so many towels, ladies and gentlemen. We love all of our towels. Someone is a moist towelette. That is absolutely okay. We welcome you in the towel fold. The only things that aren't towels are Karen Reed, Alan Jackson, and stainless steel surfaces. Now, therefore, if Karen Reed is not a towel, right, and stainless steel surfaces are not a towel, then by virtue of a logical inductive proof, right, A equals B, B equals C, A equals B, B equals C, A equals C, then Karen Reed is a stainless steel surface. I don't really know what that means. I just want it to be known that I've done a logical inductive proof and Karen Reed is a stainless steel surface. And you may be saying to yourself, no sir, Karen Reed is not a stainless steel surface. That makes absolutely no sense. Well, have you considered that almost everything in the world is a towel unless it cannot pick things up, and stainless steel surfaces cannot absorb liquids. Therefore, Karen Reed is a towel. Not a towel. I mean, she's a stainless steel surface. Where is this video of Karen Reed leaving court? What time exactly did she leave court? I don't remember. It had to be right after the verdict clock ended. Hold on. We actually saw her leave court. Did we go away from it and then cut back in? Hold on. Where is it? Where are you leaving court, Karen Reed? I literally know I watched it because I literally said, that is a Karen Reed leaving court, and then I watched Karen Reed leaving court. So hold on. When did we watch it? When did we watch it? I literally, oh, hold on. Was it right around the fan? No, it wasn't then. Hold on. It was quick, but it wasn't that quick. When did we watch it? I know we have it. Karen Reed leaving court. Oh, was this it? No, that was me asking questions to Karen Reed. Did I then break in to show Karen Reed leaving court? Or was that at one of the breaks? Hold on. Then it was right before we started our recap, maybe? All right, hold on. Yep, it was. Hold on. Yep, I got it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to watch Karen Reed leaving court to end our day. I forgot just how long I fell backwards. So, or I had gone back. So hold on, we're going to jump forward here. We're going to wait for the moments that Karen Reed left court. I think we watch it a few times, so I'm just going to jump forward. I'm a time-traveling towel. Oh, I think this is it. Hold on. Yep, this was it. So I'm going to go back. This was Karen Reed leaving court after that day, ladies and gentlemen. You tell me what you think of how the defense is doing.
Thanks, guys. There's not going to be any comments today.
That was it, friends. She ran. She ran so far away until another day. Goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Goodness, goodness, goodness. So, tomorrow, 7 a.m. This is just the end of the recap. Don't worry if you're the towel friends. We're going to keep talking to each other. But you can find more youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. We will be together tomorrow at 7 a.m. Eastern. More jury deliberations, 16 hours and 3 minutes and 12 seconds done. More to come. Karen clips being watched. I'm going to go chat with the towel friends. Have a blessed day, friends. All right, 5:32 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. Not a bad time to end our recap. Now, you know what we're going to play. You know exactly what we're going to play. You know I love spending time with you. Listen, after looking at all of that, I'm feeling just a little bit more confident, ladies and gentlemen, just a little bit more confident. Hearing John DePietro's reporting, hearing that the Karen clips are in play, ladies and gentlemen, big news, big developments, and you know exactly what is coming, towel friends. You know what we're going to watch. I think Colleen Henry knows what we're going to watch. I think every person on this side of the Mississippi, well, in fact, every person on this side of every ocean, because there's 97 countries that watch the stream, know exactly what is coming. And yes, it is. It's that. Yes, oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, you know what's coming. Karen's in a panic, which means there's a clip we have to watch. I'm excited. And by the way, if you didn't hear the news, ladies and gentlemen, someone has stolen the Call Me Hank shirt. I'm not kidding you. The Call Me Hank shirt is so powerful. It has risen to such prominence that someone stole it. I have to file a copyright claim because they stole my Call Me Hank shirt. You don't understand. I'm a towel who made a Call Me Hank shirt, and then someone stole it and my image because it was that good. So therefore, I'm going to show you the Call Me Hank clip, and then I'm going to tell you how to get the Call Me Hank shirt from the official source and not from this random person who stole my design. How dare you? How dare you, sir? You don't understand. I am a towel. And you can't just stand around and do things like be like, oh, I'm going to make a towel shirt when it's my image. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Goodness, goodness, goodness. We have had towel theft. Towel's intellectual towel property was stolen. It is an outrageous. It's outrageous, ladies and gentlemen. Someone stole the Call Me Hank shirt. I am an incredulous towel. I have had my towel intellectually Your response was you're a towel. Listen, you don't understand. This channel is wonderful because we have inverted meme culture. The youngest viewer on this channel is like 24. So there is no one under the, and Ann Twittick is 27. There is no one under the age of 24 on this channel, ladies and gentlemen. And we have our own memes. And this towel thing has starting to become a little, I first was saying it's a cultural phenomena, but I think it spans cultures now. We have towel friends in Germany. Ich bin ein Towel. Hello, I am a towel. We have towel friends in Spain. Yo soy una toalla. I am a towel. We have towel friends in Portugal. No falamos portuguese. Lo siento. That was half Portuguese and half Spanish. We have friends in the United Kingdom. I can speak United Kingdom. For example, I could tell you, if you said to me, Grant, do you want to go to Hole in the Wall and then go down the Chippy after we go to the nightclub or the disco, I'd be like, yes, I want to go to the Chippy after we go to the Hole in the Wall so I can visit the nightclub. You don't understand. I love going to the Chippy. I also love Hole in the Walls. Even though it sounds weird, it's just an ATM machine. I speak British, clearly. I also love our friends in Ireland. Now, listen, I don't know if we should send Towel to Ireland. Towel is very sympathetic to oppressed people, and I'm pretty sure I would incite some kind of international conflict. I don't think I should go there. But if you send me there with a diplomatic flotilla, maybe I can be okay. It will be like when the Jesuits went to H Block. But anyway, I think I was talking a little bit about how we have lots of towel friends all around the world, and they like to Call Me Hank clip, whether you're in all 50 states, Canada, Mexico, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, Honduras, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Venezuela, Bahamas, Bermuda, St. Kitts and Nevis, the Faroe Islands, which apparently is part of the UK, but is identified as its own country. I'm not really sure what the Faroe Islands is. Don't quote me. I'm working on it. Iceland, Greenland, Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Holland, Germany, as I mentioned. We love our German friends. Italy, I think Egypt is on there. Hold on, I have to say the countries. Mozambique, of course, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Australia, India, of course, cannot forget India, Serbia, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Australia, Sri Lanka's on there now, Malaysia, Vietnam, Singapore, Japan, Ukraine is on there as well, Turkey. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to get to Azerbaijan, but I have not penetrated the Azerbaijani market yet. I've always wanted to go to Baku. It's a long story. I don't have time to explain. Anyway, I give that preface to say that I truly enjoy saying hello to all you towel friends, and that really was just an excuse for me to bring up the Call Me Hank clip, because we love the Call Me Hank clip, ladies and gentlemen. And Murder by Maestro, who is a super towel, helped me create a stabilized and color fixed version of it. Well, the colors were from the actual camera, but it's much better in this version. Let's watch it. Colleen Henry is an excited towel. I know we're all excited towels. Let's do it. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Call me Hank. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Call me Hank. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Call me Hank. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Call me Hank. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Call me Hank. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Call me Hank. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Call me Hank. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Call me Hank. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Call me Hank. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Call me Hank. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Call me Hank. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Call me Hank. Okay
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank.
We may have to play it a few times. It's a tradition. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank. Yes, I'm somewhat convinced. I love the clip. I'm somewhat convinced. Hold on, that Hank. We got to watch that part one more time. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank. Oh no, towel friends. Oh no. I was so excited. Thank you. It's fixed, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, listen, I got so excited by the Call Me Hank clip. You don't understand. I was saying a few things. One, I was saying I wouldn't be surprised if Hank Brennan watches this stream because clearly there's a lot of towel friends around the world. Then, and this is why I have to repeat this, I was profusely saying to Holistic Psychology, and I'm so sorry I was muted for this, I am blushing with towel embarrassment. You are supported and loved, my dear friend. Anything that Towel can do or that we can do to help you, you just let us know. Any support that we can provide, if we can do some kind of towel promotion of you, if you would like to find some support or whatever. If you'd just like a place to chat with us, we're here for you as well. But you know, you have friends here, dear Holistic Psychology, and it means so much to all of us towels that you're with us. And yes, I apologize for that muted audio for a few seconds there. Towel was listening to the Call Me Hank clip, and then I went into a 30-second soliloquy about how I wanted to have our towel friends embrace in the warm, fluffy fabric of the towel universe our dear friend Holistic Psychology, and I was muted, and my eyes were closed, so I didn't see your chat saying I was muted. In short, I'm a super towel. And so is Holistic Psychology. But listen, we love the Call Me Hank clip, and there's a few other things we do at the end of the stream here. Hold on, we do love the Call Me Hank clip. But if you didn't know, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to bring this up. I worked a little hard on something for you all. If you all have been just tuning in, I hate becoming Towel Vanna White, but we didn't do any donation reads today. We didn't use Super Towels who sent of chats, of course. I was so grateful to be able to say thank you. We're going to do a special panel whenever a verdict comes down so that we can all talk, whatever the decision, and Harvard Yard's going to be on it. It's going to be amazing. But ladies and gentlemen, I just want to show you this. Towel worked hard. This is a public information service, okay? It's designed to engender cogent public discourse and educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. We use entertainment as a hook, moments of levity, even among serious discussions, to get people talking in a way that helps them become informed consumers of information, thus warding off the usurpation of our representative forms of government by self-interested actors. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why I bring that up is I didn't do any donation reads today, but some of you still send support. You're amazing. There is a way you can actually now, ladies and gentlemen, support Towel Editor and Towel. And the way to do that, or well, at least Towel Editor for now, the way to do that, ladies and gentlemen, is you are able to take a look at this Towel chat, and you are able to, oh, God bless you, cinnamon buns. You are able to, and as of course you're praising me, I have to become Towel Vanna White, but it's because I forgot to share this with some of you earlier, and some of you had asked, and we just played the Call Me Hank clip. So some of you have asked, I am about to become Towel Vanna White. Okay, so I have to do it this way because I'm inverted. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Aiden Kearney as an Oompa Loompa. But to the right of Aiden Kearney as an Oompa Loompa is the Call Me Hank shirts. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, God bless you. Maybe I should make one of the some of the shirts, some of the quotes where Towel is yelling questions at Karen. It's like, Karen, did you go back to Jen McCabe's? Did you go back to Fairview Road at 523 before going to Jen McCabe's? Yes, levity, moments of levity are important. But the other thing I want to tell you is, ladies and gentlemen, I am very excited to announce that Towel, in the interest of trying to support Towel Stream, but also giving back to you, has created Towel shirts. Now, you might be saying, wow, Towel, those are Call Me Hank shirts, and that's your image. Yes, I'm very excited. If you take a look, you can go to toweltribune.com, towel, TOWELTRIBUNE.com/store, and you will find, ladies and gentlemen, this wonderful, this wonderful Call Me Hank shirt. Now, this Call Me Hank shirt has a picture taken by a hot towel, and the quote is, you can call me Hank, and it's Hank's picture. Now, I did not actually come up with this. You all asked me to make this, and so I did it. You can order it again, toweltribune.com/store. There's a bunch of different sizing options for each one, ladies and gentlemen. And then the other thing I want to show you as I have this up here is there's a blue option. I went with a single line for this quote. That's the blue Call Me Hank shirt. We also have a Call Me Hank backpack. This is Towel Shopping Network time, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know, you have tuned in to Towel Shopping Network. Now, if you've ever woken up in the morning and you've said to yourself, I wish I could walk outside and wear Hank Brennan around as a backpack. This is why I cannot do this. If you put me on a show to sell something, I would just start laughing. Anyway, if you've ever thought to yourself, I want to wear Hank Brennan on a backpack, there is a Hank Brennan backpack. It is the image that I took, and the quote says, you can call me Hank. You don't understand. It's a backpack. I think it's glorious. I know some of you have heard this hilarious Vanna White thing before. It's still wonderful. The Call Me Hank socks are also adorable. And then, listen, this is the one that I'm most proud of. Not the sweatshirt's cool. But I, ladies and gentlemen, have literally gone and created a towel that says I'm a towel. So, to all of you out there who have been wondering when I was going to do this, I told you not until the close of evidence, not until deliberations. I didn't feel comfortable. I finally did it. I created a towel that you can get that says I'm a towel. There's also a Call Me Hank switch. Oh, yes. Now, let me, some people really like the things at the bottom, the crop hoodies. So there are two options, all right? We have the Under Armour black hoodie. All of these are available now. There was one order, which I'm going to fix later tonight, that went out in unisex size or something that I'm going to cancel, and then that person can reorder it in any size. Every single option now, including this wonderful crop hoodie, which apparently people think is very cute, now this is a special collection, I think, from Printful and one of their partners. I don't know the fashion brand. You will have to look it up. But all I know is that this is a cropped Call Me Hank hoodie, ladies and gentlemen. It has the You Can Call Me Hank shirt. It is a cropped hoodie. I agree, Def Otter. I think it is adorable. So all of these are available on toweltribune.com/store. To order them, please take a look at the ordering information. Please allow 4 to 6 weeks for initial towel processing and delivery. If you are ordering outside of the domestic U.S., please check all the fine print. Please, it does ship to the EU, but please make sure that you look at your shipping times. I don't think it's as quick to ship to like Oklahoma as it is to Germany. So just everybody get on the same page. You're ordering from a drop shipper. I did not buy T-shirts. I would bankrupt myself and sell them to you. You are using a drop shipper. But that said, I had a really fun time designing these, and these are towels images. And as you can see, I tried to be tasteful. It's the Call Me Hank merchandise and the towel. That's it. No images of John, nothing else related to the case. This is what I'm comfortable with for now. Maybe I'll put up like a Super Hank shirt without the Superman logo, just like a Super Hank shirt. Maybe I will put up a few other things I've been thinking about. There's been some requests. Call me Hank towel. But for that, ladies and gentlemen, I am having a great time. Yes, and the best thing about the towel is that it is actually a towel. So when you say to people, ladies and gentlemen, this is my towel, it tells them that it's a towel. And what's even more cool is that the towel is actually a picture of me standing there like a proud little towel with my journalist hat on with my mustache. And all these lawyers are in the background and politicians waving around towel stories, being like, we're going to get you, towel. And I'm like, well, I'm a towel. So, yes. Whoa. Hold on. Apparently, Turtle Boy has pictures of them. Okay, Trumpia Lightning, thank you so much for this clip. I want to take a look at it first thing tomorrow morning. So let me do a few things here. Trumpia Lightning video, Deaf Otter. I'm queuing up things for tomorrow because I really do need to sleep. Yesterday was just a lot of things have been a lot. There's just been a lot going on. But yes, I want to review this whole video that you sent, Trumpia Lightning, from Loophole Lawyer, it seems. And I would love to watch this tomorrow about whether Turtle Boy might have pictures. Oh, Rachel, I'm so honored. Folks are considering supporting TowelTribune.com/store. I'm trying to make this efficient. Like, I'm trying not to just be like, let's get Towel day to day. I'm trying to set up Towel Editor Chris to get this going, and then Towel's got to do some things, and then I'll get it set up hopefully in the next little bit, and in the next 2 years. If it works, that's great. If it doesn't, so be it. But Towel's going to try as hard as he can, ladies and gentlemen. I'm excited. But yes, I am very interested to see what Turtle Boy, this video about Turtle Boy, so thank you, Trumpia Lightning. And then also thank you in particular to everyone who's been supporting Towel Stream. Now, would you mind if we did a truncated overview tonight, friends? Because I've been saying hello to you, a lot of you during the stream. So I think what I'd like to do is, oh goodness, Linda A. Okay, so hold on. Let me get the PayPal link for Linda A., especially if Towel friends are going to be so kind. Let me see. So the PayPal link, and let me just make sure this works. Sorry about that. So I think this should work. You're so kind. Thank you, Linda. You are so kind to ask. This link should work. God bless you, Linda, for asking. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope every single one of you has a good night. We have a tradition here to end the stream after. So I normally would do like a donation read every 90 minutes. We just skipped that. How long did we go for today? We didn't go for that long. It was only a few hours today, right? Yeah, like, what was it? About 11 hours, 10 and a half, 11 hours. So not a 12-hour day. I think, thank you, Linda. God bless you. And so in some sense, I think having a little bit of a less day, like 10 and a half hours, is a little better for Towel. It'll give me a little bit of time to take a rest. I want to go for a walk. I kind of want to clear my towel head a little bit. And I think we should all do that tonight. So maybe that will be our truncated overview. I normally would read all of your names, but my voice is tired. I think we're all tired. We deserve a good night's rest. The Hank backpacks are awesome. I just want to let you know. Yeah, Trumpia Lightning, I think we're all doing breathing exercises tonight. I want to do one more of these with you today, friends. If you ever feel the need, I learned this from someone in the chat, I think, and they've referenced where they picked it up, and forgive me for forgetting the person who created this technique, but I really like it. If you ever get stressed, if you're feeling overwhelmed, remember to take that 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 with a deep breath and then an exhale. And even in these stressful moments, as we begin to await another day of deliberation, that's exactly, I think, the type of thing that can help us all settle in and hopefully send the O'Keefe family some solace during these tense moments. Christmas Marm, thank you so much. I love your username. I love the word Marm because I know what it means. I love the word Christmas. You have a wonderful name. Wow, AI was used to describe the juror and their likeness. I'm going to be taking a look at that. Karen, it is scary. It's sickening. I agree with Alex. Oh, Little Towels, it has been an amazing day. I just want to thank everyone so much for all of their support. Christina Towel, I didn't miss your messages. We're going to do them on the morning show tomorrow. Towel just needs some extra rest tonight. But there is one thing that I want to do. I want to take the time, and I think I can do it this way, so I'm going to go to the back end. I just want to take some time to say a super towel thank you to Jack D65, who sent a super towel hippo emoji. You don't understand. Some days when Towel is like really overwhelmed and running around like a mad towel, I come back to the screen or we're watching a clip and somebody sends an emoji and like all of a sudden I start giggling, and that's what gets me through the day. So as much as I know a lot of you appreciate Little Towel, I just want to let you know how much I appreciate you. And I especially appreciate Irish Gal. We love and welcome our new Super Towel friend, Irish Gal. Please, guilty verdict, says Irish Gal. J.O. and family needs closure, and screw the conspiracy theories. Damn straight. Not to say that there aren't conspiracies out there. I think, obviously, Karen and the DOJ engaged in a conspiracy, in my opinion. But, you know, that's not a theory, in my opinion. That is based on a evidentiary trail. Harvard Yard, my dear friend, sincere question, Towel Grant. Sir, what do we do if there are not guilty verdicts? Can you open a source for chat or open dialogue, a panel? I'm trial fatigued and sad and mad if so. I'm going to keep posted. I'd love to you and all Towels united. I will join on camera for panel. Oh, Harvard Yard, Super Towel hugs to you, my friend. Of course, I have committed to memory that no matter what happens, okay, you might have to remind Little Towel because I get excitable during big moments. I'm going to note it right now, actually. I'm going in to my Towel notepad, which has 6,000 lines, and I've been writing in it since May 5th. And I'm going to write Harvard Yard special panel, and we will do a panel no matter what the verdict, my dear friend. I also want to say a special thank you to Brenda Taylor. Love your show, Grant Smith Ellis. You're the best. God bless you and your family. Karen better get a guilty verdict. Manslaughter. I am happy you like my faith and opinion. Oh, you are wonderful, Brenda Taylor. Sydney Carson, Super Towel, I want to go say hello and say God bless you for becoming a Super Towel chat member. Oh, TB2, Sis, and Dewdrops, I forgot. So when I went to the doctor today, I put 3/4 in the meter, and my doctor's appointment ran, instead of 45 minutes, it ran like 53 minutes. And as I get back to the car, I'm like, there's no way I got a ticket. Yes, they got me within like a minute of the meter running out. And I was like, all right, I got to tip my hat. And then TB2, Sis, and Dewdrops helped me cover my ticket. I'm going to pay the city of Somerville in Great British pounds. And then Harvard Yard started the day by saying, morning moment for all Eagles except Unetti. Well, okay, maybe. Happy potential verdict day. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you understand how much you mean to me all, how much all of you mean to me. And listen, if you've been here on these streams, you know no matter how I end, there's always the same ending, regardless of how we get there. All right. If you benefited from this stream, I'm going to take this towel down now. If you saw something today, ladies and gentlemen, if you feel like you found friends, if you feel like you got through the day, if you like the calming blue ocean, if you appreciated our ability to come together and hold our towel buddies' hands, here's how you can pay it forward. You can look for reasons to do small acts of service. Yes, you can look for reasons to donate to our homeless veterans. You can look for reasons to donate to animal shelters run by veterans. You can look for reasons to donate to animal shelters in general. You can look for reasons to smile at someone on the street. You can look for reasons to shake someone's hand, call a family member you haven't spoken to in a while, talk to a friend. Look for a reason to be a beacon of hope in a world defined by so much despair. Look for a reason to be one of the helpers. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps then, through those small acts of service rippling outwards in the world, it will be possible for us to bring about a new socio-political dynamic, not defined by the realpolitik of expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our power, but instead of an ethos centered on expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in acts of unconditional love as made manifest in small acts of service and kindness. Yes, ladies and gentlemen and fellow towels, then we will bring about together the rise of the age of Aquarius, a new digital epoch, with the water bearer walking tall, waving his towel, saying, ladies and gentlemen, to the earth, that it is indeed possible to make this planet a better place, one small act of service at a time. I believe it's possible because of you. I think you give me a lot of faith as a towel in the future of this place that we all inhabit. And maybe that shared humanity, compassion, and toleration will come to define the day after all. Solace in each other, solace in our communities, solace in family, solace in our beliefs, and solace in country. Ladies and gentlemen, those 5 things can get us through anything. I truly believe it. Be the light, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being with me today. As you know, we end a little bit early on the X stream because they get the towel friends over there, all 10,000 of them today. I didn't do a lot of posting, so it didn't get to 50K. All 10,000 of them today. I want to say a super towel thank you for being with us. And as you know, you get a few extra minutes, so I'm going to say goodbye to you first and then spend a few minutes with Towel Friends on the Towel YouTube. Towel Friends on the X, thank you for being here again. God bless you. Be well. We'll see you at 7 a.m. Eastern tomorrow for further verdict watch in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Be well. Please be safe, and God bless you and appreciate you for being with me today. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, youtube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis if you want to join the towel chat tomorrow. We've been grateful to have you. Be well. Towel friends on the Towel YouTube. I agree. Cinnamon buns, what a great sentiment for me to open my eyes to. Leave the world a better place. Thank you so much for being here, Towel friends. I don't know if I'll ever be able to put into words just how much I appreciated DJ and Rachel and Cinnamon Buns and Greer's Garden and Holistic Psychology, everyone, and Ange, and oh goodness, Jackie Blue and Mary Parker. I want you all to get a wonderful night's rest, knowing even in these tense moments just how much you've changed my life for the better, how much you've inspired me even in very intense moments of stress. There are so many things that we all juggle in our daily lives, but we found camaraderie here. I think we found principles here. We found compassion here, and perhaps more so than anything else, we found solace, not escapism here, solace. And that is a very, very important thing in a world rife with so many craters of peril. And truly, I hope we all appreciate that. I do. I know I will never take it for granted. Oh, God bless you, Holistic Psychology. I try so hard. And Red Sky, thank you so much for all your contributions. I do want to get some rest, so I'm going to go shower. Towel loves you all very much. And we'll be back together at 7 a.m. tomorrow, so just 13 hours from now, 7 a.m. Eastern. I'll look forward to it. I'll have my towel energy drink. I'll hopefully be well rested, and we'll be ready to do our non-denominational, Deafwater-inspired towel prayer. I'm going to have English muffin pizzas. That would be wonderful. I forgot to eat today. I only got to eat a little of my pizza and chicken nuggets, so I'm going to go get some snacks and go for a towel walk. I'm very excited. I need to see the sun. Some days I literally don't see the sun. I'm getting concerned. I'm going to become a towel vampire. All right, Rise Within, Rachel McIntyre. Lori Delk. It was so great to see you. Colleen Henry, my dear friend. God bless each and every one of you. Towel's going to make it through. We're going to make it through together. Another day tomorrow. And I want you all for this evening, lay your heads down on your fluffy towel pillows, knowing how much you mean to Little Towel and how important you are because you are you. Towel loves you all so much. God bless you, Cinnamon Buns. God bless you, my dear friend. That is so kind of you. That is literally very kind of you at the end of the stream. And I must type this in. God bless you, Cinnamon Buns, and thank you so much for all of your comments and insightful questions today. You are a super towel and you are loved. Ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing that makes me happier than being able to say Thank you to those of you who support this channel and each other. Okay, so that meant so much to me that we got to do that. Ange Wittick, Aggie, Steph, Marianne Nolan, Cat in a Hat. Oh, goodness, you all get some rest. Be well, towels. And I know some of you won't go to bed until I end this, so I will do it. Towel loves you all. Be well. Be safe, and reach out to me. Easiest place is X. If you don't have that, grantsmithellis@gmail.com. I'll try to respond to them. Social media, Facebook, Instagram, take a little bit. LinkedIn, take longer. The inboxes just pile up. I'm working on it, I promise. Towel loves you all. You're special because you are you. Respect. It was great to see you. And I'll see you all tomorrow at 7 in the morning. All right. God bless. Towel loves you. Be safe. Good night.